What do? Well, if you're John Allred, you double clutch, you catch it. 18 yards, 7-3. The Bears, they lead 13-9 at the half. Third quarter, third down. It's McNown in his shotgun. 3rd and 6. He goes for 7, Tom, and it's a first down. 3 plays later, this combination, they sparkled in the second half last year, and McNown to Cuckoo Marcus Robinson. He's gone. 47 yards, 20-9 Chicago on the road. But Daunte Culpepper, one of the biggest gambles this year, is the one being made by Dennis Green. But is it a gamble? Culpepper, 260, moves to 10 yards and a first down on 3rd and 4. 4 plays later at the goal line, it's Culpepper for a touchdown. Hadn't been a Viking quarterback to score 2 TDs since Joe Kapp. And all of a sudden, well, sooner or later, you got to go to Randy Moss, don't you?
Yeah, you want to come back and win the game. This is Randy Moss here for 9 yards. Good little throw by Culpepper to the sideline. But remember, these aren't the kinds of catches that you're used to seeing the Vikings make. You're used to seeing Randy Moss down the football field, and eventually, that's where Culpepper knew he wanted to go.
There it is to Moss. And Moss is going to be brought down inside the 10. Beating Thomas Smith on that play. Moss only 1 catch, 9 yards first half. On this drive, 3 catches, 80 yards. Next play, it's not a touchdown yet, so Culpepper says, you know what? How about 3? There's a guy named Tarkenton that used to do this a lot for the Vikings. Culpepper's a little bigger than he is. 7-yard touchdown to the Vikings. Take the lead 23-20. Later in the 4th quarter, Robert Smith. He can do this. The spin doctor heads down the sideline. Smith with Randy Moss throwing a block or 2. He goes out at the 6-yard line on a big play for the Vikes under 6 minutes.
Yeah, you said it. Randy Moss getting out in front of Robert Smith, doing a nice job of blocking downfield. And those are the things that the other guys have to do in support of Daunte Culpepper.
3 plays later, look. Joe Kapp, Fran Tarkenton, he had them all. Look at this, another touchdown by Culpepper. Vikings lead 30-20. Under 2 minutes to go, McNown has had a rushing touchdown called back. Now, scrambling up the middle, what's the move on Robert Griffith? And he's in for the touchdown. The Bears have pulled it within 3, 30-27. So you know what's coming. Onside kick. But on the play, it's Randy Moss. Randy Moss, he catches it, and it's over. We had a feeling that there'd be close to 60 points in this game. We were right. The Vikings win it 30-27, and so Minnesota gets a comeback from down 11 in a division game in the second half for Daunte Culpepper. So say what you want. Literally in San Diego after 2 troubled years, Ryan Leaf starting for the Chargers at division foe, the Raiders. Ray and Upshaw, Leaf had blood on his jersey early. That was roughing the passer. He was woozy, missed only a couple plays, and he was back. This time, it's Charles Woodson. It makes the pick of the overthrow. Ryan, turnover prone, had 2 picks in the first half. And Leaf looks to his quarterback coach, Mike Johnson, a young man brought in by Mike Riley from Oregon State for a little guidance. Pastor Janikowski, Raiders lost a lot of close games last year. Pick a kicker in the first round. 41-yard field goal, no good. 3rd quarter, Raiders punted. It's Tim Leckler. They also drafted a punter this year. And this works. Johnny Harris downs it at the 2-yard line. It's a scoreless game here in the 3rd quarter. Robert Chancey ran out of luck. And the Raiders, Oakland, get the 2-run homer from Chompy, and they lead it 2-0 over the Padres. Ryan Leaf down 2-0. That's right, it's 2-0 with 10 minutes to go to the game. Fred McCrary, a 10-yard pass. The Chargers are business. This time, Robert Chancey, and chances are better luck. 6-2. Two-point conversion fails, Tom. Could Oakland come back behind Rich Gannon?
Well, this is the thing you love about Rich Gannon, his ability to create. There he fumbles the ball at about the 45-yard line, is able to pick it up, get the first down, get 7 extra yards beyond the first down, and start to put them in a position to think about scoring.
Under 3 minutes to go. Gannon to Andre Bad Moon Rising. It's a touchdown. Raiders lead it 9-6. Leaf, minute and a half to go, trying to rally the Chargers. Picked off by William Thomas. 3rd interception for the Raiders on the day. The Chargers led 6-0 in this stadium a couple years ago to lose it 7-6. They lead 2-0 in this one. They lose it by the count of 9-6. So defense carried the game, but Oakland gets a win, and many feel they might win the division, Tom.
Well, I think they certainly have a chance. They've got a pretty solid running game. They've got an experienced quarterback and a highly aggressive defense.
New coaches for the Jets and the Packers as they meet at the not-yet-frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. That's Mike Sherman for the Pack and Al Groh replacing Bill Parcells for the Jets. Vinny Testaverde hurt last year, back this year. Vinny to Wayne Raspberry Cribetti, never turns around. And Darren Sharper images there. Leaps a tackler, returns it inside the 10-yard line. Brett Favre, after some words, playing his 126th straight game as starter, continuing to expand his own record, even though he's hurt. Not hurt here. Tyrone Davis, touchdown, 5 yards, 7-0, the Pack. Who was impressive in the preseason more than Curtis, my favorite, Martin? Tommy averaged over 6 yards a carry, more of the same.
Yeah, 6.2 to be exact, and after you made that mistake on the first series with Vinny Testaverde, you come back, you go to the ground game with this highly aggressive offensive line led by Kevin Mawai, Jason Fabini. They started to ground it out, eventually put it in the end zone.
3rd and goal from the 2. It's a touchdown for Martin. We're 7-7 after 1. Second quarter, same score. Alan Rossum just obtaining a trade from Philadelphia so he could return and play a little DB. I'd say it's a pretty good trade. Look at him avoid tacklers until John Abraham, makes him feel like Moses. Or maybe Isaac. I kind of mixed up my biblical. At any rate, it set up a field goal, 10-7 Packers. Testaverde in the 4th quarter to Dedrick Ward, the speedster on the outside for the Jets. He's ruled out at the 2, but with 5 minutes to go, down 16-13, Jets in business. Swing, Martin, touchdown, 3:30 left, 20-16, J-E-T-S. So, who has done it more at Lambeau Field than Brett Favre? 3rd and 10 from a 35. It's a first down to Charles Lee. 3rd and 10 from the 46 with 1:48 to go with Favre playing John Wayne, the old gunslinger, hurt by the bullet wound, but keeps on firing. It's a first down to Tyrone Davis. Favre. The Jet 33, but no! This pass picked off by Victor Green. And the Jets win in Green Bay, 20-16. Martin, 110 yards.
Well, 110 yards. You're giving the football enough. He had 18 carries in the first half of this football game, so the Jets went back to their bread and butter.
Only 150 yards throwing for Favre.
First down from the 19-yard line for Manning, and penalty markers is the 4th false start call against the Colts today. 1:33 on the clock. Manning with time, running out of time, loose ball. Penalty marker is down. Manning came up with the football, but now let's check the flag. It's holding against Indianapolis. The coordinator for the Oakland Raiders. 1:28 to play. 1st and 25 for the Colts.
Don't forget about Edgerrin James here now. He's been pretty quiet.
Manning with time over the middle. Dilger dropped it. Dilger had it and dropped it. Clock stops with 1:23 to play. John Gruden has seen a terrific turnaround by his Raiders, and now they're trying to put the stops on the Colt offense in the final minute and a half here. Play clock is at 5. Manning should get this off, and he does. Steps up, throws, and overthrows everybody. Almost intercepted by Johnny Harris. And we welcome those of you who watched the Tennessee Titans come back to defeat Kansas City 17-14. Greg Gumbel along with Todd Black, legend Armin Katayan here in the RCA Dome. The pass by Manning kind of hung up there. And Johnny Harris almost came down with it.
Johnny Harris has had a nice ball game. Could have put a real cap on his performance today if he hangs on to that. But credit the pressure up front. It forced Manning to move in the pocket, and he wasn't able to really step into that throw.
A huge 3rd and 25 for the Colts. Manning going deep down the sideline toward the corner, incomplete. Eric Allen was there covering E.G. Green. And the Colts are facing 4th and 25.
And Darrell Russell in around the face of Peyton Manning, forcing the errant throw again. Again, we had the long stop of the clock for the review, and the defensive line of the Raiders able to get some rest and get their legs back. In the last couple plays, have been able to put more pressure on Peyton Manning and force a couple bad throws.
And now Russell goes to the sideline as the Raiders will go with a 3-man rush. Since that challenge, the Colts with 3 incomplete passes and 2 penalties. 4th and 25. Here's the ball game. Manning still looking, throws for the end zone. It is intercepted in the end zone by the Raiders. Picked off by number 20, Torrey James. His 2nd interception of the day, and that should put the cap on a terrific comeback by the Oakland Raiders.
The penalties really backed him up, Greg, to where they had to go for a big play. He was going to the end zone. He had Edgerrin James right out there. Might have been able to dump it underneath and let him run. He went for the end zone, and the Raiders there playing a prevent defense to stop the 4th down play.
For those of you who joined us late, this game was all Indianapolis in the first half. They led 21-0 with 3 minutes to play in the first half. And the Raiders came roaring back in the second half. That man, Rich Gannon, rushed for 3 touchdowns to lead the way. And the Colts will use their final timeout. Here's how this game went today. Marcus Pollard, a 13-yard touchdown reception. Edgerrin James ran in from 6 yards out. And James, with a 10-yard reception, made it 21-0. Gannon, a 3-yard run, 21-7. Vanderjagt, a field goal to make it 24-7. Then, in the 3rd quarter, Gannon from 7 yards out, 24-14. Janikowski, a 24-yard field goal, made it a 24-17 game. And then Gannon from 6 yards out tied it at 24. Wheatley on 6 yards. And then Wheatley again from 1. Harrison, a 50-yard catch. We're 38-31. And the clock continues to run. The Colts can't stop it. That's going to be one happy flight back to Oakland, isn't it?
You're not kidding. And John Gruden has to feel really good about his football team and what they showed. Jim Morris said he learned a lot about his team playing on the road in Kansas City, how they fought back. John Gruden's got to learn a lot about his team today, how they played on the road and fought back way down in this ball game and completely turned the game around in the second half.
John Gruden wants him to get off this play before the play clock expires. Gannon will use every last second before he takes a knee. And that's the ball game. The Raiders looked completely down and out. Completely down and out in the first half. And have come back to win this game. Jim Nantz and company will be in New York.
Achilles Smith to Peter Warrick. Out at the 4-yard line, the Bengals had a bye, so they had 2 weeks to get ready for this game. Achilles Smith to Ron Dugans at the touchdown. And we are 7-7 second quarter at beautiful Paul Brown Stadium. Tim Couch, second-year quarterback opposite his second-year starter for Cincinnati, Achilles Smith. Look at the pass to Mark Campbell. Couch was 12 of 21 in the first half, and the Browns led 14-7. Third quarter, down 17-7. Achilles uses his feet. He's got good Achilles tendons, so he runs for 21 yards, and he's down to the 12-yard line. Then Smith for Dugans, but Lewis Sanders makes a nice pick 2 interceptions for Smith.
Great job of running the receiver wide so that he had a play to make on the football.
Couch zings to Aaron Shea between 3 defenders, 30 yards. Same drive now, but fourth quarter. David Patton on the receiving end, and he very Jim Brown-like, refusing to go down. 16 yards on the play. Couch to Darren Shiverini. 18 yards inside to about the 5. First and goal from the 5 to former Niner Mark Edwards. Touchdown. Boy, Tim Couch progressing big time.
Well, look at the progression here. He looks to his left. You see him come back down the hashes, go to his third read, which is Mark Edwards. You see the maturation of Tim Couch.
Meanwhile, the Bengals picked Peter Warrick one this year. He's such an exciting player in motion. One-handed grab for 21, but you know what? It's a new stadium, but the fans are leaving the same way. The Bengals, who lost more than anybody in the 90s, maybe they're on their way to doing that in this decade. It's too bad. The stadium's great, but give the Cleveland Browns credit. They go into Cincinnati and win 24-7, counts through for 259.
A big stat there. Corey Dillon, the 12 carries, 41 yards. That's the best defensive effort that the Browns have had against the Bengals, against the run, since the Browns came back.
They also had 7 sacks against Cincinnati. Cleveland building.
Courtney Brown.
Courtney Brown. This just in this year at Raymond James Stadium. That would include playoffs and Super Bowl. First things first, Keyshawn home opener. Cade McNown and the razzle-dazzle Bears hoping to pull off an upset. But very quickly, when it was in and out of the hands of James Allen and intercepted by Donnie Abraham, he Martins and Johns it for a couple of picks in the first half. And Dick Geron says, you know what? We get a great offense, but against Tampa Bay D, we just can't get it done. Now watch this series. Sean King calls a timeout. Keyshawn Johnson upset. So what do? Well, they run a play, and then you know what? Call this play, the swashbucklers. Now, do you think the Bears possibly could be distracted so that when the next play that the Bucs, there's, by the way, the end zone that way, the next play is you would have it a naked bootleg. How can you expect the Bears to play defense after that? It's a touchdown. 13-0 Tampa Bay.
And you see right there, Troy Wilson on the end of the line, defensively up the top of the screen, bootleg. He has contained Sean King. A great job of faking, able to walk into the corner of the end zone.
But you know, the Bucs have more than just the swashbucklers. They're the 13-0 lead late second. It's a completion from McNown to Des White. Abraham with the hit this time, and Rondé Barber picks it up, and it's a touchdown. Bucs defense, 20-0. Michael Jordan, I guess he's rooting for the Bears, but wouldn't have a lot to whoop about. 7 possessions, 4 turnovers, 3 punts. First half for the vaunted Bears offense against the Bucs. As for Sean King, King to Keyshawn. Sean to Keyshawn, 13 yards, 27-0. And you know what? Warren, I love you, but get off my damn back. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers with offense, with defense. We'll talk about more of this in a moment. 41-0, the biggest win in the history of the Bucs.
Yeah, the Bucs did a lot of things well. They put pressure on Cade McNown. He hasn't had a lot of success against this football team. We'll talk about it in a minute.
So the Bears start 0-2, 2 road losses in the division. And the Bucs begin the way they want, a 2-0 start. The Packers trying to avoid an 0-2 start under new coach Mike Sherman. Brett Favre banged up, but yes, he goes to the post always. 127 straight starts. In Buffalo, Rob Johnson shelved late last week with the ankle injury. Eric Mould complained, throw me the ball more. Well, he only needs one hand to make that catch. It's 41 yards, Tom. Look at the readjust right there. Meanwhile, on Rob Johnson, he's not that mobile. Leroy Butler knows that.
Yeah, Leroy Butler, a great job of disguising his blitzes today. A little bit of a delayed blitz, putting the pressure on right there, and then watch this hit up around the head, forcing him to release the ball, and boy, that'll shake you as a quarterback.
Look at Karl Mock. Come on! Nice hit, and away we go! Come on! Come on! I'm really serious here. Second quarter. Good night, everybody. No, it's Favre. That's another glitch in the routine. Favre and Ahman Green bump into each other. Not the way they wanted. 10-0 at the half, Buffalo. Play action Johnson, much more mobile this year, showing it to Jay Remersma. Such a good pass-catching tight end. 17-0 Bills.
And Remersma here on David Bowles does a great job of selling the block at the line of scrimmage, then takes him off the coverage, goes out to the flat, makes the catch, and gets into the end zone.
Finally, Green Bay trying to move it. Now, 1 point, Brett Favre completed 14 straight passes very early. There were shorter passes. Here's Antonio Freeman. And then here's Favre to Freeman, 7-yard touchdown, 6 for 6 on this drive. It's 17-7. Could Green Bay come back? With the Bills punting, they got him in a trade right at the end of the preseason from Philly, Allen Rossum. But Jay Foreman on special teams for the Bills makes the hit. And Ethan Albright is all right. Look at that big fella from North Carolina. Rumble tackled at the 4, sets up a field goal, 20-7. Johnson to Remersma. Oh my! Wait a minute! Is that a touchdown? Look at the play that he makes. Ball around the pylon. Tommy, pretty special.
Well, great job of getting his feet up in the air so that when he put the ball around the pylon, it would officially be a touchdown.
So the Bills beat the Packers 27-18. As successful as they have been in the 90s, it's a rare 2-0 start for them. They don't start 2-0 that much. Of course, they've had 2 home games. And despite the fact that Favre completed all those passes in a row and 2 for 269, and Green Bay had 5 sacks, it was Buffalo going away. But let's go back. Miami with a shutout. Denny Green's team scoring 30 points behind Dante Culpepper. Culpepper ran it last week. This time he throws it to Chris Carter. 42-yard completion sets up a Gary Anderson field goal. 3-0 Minnesota in the first. Dolphins offense sputtering. They use wide receiver Bert Emanuel on an option on 3rd and inches. And Dwayne Rudd and Robert Griffith for the suddenly fortified Vikings defense. Stop. Miami had only 3 first downs in the first half. It's a 3-0 game. Now it's 6-0 fourth quarter. Culpepper flushed out. Rich Owens the tip. Tim Bowens the interception deep to the chagrin of Denny Green.
Well, young quarterback Dante Culpepper looking down the field. You can see Kleinsass to the tight end, a little bit covered. But what a nice catch by Bowens. Big lineman getting underneath the football, cradling that ball in some soft hands.
Culpepper down the sideline for Randy Moss. It's a 15-yard touchdown with 2 minutes to go in the game. All of a sudden, a Bert Blyleven pitcher's duel. He gets a big home run from Herbeck. So, Jay Fiedler from Dartmouth to Tony Martin. Makes the grab at the 5. All of a sudden, the Dolphins can move the ball. And that famed Dolphin, Thurman Thomas. Just hard to believe. Hey. 87 touchdowns as a Bill, 1 as a Dolphin, makes it 13-7. Olindo Mare is good at this, but what? Olindo, oh no. Knight Mare on that onside kick. Wannstedt club scored late, but they couldn't prevent the Vikings from winning 2 home games, winning by the count of 13-7. Miami ran for only 49 yards. Fiedler 12 of 31, so Minnesota, at least in this game, brought some defense.
Yeah, the 15 catches for Carter and Moss, over twice as what they had last week when they got 6.
Carter 9 for 168, even though the team got only 13 points. One of the real fun games was the Raiders at the Colts. Last time the Raiders were at the Colts, 1977, goes to the post. Double overtime playoff game in Baltimore. They won 37-31. And this time the Raiders are going to have to score because Peyton Manning, DeMarcus Pollard, 13 yards. Charles Woodson on Marvin Harrison, 2 Pro Bowlers head-to-head.
Yeah, and he had some early success against Woodson because he played off of Marvin Harrison. There you see a little catch right there for about 8 to 9 yards. Then Marvin Harrison again driving Woodson deep, coming back for the nice little curl. They tightened up that coverage as the game went on. 7
catches for 6 first downs in the first half for Harrison with the score 14-0. Manning to Edgerrin James, it's 10 yards, and there is just no way the John Gruden's Raiders are going to come back in the RCA Dome, the big horseshoe. They're down 21-0. But Rich Gannon, Pro Bowl a year ago, he seems to be getting better as his years go on in the NFL. You know he can do this. The Blue Hen from Delaware, 8 yards, touchdown. The Raiders have scored twice. It's 24-14 now. Now it's 24-17. Eric Allen leaves injured, and Torrey James, his replacement, makes the pick and returns it to the 15-yard line. On the ensuing drive, it's 3rd and 1 at the 6 for Oakland. Gannon. We haven't seen a quarterback run for 3 touchdowns in the NFL since last week. But Gannon has 3, and we're tied. Look at the bootleg, Tom.
We also haven't seen anybody play contain yet in the NFL on the quarterback bootleg, boom.
And then the Raiders go for the lead. It's Tyrone Wheatley. 6 yards, and he had more mustard on that ball than Mark Wilson ever did. 31-24. Jim Mora is stunned. score 38-24, 4 minutes to go. Manning for Harrison. 50-yard touchdown. It's a 38-31 lead to the chagrin of defensive coordinator Chuck Bresnahan.
That's cover 2. No hold up by the corner. Safety doesn't get help. It's a score.
Under 3 minutes to go. Same 38-31 deficit for the Colts. Harrison, 18-yard catch. 2 plays later, Manning. One of his other targets, smaller Jerome Pathon, 13 yards to the 40. But after a couple of penalties, it's 4th and 25. What can Peyton pull out of his bag of tricks? The answer, my friend, was blowing in the wind and into the hands of Torrey James, his second pick of the game. What a comeback for the Oakland Raiders, who have started 2-0. They win a 9-6 game. Now they win a 38-31 game. They can win in both ways, which bodes well for John Gruden.
I don't think anybody gave the Raiders very much of a chance in some ways. At least that was the theme that we had coming to Indiana. We knew we were playing a team that was a defending Eastern champion at home, and we knew we had our hands full. But as we told our team, you know, you got to sometimes go a long ways to earn your respect. And I think today's a start. We got a long way to go.
First things first, Tommy, on the Raiders and teams that start 2-0.
Yes.
6 out of the 8 2-0 teams last year made the playoffs. It's about a 3/4 or 80%. You start 2-0, you make the playoffs. The Raiders can win different ways. They showed unbelievable spunk, and the Colts cannot continue to lose like this.
Well, great game by the Raiders, but when you look at the Colts, you look at that offense, you can see that defensively they have their problems. Improvise as well. Big problems. Big problems for that football team.
So the Colts stunned at home in a 21-point comeback by their Raiders. Speaking of comebacks, could the Titans come back at home against the Chiefs? And speaking of comebacks, the Ravens at home against the Jags. Wait till we show you this.
I can't believe we got the whole family together.
5 generations.
Can I get you anything, Grandma?
Yes, a Coke, please.
I don't think we have any.
What? I'm 101, and this will probably be the last time we get together. We're supposed to have Coca-Cola. You get away from me. Get away from me.
This Wednesday, Penny Fever heats up on ESPN and ESPN2. At 7 on ESPN, the Red Sox battle the Indians for a wild card berth. On ESPN2 at 7, the Yankees take on Carlos Delgado and the Jays. Then at 10 on ESPN, the Royals nip at the Mariners. While on ESPN2, it's the Dodgers D-backs in a wild card tug-of-war. At 7, Red Sox Indians, Blue Jays Yankees. At 10, Royals Mariners, Dodgers D-backs, Wednesday.
Continue to file in. It will be a sellout here.
It doesn't get any better than this.
Welcome back to NFL Primetime, presented by Miller Lite.
After their slugfest Sunday night loss at Buffalo, then Harbaugh, the Eagles started with an onside kick. So what do? Well, Brian Mitchell receives a kick, and it's a fake reverse Mitchell, one of the very best. Came the 6th man over 17,000 total yards in the NFL. But it was not the same result as an onside kick. It's 3-0 Giants. And what about the Giants defense against Deuce Staley, Tom?
Well, Michael Strahan, Jesse Armstead and company, that front seven controlling the line of scrimmage. And you can see that they're forcing Deuce Staley there to turn the ball inside, dictating where he runs the football. Here he tries to come outside. The great force by the corner coming up. And Deuce Staley, you see the 5 carries, 4 yards. Same guy who got 201 yards last week.
The Giants, they have thunder and lightning. Ron Dane and more specifically Tiki Barber. But this is Kerry Collins off the pump fake to well-dressed Amani Toomer. 13-3 with 1:05 to go in the half. Suing possession Eagles, the full Monty. Pete Monty on the blitz, sacks Donovan McNabb. 3 and out again. Short punt, And it hurts the Eagles because Tiki Barber, look at the move, whoop! And then he beats the Eagles to the corner. What a 2 touchdowns in 45 seconds. Broke the Eagles' back, when their defense was on the field more in the first half than they were the whole game last week. 20-3 against Andy Reid. And he watched Kerry Collins hit Ike Hilliard. Beautiful. 27-6. 7 minutes to go in the fourth. This is Jesse Armstead's turn. Whew. So Deuce Staley ends up with 11 yards. The Giants used not only running but the throwing of Kerry Collins to beat the Eagles on the road. 2 division wins for the 2-0 Giants. They win 33-18, and rarely you haven't seen the Giants look this good, well coached and well executed on offense and defense in those uniforms since the Giants of the 50s were wearing them. It's the 49ers. Seifert's Panthers played well in defeat last week. The Niners starting, what, 5 rookies on defense? Didn't look like it at all, Tom. Steve Berline to Wesley Walls for a first down. First and goal. Former Niner, bar none, William Floyd with a touchdown. 7-0 Panthers. That's the first possession. Here's the next one.
Yeah, Steve Berline, and picking up where he was last year, lofting the ball up top, going to Donald Hayes for a 24-yard touchdown. 14-0 Panthers. Boom.
Jeff Garcia to Terrell Owens. Now watch this. He reverses field, and he's going to find some blockers. And this is going to be a huge play for the Niners until Mike After Dinner Minter. Oh, it's going to be, oh, no, he's at the 2. It's a fumble. A flag, a fumble, a penalty on the Niners, a touchback. I think you get the picture. Oh, man, poor Mooch. 49ers struggles continue. Garcia, Owens, he drops it. I don't think George Seifert didn't see this in like a season. What he's
There's some good Niners right there.
Joe and Ronnie and Dave Wilcox and Bill Walsh. Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio? Berline, Wesley Wall, the route's on, 35-7. Wall's a former Niner. Same Panthers defense. Reggie White. Yes, remember him? Reggie White adds to his all-time sack total, combines with Mike Rucker to pull down Rick Meyer. Niners scored some late to make it look good. 38-22, and the Niners go to the Rams next. It's going to be a long season. And Carolina, as you mentioned with Berline, they can score now.
Well, they certainly have a nice combination of Berline's passing and Chimanga Biaka-Batuka, his ability to take pressure off by running the football.
Berline threw for 364. Saints at the Chargers. Chargers home opener. San Diego leading 10-7. Second quarter, Ryan Leaf. One of their big free agent acquisitions in the offseason. One-time Bear Curtis Conway. 17-7, the Lightning Bolts. First touchdown pass for Leaf since October 25th, 1998. 17-10 Bolts in the second. Ronnie Jenkins. And sometimes you fumble a kick, and what happens?
Guys break their lanes, tend to lose their lane control. You get a chance to pop one through 8 or 9 people, and you're off to the races.
24-13. So the Saints saw Desmond Howard return one last week, and now they see Jenkins return one. 24-13 Chargers. You know they have a good defense. Same score. Jeff Blake avoids pressure, throws to San Diego native Ricky Williams. It's a 13-yard touchdown, 2-point try failed at 24-19.
Get a little look at the maturation of Ricky Williams there, going down the block, Junior Seau, getting up, getting back out into his pass route, giving the quarterback somewhere to go with the football and getting into the end zone.
This seems like a contradiction, Tom. The Saints are mounting a comeback in the fourth quarter. It's 27-22, and that's Blake to Andrew Glover. Personal foul, Rodney Harrison. Blake likes it. Now it's first and goal at the 8, 52 seconds to go. Blake to Joe Little Bighorn. But wait a minute, there's a flag. The Saints have seen this too many times. But you know what? They're not going to see it this time. Jeff Blake, 33 of 47 for 259. And the Saints win in San Diego, 28-27. Ryan Leaf throwing for just 134. Meanwhile, the Skins have beaten the Lions 17 straight times, back to 1965 till a regular season loss here at the Silverdome last year. Skins came back to crush the Lions in the playoffs. This time the Lions at home. Kelvin Pritchett deflected ball, and he goes the other way. Look at him rumbling, bubbling, stumped. Oh, he's caught at the 1, but Pritchett winded. They got a new running back.
Yeah, and the Skins very tough on defense early in this game. There you see James Stewart being taken down by middle linebacker Derek Smith. Then the exact same playoff tackle, Nolan Harrison leading the charge this time. And finally, Charlie Batch trying to go up top, incomplete to Johnny Morton. So, great job by the Redskins deep in their own territory.
Settling for a field goal is Detroit at 6-0 Detroit. Screen to Stephen Davis. And this is why he got the big bucks and made the Pro Bowl last year. Oh, man. Rolling over the Lions, setting up a Brad Johnson to Steven Alexander touchdown. 7-6 at the half. 54-yard field goal for Jason Hanson. Look, Ma, no Hanson. His third of the day, 9-7 Lions. Third quarter, Adrian Morrell to the right. Look at Bryant Westbrook. The DB popped a little back. Short of the first down, settle for a field goal, 10-9 Skin. LeVar Arrington on James Stewart. Lions kick a field goal, 12-10 Detroit. Now in the fourth quarter with the score 12-10. Brad Johnson, deep. But Kurt Sutton, he knows something. Sets up a field goal. Johnson to Irving Fryer. Picked off by Brian Westbrook, also in the fourth quarter. Johnson, under a minute to go down 15-10. Picked off by Terry Fair. Can you hear him in Washington? The Skins have lost at Detroit. 3 picks in the fourth quarter against Brad Johnson. Surprise, Detroit 2-0. They're at home against Tampa next week.
Well, it is a tough place to play. We have been saying it since the season began. The Detroit Lions beat the Final Four of the NFC last year. They're off to a good start this year by beating the Washington Redskins in Week 2.
Tommy, Detroit's offense has not scored a touchdown in 2 games yet. They're 2-0.
That's correct.
When we return, the return of Dan Reeves with the Falcons to Denver. Rams Seahawks, but the Seahawks pull a huge upset. 78-22 as Broncos head coach at Mile High. You then have to coach against Terrell Davis. He stayed out with a sprained left ankle. So Gary out, Davis out. This is Mike Anderson. 7-0 Broncos. Anderson's first NFL touchdown. Broncos lead 13-0, and Brian Griese looked so good on Monday night, looked good again, jumped to Ron Smith.
Well, he looks a lot more comfortable with everything that he's doing offensively, and you're always amazed at the way that offense clicks, no matter who's in the lineup. There with a nice touchdown to Griffith, the fullback.
20-0 Broncos on the 6-yard play. Mike Anderson. It's going to be a touchdown. Anderson, 31 carries for 131 and 2 TDs. So the Broncos, who beat Atlanta 34-19 in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, now at home, are thinking much bigger. Trevor Price with the sack of Chris Chandler. 2 first downs for Reeves' Falcons in the first half. Ensuing drive, Denver. Griese, Rod Smith. Oh, my goodness, 34-0. What a catch, Tom.
Well, this is the way you go get the football. Griese does a nice job of giving him a chance by putting it up high, and then look at the nice vertical by Smith right there, and a great job of concentration, getting his feet down. It's a nice score.
Atlanta's offense came on special teams. Derek Vaughn at the goal line. Darts up the right, and Chris Cole is going to chase him. I don't think Elam's going to get him. And he could go all the way. Touchdown, 34-7 fight. Jason Elam hurting the lower back on the play. He's going to not put pressure on his right leg at all. Although it's a back injury, so we'll have to wait how that turns out. Not what you want to see, a guy who is a co-holder of the NFL record with a 63-yard field goal. But Tommy, 42-14 and running for a 2-point conversion. A big play.
Yeah, I think that maybe that hatchet is not quite buried yet between Mike Shanahan and Dan Reeves.
So Denver, they scored, what, 36 in a loss and 42 in a win. This just in, they can score. So can the Rams. They scored 41 last week, and Seattle was shut out. No chance for the Seahawks, and Mike Holmgren playing outside on field turf. Is that Mike's boat? Well, let's see if the Seahawks could sail to an upset on, well, the turf. It looks like blubber. No one really knows what it is. Jay Bellamy picks off the pass of Kurt Warner, and Seattle leads 10-3 at this point, down 13-10 at the half, playing outdoors. Tied at 27 in a wild game. And here it comes. Kevin Carter the strip. Devin Bush picks it up. Kitna the turnover. 8th straight game the Rams have scored 30 or more points. That's an NFL record. The next Seattle possession. Oh, no, not again. Out of the hands of Ricky Waters, into the hands of Grant Wistrom. Mike Holmgren uses a challenge. They take a long time to look at it, Tom.
Yeah, and they must have seen something that caused them to overrule this call. Wistrom must have lost the ball right there. They thought it hit the ground. You see the overrule, and you see how upset Wistrom got.
Well, the Seahawks used it to their benefit. They drove down the field, hitting it to Sean Dawkins. Right at the sticks, first down, Seattle. The 34, hitting it to Darrell Jackson. Derek Mays sits. Darrell Jackson more playing time at wide receiver. We're tied at 34. Cortez Kennedy. It makes the sack, and Chad Brown has scored a touchdown, but they rule it complete. I think a good call.
And that's a great call by the official. You could see clearly Kurt Warner's arm going forward before the ball was knocked out.
Minute to go. It's a tie game. Azakim 15 yards. Final timeout. Rams. Tommy against Tampa, against Tennessee. This pass down the sideline. They're always open late. I don't get it. Torrey Holt to the 10. They run right on and kick a field goal. Mike was hoping they could move that picture a little farther over so we could block it, by the way. 37-34, and Wilkins, 27-yard field goal. A prayer by Kedna, intercepted by Todd Light. St. Louis in a wild one. Win at Seattle, playing on that weird, not AstroTurf, not regular turf. I think it's flubber. But the Rams beat the Seahawks 37-34. And so in 2 games, the champion Rams are 2-0. They've outscored opponents 78-70. Kurt Warner is throwing for 827 yards. This is going to be a circus all year, Tom?
Well, it's an outstanding offense that the Rams have, maybe the quickest offense, the fastest offense in the history of the NFL. But you as an opponent for the Rams are always looking for a chink in that armor. And I think if you look at the first 2 games in the season and the second half of the Super Bowl where Tennessee stayed in the game defensively, you can see, I think, that defensively they are not a great football team. So if you have a chance to score or if you can play great defense, you have a chance to win.
I will say this, too. On paper, I mean, and that's why they play the games, but on paper, they don't look to have a real tough game till like November. Carolina's Kent Graham, quarterbacking the Steelers, were shut out the first week, scored as many as they did the second week. They had a bye. And he's sacked by number 92, Courtney Brown, his first career sack for the #1 pick overall. He's got quick, Tom. 7-0 Browns in the first quarter. Couch to former Niner Mark Edwards, 21 yards. Hey, Timmy Couch, 11 for 14 in the first half, and Edwards wide open.
Well, look at the play fake. Nice play fake by Tim Couch, but look at the delivery of the ball. Nice soft touch. Mark Edwards, a nice grab. And sometimes that's the hardest catch to make when you're wide open.
Now, look at this bit. The Steelers took a week off to plan this. Joey Porter against punter Chris Gardocki, then Jason Gilden. Gardocki would be okay, but 2 possessions later on a 3-and-out, they're after Gardocki again. Why is the Browns punter lying down like this? Well, here's why. Joey Porter had come in, and Gardocki at least still shaking the wrath of Khan right there. And, I mean, they used the bye week to do this.
Get the punter.
That's
get the punter.
Really good. And then Jerome Bettis got going. It was a quiet bus, but trailing 17-13 in the third quarter. Jerome Bettis for 11, Jerome Bettis for 10. And I mean, and after a long pass from Graham to Hines, where Bettis can do this, Tom.
Yeah, and going up the middle of the football field, you know, you start looking for things to be encouraged about when you're 0-2. This is obviously something that will be encouraging to Coach Cowher. Obviously not the final in this game.
That was 20-17, then a field goal makes it 20-20. The Browns a couple of times started inside their own 5, and look at the bomb from Tim Couch to Kevin Johnson. One drive inside their own 5, got a field goal, and that play, what's Scott Shields doing wearing Mel Blount's number? On the same possession, 3rd and goal, Eric cannot get into the red zone. Field goal for Chris Palmer by Phil Dawson, 23-20, Cleveland. And then the craziness began. Kent Graham trying to rally the Steelers. This is a completion of Bobby Shaw, 29 yards. First down, Steelers. Under a minute to go, 2nd and 3. Draw play to Chris Fuamatu. Fala for 20 yards. That sets up a 1st and goal. They're down by 3. 1st and goal, 35 seconds to go. They have no timeouts. Draw play to Mafala. That's only 1 yard. You have to say the name quicker. Next play, Graham, he's going to spike. That's the most curious 5-step spike I've ever seen. 3rd and goal, 14 seconds to go. What's the one thing they can't do on 3rd down, Thomas?
You cannot take a sack. You can't hold the football.
Nobody does take a sack. Tick, tick, tick. tick, tick. There's no timeout. Get the field goal team on Graham. No, I'm going to hold. No, I'm going to, no, down there. The tick, tick. The gun goes off, and the Cleveland Browns have won at home for the first time since 1995. How can it happen? The clock ran out. The Cleveland Browns are 2-1, and pending Sunday Night Football, they could be tied for first in the division. Cleveland 23, Pittsburgh 20. Kent Graham said, well, if I look back, maybe not smart on third down.
Throwing it away.
In week number 3, we're pretty good teams being 0-2 and facing 0-3 in the pack of Vince Lombardi. And it was alumni weekend, and Bart Starr and so many others giving standing ovations. Meanwhile, Philadelphia, Hugh Douglas is coming into his own. In a bad loss, he played great last week. And how about this week?
Well, great outside move, did the arm over with the left arm. This is his 3rd sack of the day, so Hugh Douglas having an outstanding day and an outstanding season thus far for the Eagles.
The Packers-Eagles are not supposed to be 3-3 in the 4th quarter at Lambeau. Brett Favre overthrowing Donald Duke and the driver, picked off by Troy Vincent. Next pass for Favre, the next time they had the ball. Looking for Bill Schrader. It's out of his hands, right into Damon Moore's hands. 3 picks against Brett Favre. But it's 3-3 with 4 minutes to go. The good thing about this highlight is we pick it up with 4 minutes to go, tied at 3-3. Levens off tackle for 8 yards. Dorsey playing for the first time this year. Far to Tyrone Davis for 18 yards. Then on 2nd and 9 from the 48, Amon Green. Now he has some jets. When he holds onto the ball, he's a dangerous player. That's a very pretty run after catch for 16 yards, and that's Ryan Longwell hoping to have a chance. Favre. Now here's something that sounds familiar. Favre to Antonio Freeman, 12 yards. Brett 4 for 4 on this drive for 59 yards. And Ryan Longwell has a chance with a 38-yard field goal to win it. Now, I mean, this is not exactly Don Chandler kicking in overtime against the Colts in the playoffs. This isn't exactly star behind Jerry Kramer and Ken Bowman. But yet, it is a field goal, and the Packers win the game. Field goal good by Longwell. Packers 6. Eagles 3. Philly had only 171 yards in offense, which means Green Bay defense did a good job. And you talk about curious, Tom.
Well, certainly a huge win for the Packers, and the 3 INTs, not all Brett Favre's fault. But if you're a Philadelphia Eagle fan, you're asking yourself the 201 yards for Deuce Staley in week 1 and 71 yards since that time. What happened to the running game?
60 today. By the way, each team in this game did have 5 sacks. The Bengals at the Jags, and of course now Tropical Storm Gordon, providing the whole state of Florida with tons of rain and wind. And Stacy Mack, 4 yards and then a slip. Rain obviously affecting everything. Mark Brunell to R.J. Sweet and Soured on the reverse, and he goes 20 yards. Later in the first, on 1st and 10 for Jacksonville, Brunell to Keenan McCardell. And these 2 receivers, McCardell and Jimmy Smith, are special, even though you don't talk about them like we should. They say incomplete, but the Jags say go to the peep show.
Yeah, and just keep your eye on McCardell's feet right there. Left foot in, great toe touch with the tap on the right foot. And what a great catch that he made.
So the challenge pays off at the touchdown, 7-0, Tom. And the Bengals didn't play bad on D.
Well, that's the K.O. Spikes. The K.O. Spikes going to be an outstanding player. Good aggression through the line of scrimmage there and gets the sack on Brunell. And then again, there's the entire defensive front swarming to the football in a goal line situation. So they have some ability on defense.
10-0 Jaguars 3rd quarter. Oh, Achilles Smith, that was an Achilles heel. Picked up by Hardy Nickerson. And Hardy, the new Jag, fired up. It's still 10-0 in the 4th quarter. And Achilles Smith trying to throw the out to Damon Griffin, but Aaron Beasley, it's Beasley. And the Jags get the pick and their first shutout in the brief history of the squad. I mean, it certainly wasn't pretty. It certainly wasn't dry. Jacksonville up there marked at 2-1 as they win at home against the Bengals. That was their home opener at Alltel, winning 13-0 on Mark Brunell's 30th birthday.
And you see the 5 receptions there by Peter Ward. He has some great play-making ability. You see the flashes. But when Achilles Smith outruns Corey Dillon, you have a problem with your offense.
And he was sacked 5 times as well. News, Atlanta and Carolina, each team 1-1. 2nd quarter, Falcons up 3-0. Chris Chandler to Jamal Anderson, the handoff. And this, we've seen this from a couple of years ago, Tom.
Jamal seems to be regaining that burst through the hole. He's always been a good power runner once he is through the hole and downfield, and we're starting to see it again, Chris.
10-0, Tommy. Steve Berline picked off by Ashley. Ashley playing for Atlanta. Ashley Ambrose running to Tara. The ball to the 30, and Morton Anderson. A long time ago, someone said his leg was no good. I guess those reports were false. Falcons lead 13-10. Under 3 minutes to go, it's 13-10. And the swing to Tim Biakabaday. Can't finish his name, and it's a fumble. Ray Buchanan from
Louisville
picks it up for Atlanta. 2 interceptions, 2 fumble recoveries by the Atlanta defense, and there's the play. So now Jordan Seifert hoping for a stop to get the ball back down 13-10, and this is Jamal Anderson. And he could go all the way. No, it's stripped by Doug Evans, picks it up. So it's a touchback, right? And Carolina has a chance to drive for the winning score. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Shard Anderson out at the end. Wait, what's the call here?
It's a tough ruling for the official because actually he ruled that he grabbed the ball, had control, took it through the end zone, and ran out rather than his momentum of the ball taking both of them into the end zone and calling it a touchback. It's a tough call to go against the Carolina Panthers.
Doug Evans gets called for, so Jamal makes that run and gets 2 points in favor of Atlanta for
fumbling the ball.
I guess they ruled that if you're 2 feet stop before the end zone, that they carry that as motion does not go into the end. If you're a defensive player, that's an impossible play to stop on a dime.
It's an impossible play to make because you're running hard to get to the football. Your momentum's going to carry you in.
An odd call, I guess by the book, a good call. Jamal at 97 yards. Atlanta wins 15-10. Kurt Warner and the record-setting champion St. Louis Rams at home against the 49ers, who used to own them. And wait a minute. Could the new-look Niners on the first play of the game with Winfred Tubbs with the pick pull a shocker? The Niners are in business. And you know who played well for San Francisco was their quarterback, Jeff Garcia. This is Fred Beasley's 5th touchdown of the year. That's right. Fred Beasley has 5 touchdowns, 7-0. Niners, 10 straight completions for Jeff Garcia, who was riding that train. And then, Tommy, Garcia to Ty Street. Rams defense, lots of holes.
Well, that's Ty Street for 37 yards. And as you watch Garcia working on this secondary, you look how open people are. This is Charlie Garner for a 20-yard gain and gets him into the end zone. A little flat pass there. Watch Garcia again, a little replay here. The ball dumped out. Nobody near Charlie Garner when he first gets the football. They've got some problems that they've got to shore up on the defensive side of the ball.
Meanwhile, no problems on this side of the ball. Kurt Warner to Isaac Bruce. And Bruce, remember Flipper Anderson? What was that, the playoff game? Rams at Giants? He runs right out of the tunnel. He's gone. 78 yards, ties at 17 all at the half. Third quarter, Warner to Bruce, 22-yard gain. Sets up a Marshall Faulk touchdown, 24-17. Later in the third, Warner to Marshall Faulk. And then, very, very scary moment. Junior Bryant makes the tackle, number 90. And she make the play and flip over and land, oh man, on his head. 49ers trainer, rush out. Everybody in the stadium, and that's Niners, that's Rams, that's fans, concerned. He's wheeled out, but he was able to move his legs, and now comes the good news. X-rays negative. CAT scan proves to be normal. No neck fracture. He flew back with the team. That's great news. Meanwhile, fourth quarter down 10, 27-7. Look at Jeff Garcia trucking. And then on the next play, Garcia, Terrell Owens, it's a touchdown and a dunk. It's 27-24. He's the dream team. But the Rams do have this, Tom.
Yeah, Marshall Faulk is one of the great runners in this league. Watch the patience that he has when he needs to have it, getting through the hole right there for 12 yards. Then off right tackle again. Look at the patience. Then watch him hit it. Right there, turns on that great burst of speed. All of a sudden, he's 18 yards down the football field. And watch his blocking. Ryan Tucker right here blocking on Bryant Young to open up a nice hole on the right side, getting a good turn on the interior tackle.
And then later on, there's Marshall running into the end zone. He had 199 total yards of offense, 134 on the ground. He had 3 touchdowns. And the Rams now have extended their NFL record of 9 straight games by scoring 30 or more points. They beat the 49ers, who were, like 30-7 against them from 81 to 98. But now the Rams have won 3 pretty big scores in a row. But once again, although their comeback was earlier this time, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and many of the contenders have gone to the Pontiac Silverdome and fallen. And this year, remember, they're 2-0 without scoring an offensive touchdown. Their best weapon, despite Tampa's special teams being fired up, is Desmond Howard. I mean, he's just a great kick returner. Dramatica tried to slide it. But Desmond Howard takes the opening and goes 63 yards with the opening kickoff, setting up a field goal. 3-0 Lions, and the crowd's in the game. With the score 7-3 Tampa Bay, you know what Sean King does, Tom? He wins. And Jacquez Green can motor.
And this is a new element to this offense. Keyshawn Johnson underneath, drawing a double coverage. Jacquez Green over the top.
That's an old element to the offense. Mike, you're in good hands with Allstott.
And there is no hole here. It's filled great by the Lions. And just watch him run over the safety and get into the end zone. That's a great run by Mike Allstott.
14-3 and King to Warrick Dunn, and he can move.
You know, this team has a lot more speed, I think, than people give them credit for when it comes to the downfield receivers that they have. You know, you just saw Dunn and Jacquez Green. They're both outstanding.
And how about the speed at guard? It's Randall McDaniel in his 13th year. Oh, those tricky Bucks. Yeah, they had the fake spike play week 1, the swashbuckler play. Now the Black Angus formation as Randall McDaniel scores a touchdown.
And you just saw Keyshawn Johnson draw 2 guys inside so that Randall could be open outside.
Charlie Batch at the end of the half throwing a Hail Mary. First of all, what do you got to do?
Knock it down.
Jermaine Crowell, 24, Damian Robinson has incensed his coach, Tony Dungy.
Because everyone is taught to reach up, catch the ball at its highest point, not at the lowest point between your legs.
So maybe the Lions are in it. They're down 21-10. But third quarter, Sean King, who says the Bucs don't go downfield? That's Keyshawn Johnson. Then turning it in, which we like. 38-yard pickup. Now, this is an amazing series. The Bucs were inside, I think, the 11 plays. This is the 4th play. 1, 2, 3, and a penalty. The 4th play. McDaniel, oh, he almost had 2 touchdowns in the game. But then 1, 2, 3, another penalty. Then 1, 2, 3. This is the 9th play. And Chris Claiborne goes high to stop Mike Allstott with McDaniel blocking low. On the 10th play, King to Dave Morris, a touchdown as they go for it on 4th and goal the 3rd time around. But it's called back. McDaniel, reported correctly 8 times?
It's hard to believe a guy reported 8 times and then didn't report on the 9th time.
And so they have to settle for a field goal after 10 plays down there, 24-10. Oh, but then Chidi Bang Bang, Ahanotu and Anthony McFarland with the sack. Warren Sapp sacks. Charlie Batchy had 3 sacks and a crab walk. And the Bucs all of a sudden in a cakewalk and a crab walk. They win it by the count of 31-10. So they've gone 1-6 in that building in the last 7 years. And Tommy, 41-0 last week, 31-10 this week. Those days of Tampa winning 6-3 games are over. You better score if you're going to beat the Bucs.
And yet that defense stays consistent. The running game for the Bucs, 39 for 120, the 7 sacks. This football team, if they get those 21 points.
Mike Holmgren has never, in 8 years as head coach and 6 years as an assistant, started 0-3. Seahawks at home against the Saints. John Kitna dumps it to Ricky Waters. Look at him bounce off that flubber for 14 yards. 3 plays later, 1st and goal at the 7. And Ricky Waters, you know, he's running like a young Ricky Waters. 7-0 Seahawks.
Yeah, watch Walter Jones at the left tackle spot. He's going to seal off the defensive end there, form a nice little crease for Waters to get through. Go in, got a little touch at the goal line, but that's a pretty easy score for the Seahawks.
Later, first quarter, Ricky Williams up the middle for 5 yards. 2 plays later, the Saints figure, well, let's do this. And Ricky Williams, with a lot of room, picks up 8 yards on a sweep. 2 plays later, Williams will go left, spin, and move forward for 7 yards. Ricky, 23 carries for $107 today. Jeff Blake, West Coast offense for Jeff Blake to keep Poole. And they have Waters, they got Poole. Touchdown. We're tied at 7, Tom.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the Seahawks linebackers and watch their play at the line of scrimmage and realize one of the key rules for you as a linebacker, something in front of you, something behind you. They've got 2 guys. Now, they couldn't necessarily have helped on this play, but they have 2 guys go cover 1. You need to start freeing up people, get to open people, help out your safeties, help out your corners.
10-10 in the 3rd. Anthony Simmons, Michael Sinclair stuffed Ricky Williams. They held him to 32 in the second half after a pretty big first half. Then John Kitna playing outdoors. Remember the Seahawks this year at Husky Stadium. To Darrell Jackson, 26 yards to the 6. Then 3rd and goal. Kitna to Tula Mili, the tight end. And the Seahawks win for the first time this year. They go on a 3 in a row on the road trip, so that all the more reason why they had to get through and win it 20-10. Ricky Waters ran for 105. Kitna much more under control, 22 of 29 for 193. So Seahawks and Saints each 1-2. But here's a big game. 2-0 Bills, both at home. 2-0 Jets, both of the late variety for new coach Al Grove, whose Jets have not been 3-0 since Joe Namath's first full year as a starter in '66. Rob Johnson and Jay Reamer's great one-handed catch. Later in the game, he leaves with a knee injury viewed not serious, at least at this point, but he was out. 7-0 after a touchdown pass to Eric Mould. Kevin Williams, remember last year in the hospital, it's this Kevin Williams. And look at him go. Makes the cut on Steve Christie, and he could go all the way. Nice downfield shielding by the Jets special teams at 97 yards at the Meadowlands. Remember, they play on grass there this year. We're tied at 7. Vinny Testaverde. Incomplete to Richie Anderson on 3rd and 1. So Al Grove, very Parcellsian, going for it on 4th and 1, and up the middle is Curtis Martin for a touchdown.
Asking that young offensive line to do the job and create a crease for Curtis Martin in a goal line situation.
Second quarter, Rob Johnson to guy injured all last year, Jeremy McDaniel, the youngster, one of many youngsters on the Bills, 74 yards, tied at 14, second quarter late. 4 seconds left in the half. From the Bills 45, Vinny Testaverde hits a Hail Mary. What are you supposed to do?
Knock it down!
There's 4 Bills, but they're 6'2" defensive back. Marcus
Goldman!
Touchdown! Look at the catch he makes, Tom.
Well, the DBs, 3 of them were there. They just got behind the receiver. He was bigger than them. He shielded them off, made a great catch.
What a play at the end of the half, and then Steve Christie, is there a hand on it, or he slips it? Again, it failed. Special teams for the Bills. And then down 24-14 in the fourth, Rob Johnson complete to Peerless Price, but unfortunately, he had many peers on this play. Some of them wearing green. They fall on it. Victor Green recovers. Tom Tupelo Honey punts it. Chris Watson returns it. No, he's going to fumble it. The Jets recover, Tom, and look at the play by Chris Hayes to make it.
Well, Chris Hayes is going down. He's the gunner on the left side. He gets run past the play the first time. He will stick with it, get up, come make a hit on Chris Watson from behind, force the fumble, and get the ball back to the Jets.
Hey, over 5 minutes to go, still 24-14. Here's Watson again. Oh, it's another fumble, but don't worry, if he didn't fumble it, they roughed the punter anyway. I mean, it's a complete disaster for the Bills special teams. 4 turnovers, Buffalo overall in the fourth quarter. You give up plays like that at the end of the half. Kickoff returns 27-14. The Jets 3-0 for the first time since 1966. And guess what? The New York Jets not only are doing... Is it ever going to cool off in Kansas City? I mean, it's been hot there for like 5 years. 110 degrees on the field. Moses Moreno trying to part the Red Sea is Moses, but Eric Hicks with the sack. And you know Kansas City brings it in the stadium.
Yeah, Marino was under pressure all day there. Dan Williams comes right up the middle of the field, yanks him down by the top of his jersey and his helmet, and then Eric Hicks again coming from the outside. You can see the guy waiting in the wings, thinks he might get in there at some point.
Well, the Chargers scored a defensive touchdown, and the Chiefs trail it 10-0 despite San Diego's offensive woes. Elvis Gerback to the rookie from Jackson State, Sylvester Morris, #1 pick, 36 yards. It's 10-7. Now it's 14-10, Chiefs third. And this is Gerback to the #1 guy again, Morris. Gerback's third touchdown, Morris's second. It's 21-10. They're retiring number 13, Dan Marino. Let's hold the phone on Moses Moreno's number 13 being retired. He gets sandwiched and hurt. Ryan Leaf immediately warms up on this. Guy's waited 2 years to make an NFL, so you just hate to see it. Here's what happens. Dan Williams and Eric Hicks, 92-98. Injured right shoulder. Leaf in. And this was the sight of just, I don't even know how to describe this game, but this will partly describe what happened there a couple of years ago. Former Charger Lou Bush returns it 33 yards in an election year on the interception. And then the Chiefs' ensuing possession, it's Gerback to Sylvester Morris. Oh, that sly Sylvester. My goodness, 5 touchdown passes for Elvis Gerback, 3 of them to #1 pick Sylvester Morris. So after a 10-0 deficit, Kansas City scores 42 straight points 5 TDs, as we mentioned, for Gerbach. Chiefs at home, they played close games. They're going to win sooner or later.
And the Chargers are an outstanding defense. Say what you will about the quarterback position. This is highly encouraging for the Kansas City Chiefs.
5 sacks for the Chiefs. And now the Broncos at the 2-0 Raiders. 1-1 and 2-0. Terrell Davis couldn't play because of a sprained ankle, but let's load in another running back. Mike Anderson from Utah runs left, break 8 tackles. He's a running youth. It's 28 yards. Next play, Mike Anderson, the only guy in the league that had over 100 yards last week in week 2. Then later, you know this, Brian Griese to Ed McCaffrey. And a great catch by McCaffrey coming up.
Well, look at McCaffrey plant himself at the back of the end zone. Make sure that he has his feet in front of him so he gets a chance to tap the feet down and make a score. And here's Eddie McCaffrey running his route. No, just watch him stay alive. Just watch what he does for the quarterback. He's going across the field. He gives Brian a target, stays alive, gives him a place to throw the football.
Raiders first play from scrimmage. Rich Loose Gannon. It's a fumble. Trevor Price picks it up, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, touchdown. 28 yards, 14-0 B-Men. They lead 17-0. And Gannon, can they author another comeback like they did at the Colts? That's a dart to Tim Brown, 11 yards. Now it's 24-10 second quarter, and it's Griese who fumbles. Reagan Upshaw recovers at the 12. So the Raiders in business at the 12, and then a play later, it's Gannon to Tim Brown, 10 yards, 24-17, and Brown passes one of his coaches and a Hall of Famer and a great guy, one of our favorites, Fred Biletnikoff, all-time receiving leader for touchdowns for the Raiders, 77. Congratulations, Timmy. Tom Ruin, punt. His day's ruined by Randy Jordan. It's a touchdown, the Raiders. They trail by 17, and now we're tied at 24, Tom.
We'll take another look at this. Randy Jordan lined up on the far left side. Look how short that corner is on the left side. When he comes in, it shortens up even further with the end guy going inside the block. Gets a chance to make a direct play on the football and does a great job of blocking right through the football and knocking it down so you get a chance to handle it once it's on the ground.
So now John Gruden's club has come from way behind again with the score 24-all early third. Gannon picked off by John Gags Mobley, who returns it to the 12-yard line. And so the Broncos on a long drive, and it's forget Terrell Davis, forget Olandis Gary, forget Sammy Winde, forget John Keyworth, forget Rob Lytle. It's Mike Anderson for 23 yards. And ex-Raider Joe Nedney, remember, Elam hurt his back, so he kicked field goals, did Nedney, who was 4 for 4, put in another kicker, put in another back. Denver and Oakland are tied atop the West, 33-24. Denver wins it. They can still score, Tom.
Well, Anderson, 32 carries, 187 yards. The rail blocking by the offensive line, backs who run north and south. They are highly successful doing it. It's just great punishing football from that offensive line.
And washed out. Oh, you can't throw that. Lawyers and Love Malloy makes the pick.
Well, he's a young quarterback. He's going to make some mistakes. He's playing great right now. You know, he tries to get rid of this football. I don't think he was necessarily throwing it to anyone. He was trying to throw it away. Lawyer Malloy made a great play on the football.
4th and goal from the 4, Drew Bledsoe. Oh, no, it's Orlando Thomas with the sack, and the Patriots turn the ball over on down. Boy, in red zone, the Patriots just are absolutely horrible. After Minnesota goes 3 and out, next Patriots possession, 3rd and goal from the 8. Terry Glenn, there's a touchdown. They missed the point after. It's 21-13. Next possession for Minnesota, 2nd and 12. And Chris Carter has passed Andre Reed momentarily. Reed now a Redskin for number 2 all-time. Congratulations, Chris. He doesn't only catch touchdowns. All he does is catch 942 balls. Patriots' last chance is over 2 minutes to go. It's a draw play to Kevin Falk. Time running well into Viking territory. 2 plays later, buck 39 to go. Bledsoe to Falk. Falk, nice moves. 23 yards out of bounds. 4 plays later, 4th and 7. They need 8. Oh, no, it's another sack. It's one-time, big-time sack artist Bryce Pop, who does the job against the Natalie-clad Bill Belichick Patriots. And the Minnesota Vikings are 3-0. The Patriots, the Red Sox with shoulder pads, are 0-3. And you have to wonder, it's not even fall yet. 0-3 is a hell of a haul, Tom.
Well, and I think the thing that's surprising about the Vikings is the defense. Everybody talks about Daunte Culpepper. Defense playing outstanding football right now.
As McDaniel, 8 tackles, 2 assists from the inside there for the Vikes. Meanwhile, talk about a team a lot of folks are surprised at 2-0, the New York Football Giants against the at-home 0-2 home opener Chicago Bears. Kerry Collins, 34 yards to Ron Dixon. Tommy, Kerry Collins is a new man.
Chris, look at this stance by Paul Ettinger. Amazingly, this ball went wide right. He lined up as if he was going to kick it in the stands to the right.
And then Brad Dom DeLuiso is wide left. What do they all look like? Tony Batista, that batting stance for Toronto. Bad hold by Brad Maynard G. Krebs. And DeLuiso misses again. Oh, by the way, it's 7-0 Giants still. Cade McNown to Bobby Engram. And he's shaken up. He leaves the game with a strained knee, but sets it down to the 1. So 3rd and 1 at the 2. My mistake at the 2. McNown, Eddie Kennison. That's a quick pass. 7-7 at the half. 3rd quarter, you've heard about Thunder and Lightning. Ron Dayne is Thunder. Tiki Barber in his 4th year is Lightning. Tiki looks great.
I love the way Tiki Barber is hitting the hole. It is full speed. He's not worrying about what's in front of him. And then you pound away with Ron Dayne and the big body.
2 plays later, here's Ron Dayne. 8 yards. Oh, man, it's a pound for 1st down. 2nd and goal from the 3. You need a little fan. Oh, no, it's going to be a sweep with the quick guy. Tiki. You have no Tiki, you got no Shirty, but they got Tiki and they got a touchdown. It's 14-7 the G-Men. Kerry Collins sacked by Troy Wilson, and no call despite what looks like a face mask. Yikes. Looks like. Man, there's no call. The Bears get the ball back. McNown, fumbled exchange. Rumbling, stumbling, fumbling. Again, Giants recover. Was it a fumble? Well, we'll look at the knee. And you tell us if he hits the turf. What? You know what? It's a good call. That's a good call. Jim Fossil, that's a good call. The G-Men, the New York Football Giants, win it 14-7. They go into Chicago. Collins throws for 249. Barber runs for 86. Dayne runs for some more. Giants had 407 yards in total offense. The Niners, they didn't need to be reminded what this series was all about. And so, it was very early on. Jeff Garcia to Jerry Rice, who drops the ball. Now, Tommy, this didn't happen way back when. So, okay, we give it to Charlie Garner, and he's going to score. It's 10-3, San Francisco. Garner, 97 yards in the 1st half. And then Mooch saying a friendly discussion about how we should approach the next series happened on the sideline after Terrell Owens had to pull Jerry Rice away from Coach Steve Mariucci. Rookie Julian Peterson, one of many who's starting for the Niners on defense, picks off Troy Aikman, making his first start since the first game of the season. And then Jeff Garcia to Terrell Owens, 3 yards, and the 49ers. And look at Terrell Owens. I'm going right to that star. I'm looking right through the hole in the roof to look at God up there and say, hey, we're up 17-3. So Emmitt Smith says, now wait a minute there, young man. 17-10, no, I'm going here. You're in my house. You don't pull that stuff here. These are the Cowboys and the Niners. Ah, it was good to have that memory back. Dave Campo, on the staff of all those championship teams in the 90s, watches Jeff Garcia to Jerry Rice. He's trucking. 68 yards, 24-10, San Francisco.
Yeah, Felipe Sparks, the corner for the Dallas Cowboys, will have outstanding coverage on this post route, but you'll see him get his feet tangled and a little shove there, very subtle, by Jerry Rice. But that's one of the great things that the great receivers learn during the course of their career.
And look at Jeff Garcia, mobile. Garcia riding that train for a 33-yard gain. Takes the licking, but sets up a Niners TD with that run to the chagrin of Jerry Jones. It's 34-10. Charlie Garner. He always ran hard. Tom, today no exception.
Well, that's the thing, Chris. You watch how Charlie Garner hits the hole there for 6 yards down to the 15. But look at the way that he gets through the hole. He's not hesitant. He's hitting it hard. Here again, up the middle. Most of his yards came up the middle. 29 yards, caught at 15-yard line, drives all the way down to the 1 before they can bring him down.
Oh, by the way, 36 carries for 201 yards. And here's a 1-yard pass from Garcia to Owens late. So what's going to happen? Oh, I'm going right back to that star. George Ice Teach says, no, you're not. Derek D, 63, says, you get out of here. Ooh, the Niners and Cowboys. Yes, they may not be going to deep in the bench. Steve Mariucci, a classy move. We play with class. Stop it. We're about trying to win, which was their first win of the year, and an emphatic one at that. They beat their arch rival Dallas Cowboys 41-24. Memories certainly abound of the good old days. Some new stars, some old names, and Dave Campo, never one to mince words, said it was how it appeared because he watched Jeff Blake, who's known for throwing the ball like a skyscraper, instead. You think some Eagle linebackers are coming here on this play, Tom? But look what Blake does.
Well, and this is what mobility will do for you. Jeff Blake does a great job of getting outside, and look at the aggressiveness as he goes to the end zone. He's always been a good runner. Sometimes it cost him in terms of getting hit, but right there, great job of getting the ball in.
One of our favorite players through the years, 11-year veteran Brian Mitchell, 10-year skin, now an Eagle. Look at him against Fred Weary. He looked very tired on that attempted tackle. Could go all the way. Brian Mitchell with a touchdown. But no, there's holding on the play. So the Eagles still trail 7-0. But they have a team. Oh, Donovan McNabb stumbles. This is what an athlete can do to Chad Lewis. Touchdown. Two good plays rolling by the quarterback, 7-7.
Yeah, again, you see the quarterback out of the pocket, buying time for receivers and making that great throw.
Ricky Williams had 100 yards and a good day receiving, but he fumbled a couple of times. Hollis Thomas the hit. Troy Vincent recovers to the chagrin of Jim Haslett. Very next play. The Eagles did this against Dallas. They got a turnover, Tom, and they went for the jugular. McNabb to Charles Johnson. 14-7 Eagles on a 21-yard play. 2 TDs in 20 seconds for Philadelphia, who last week got 3 points in 60 minutes. Third quarter. Blake to the leading receiver in the NFC. That's right. Joe Little Bighorn, Tim Houck nails him. Look at it. Boom.
Houck certainly got his body into that one and really nailed him.
And speaking of getting into this one, Brian Mitchell, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Let's get him go. He could go all the way. Brian Mitchell this time, no flag, 72 yards, breaks open the game, and the Eagles even their mark at 2-2, beating New Orleans by the count of 21-7, despite a pretty good game for Ricky Williams. He ran for 103 and caught 7 for 52, but he had the fumble.
Well, and that's the encouraging thing. If you're Coach Haslett, you want your star to play like a star. Ricky Williams is starting to do that. They still can't seal the deal in the red zone. That's their problem right now.
Now, you would not normally... How about those Bengals? Famous Ravens quarterback Johnny Unitas from Louisville is at the game in Baltimore. He was a famous Baltimore quarterback. This just in. Jamal Lewis, 11 yards. First-round pick, Ravens, touchdown. He had 116 yards and 25 carries. Very quickly, it's 17-0 Baltimore against Bruce Coslett, whose offense... Oh, boy.
Well, watch Rob Burnett here at the end spot. Going to run a little switch inside. The tackle goes out. He goes in, and Akili Smith pays for it. And as soon as we saw this hit, we doubted that Akili Smith was going to jump right back up.
Mild concussion, says he's all right for next week, but he's out, and that means, oh boy, Scott Mitchell comes into the game for the Bungles. And we're going to give it to Corey Dillon because, I mean, you might as well... Oh!
I think that was 9 inches.
About a 9-inch gain. Now what? We're going to give it to who? Corey Dillon? Why not?
Give it to Corey Dillon again. This is Rob Burnett on the inside right now. He's going to come outside, and that right there looks like about 9 inches.
That's a 9-inch gain. Now, Tom, now look at Sam Adams, a.k.a. the Keg.
Yeah, Sam Adams inside over the tackle spot, actually over the guard right here. Does a great job of getting instant penetration, and that's a loss of 4 yards.
That lost 4 yards. Now, watch this. Tony Banks in the second quarter, 3rd and goal. This is going to be a 36-inch pass. It's 1 yard. It's a touchdown to Shannon Sharp, who left the game later. It was an hour, 10 minutes on the clock, and Cincinnati still had no yards, by the way. I mean, on the clock in the stadium. Ravens 37, the Bengals nothing. The second shutout this year for Baltimore, McNally and Cuellar. The second time since he's been shut out in a row. The first team since the 45 Cardinals to score 7 or less in the first 3 games of the season. Oh, boy. Meanwhile, in that humorous AFC Central, Titans off a bye at the Steelers. Steve McNair, bruised sternum, not in. Eddie George, he is in. 20 yards, 7-0 Titans. Now, late in the half, it scored 10-6 Titans at Three Rivers. Kent Graham to Bob. Now Graham actually does a good job here. To Bobby Shaw. But Kenny Holmes is downfield to strip him of the ball, and in honor of the Olympics, Danon Sidney comes up with it.
Well, and that's the key to the play. You could always say Shaw wasn't protecting the football, but what a great job of Kenny Holmes, a defensive lineman, getting downfield to strip that ball away.
13-6 Titans, end of third. It's Graham to Hines Ward. He's slashed junior, and he's going to be ruled down at the 1-foot line. No touchdown. The play was challenged by Bill Cowher, but it stands. So first play in the fourth quarter, he sends Cordell in to dive over the top and tie the game at 13. Titans lead on a Del Greco field goal, 16-13. Neil O'Donnell helped the Steelers get to the Super Bowl 5 years ago, trying to help the Steelers win. Problem, he was quarterback for the Titans. Dwayne Washington makes the pick. Then O'Donnell, sacked by Jason Gilden, 3rd and long, but O'Donnell's out. So in 57 minutes, his team is down 20-16, and in comes bruised sternum and all, Steve Air McNair. First pass sails, but a nice catch by Chris Sanders. 3 plays later, McNair, Darren Kinney. So in 57 seconds, he marches the Titans to the lead. 23-20. McNair, 3 for 3. Graham, injured. Cordell, in. Tale of 4 quarterbacks. Stewart to Bobby Shaw. Sammy holds on to the 32, but a timeout. 3rd down pass incomplete. Remember, they couldn't get the field goal off last week. 50 yards by Chris Brown. Short. Not even Gorillas could help the ball go over the upright. 23-20. Pittsburgh loses 2 weeks in a row. Tennessee, Jeff Fisher, you know what? They know they got away with one, perhaps, Tom. But Tennessee ups their mark to 2-1. And let's face it, they come in the game. They know that Dyson's out for the year. Chicago trying to stave off an 0-4 start at home against Detroit. 71 years they've played, never missing a year, these teams. James Allen looks like Tim Allen. He needs some home improvement. It's a fumble. Lions recover, already leading 7-0. Second quarter, more offensive problems for Chicago. Cade McNown, rolling, throwing. He's picked off by Kurt Schultz. He knows something 3 times. Kurt Schultz had 3 interceptions on the day. 35 seconds left in the second quarter. Charlie Batch. This time it's Walt Harris for the Bears, but no, in the hands of Jermaine Crowell. 14-0, but wait.
Walt Harris does a great job of getting in position to make a play defensively, tips the ball, allows it to stay in the air, and Crowell makes what appears to be a nice catch.
Well, they say incomplete after they go to the peep show. But next play, Batch to Crowell, you know what, we'll do it this way. We'll just go in. Nobody needs to appeal it. Nobody needs to review it. 14-0 Detroit, a backbreaker at the end of the half. Third quarter, 2nd and 25. We dribble once. Now, they don't whistle McNown for a double dribble. Instead, he goes to Cuckoo Marcus Robinson. It's 14-7 on a very bizarre play for the Bears.
Well, Ron Rice is going to fall down because he sees the ball being dribbled around by Cade McNown. This is why, as long as the receiver is still running a route, you stay in it. Rice did a great job of doing that. At the end, he just fell down. Got his feet tangled up with the wide receiver.
9.5 minutes to go. 14-0. James Stewart. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. Does he score? They say yes. Tom, I don't know why the Bears didn't at least call for a review.
Well, certainly you would think that the Bears staff would want to take another look at it. It never appeared that the ball actually got across the plane. Of course, there was a moment where we couldn't see it on the other side of James Stewart.
But they don't review it. It's 21-14, and on 4th and 3, McNown, Chasey Scroggins knocks him out of bounds, and the Detroit Lions are now 3-1. They came into the game with just 1 offensive touchdown in the previous 3 games, but they scored 3 in this one. And what's happened to the Bears, Tom?
Well, I think that's the big question. Prolific offense, non-existent this year.
Well, prolific offense existent this year, I would say that would be the St. Louis Rams. Oh, is it fun watching these Rams or what? Back to the scene where they won the Super Bowl in Atlanta. Hakeem is hit before the ball gets to him on a punt. Bob's sister Christian recovers. Falcons say it's their ball, and actually Hakeem says I was hit, but here's why it is Falcons.
Well, John Dale Carty was pushed by Dexter McCleon, so legally he's not guilty of the early hit. Falcons actually got the football.
And they actually got the lead, which everyone's had on the Rams this year. 3 yards, Jamal Anderson, 7-0 Atlanta. Oh, those tricky Falcons. Morton Anderson follows, onside kick. John Dale Carty involved again. He recovers it. Atlanta in business. Chris Chandler, no picks first 3 weeks. Chris Chandler picked right here by Dre Bly. Chandler picked twice by the Rams today. 10-10 second quarter. They're on their own 20. So obviously the Rams are in trouble, right, Tom? They're at their own 20. I don't think so. Kurt Warner, Torrey Holt. He burns Ashley Ambrose, who's gone with the win. Ashley hits 17-10 Rams.
Yeah, and understand Ashley Ambrose is thinking here. He knows the blitz is on. He knows the ball is going to be coming out quick. He assumes that it's going to come out quicker than it does. It's going to be a hitch. You've got Kurt Warner holding it just long enough to get the receiver downfield about 10 yards. Ashley Ambrose jumped the pattern too soon. 80 yards later, touchdown.
17-13 Rams third quarter. Jamal Anderson trying to score. Oh, it's a fumble, and Keith Lyle picks it up. Ray Buchanan from Louisville. Set because he's watching this. He was not down. 94 yards every time. Boy, the Rams defense seems to always have these monster returns. Watch again. And this hurts us to watch it, Tom.
Well, you just watch Anderson, and he gets bent over. You see him grab right at his knee right there. Nobody alert enough on the Falcon team to know that the ball's up and gone and fumbled.
Dan Reeves said he should have been down. The ref said no way. Meanwhile, there's another bomb to Holt. This time Warner to Isaac Bruce, beating Ray Buchanan from
Louisville.
66 yards. The Rams win it 41-20. The Rams now, how do I start adding this up? 10 straight games, 30 or more points, extending their NFL record. Their 336 yards passing for Warner was his lowest this year. He now has, in 4 weeks, 1,557 yards. The Rams have scored 160 points. Third game with 41 points. Tommy, 8 of their 20 touchdowns is over 60 yards. My God, it's fun. Playoff game in Cleveland. Brian Sipe picked off by Mike Davis. 2-1 Cleveland at 2-1 Raiders. The Browns tied for first. But Rich Gannon to Tim Brown early, and the stiff arm of Corey Fuller. Fuller angry. I would say this is extracurricular, Tom. Unnecessary roughness. Was his anger justified, though?
Well, angry's a good word. You get a stiff arm to the face, that's supposed to be illegal. Probably should have been called by the ref, but guess you don't have to penalize him because I'm going to do it. Don't worry about it.
Tyrone Wheatley. 2 yards. Ties the game at 7 after Cleveland had the early lead. End of the first quarter. Rich Gannon. I see a bad moon rising. Andre Rison still has moves. Check them out. A 48-yard game, and we're tied at 7. Second quarter, same drive. Wheatley, another 2-yard barrel for a TD. 14-7. The Raiders. Browns at their own 26. Tim Couch, 300 yards last week. Picked off by William Thomas this week. Lugs it upfield, Tom. And Couch, a little frustrated here. Blocked by Lance Johnstone. Couch not happy. Couch, a big guy, says, cut it out. That sets up with 1:20 to go. Boy, these 2-yard runs were good for the Raiders. That's Zach Crockett, king of the Wild Frontier. 21-7 the Raiders. Couch trying to make something happen at the end of the half. Under a minute to go. Thomas picks him off. And he's gone. 42 yards, boy, a backbreaker when it's the last minute of the half. So, you know, as the education process for Cleveland and Couch continues, the Raiders that are now 3-1, winning 36-10.
Well, I think the Raiders have become a more consistent running team offensively. Gannon is a playmaker. William Thomas, playmaker defensively, and they can get pressure with the front four.
The Green Bay Packers, with Brett Favre at the helm, had never scored just 6 points at Lambeau Field. So let's make amends and let's send 20,000 to 30,000 Packer fans down to Sun Devil Stadium to help sell it out, help the offense. Thomas Jones hit by Darren Sharper. The next play, Arizona's Jake Plummer Incomplete, 3 and out for Arizona. But, I mean, Green Bay's not scoring. No problem, right? These start to be the Packers we remember. We remember the Niners from years gone by. Here's Favre to Tyrone Davis, 13 yards. Play, action, Favre. Screen. Dorsey Levens, his second game back. I think we remember these guys. Tom hits 19 yards. And then, guy with great speed has had fumbleitis, but, Armand Green, 19-yard touchdown. 7-0, the Pack. Second quarter. More play action. Favre. Plenty of time. Bomb. Bill Schrader beats double coverage, 55 yards, 14-0.
Well, Schrader does a great job of getting behind the safety and getting deep, and Favre does a great job delivering the ball at the goal line.
20-3 Pack third quarter. Favre to screen to William Henderson. Henderson, the Rain King, for 11 yards. Next play. Tom, I'm starting to remember this. Dorsey Levens, 9 yards. Next play, it's Armand Green. Little burst following the lead back, 5 yards. 3 plays later, Favre. Donald Driver drives for the first time. Favre zipping it between defenders. Ryan Longwell, 5 field goals. This one, 49 yards. 12 minutes, the Pack held the ball plus in the third quarter. Mike Sherman's Packers were 0-2, but guess what? Beat the Cardinals 29-3. Now all of a sudden the Packers are 2-2, and Favre threw for 277. They're starting to get the feel of it.
Well, and certainly I think Dorsey Levens helps. You know, you mentioned him constantly during the highlight package. He makes Favre a more comfortable quarterback, so they work hand in hand.
Favre, as we said, threw for 277. The Packers were 0-2, now trying to even his mark of 2-2 at the Big Q against the 0-3 Chargers. Darren Mickle offsides. John Kitna to Darrell Jackson, free play, 68 yards, down 6-3. No, up 10-6 is Seattle.
Yeah, and once Darren McKell jumps offside, this is why you always play through until the whistle. John Kitna and Darrell Jackson keep playing here. It results in a 68-yard TD. It only took that momentary hesitation by the defense to get the wide receiver open.
2 starting DBs hurt for San Diego, and then Ryan Leaf intercepted by Willie Williams. He's a DB not hurt. 69-yard touchdown for Seattle, 20-12 Seahawks, third quarter. And after an interception, if you're a quarterback, Tom, you're fair game.
Well, certainly Ryan Leaf here going down, trying to make a play, and you know that someone defensively is going to seek out the quarterback. It's a great block.
Sprained his left wrist. He would go out. Jim Harbaugh in. Down 20-12, Harbaugh, Reggie Jones, 6 yards. Harbaugh, under 6 minutes to go in the game to Freddie Jones, first down. Now, keeping up with the Joneses is Reggie Jones, 7 yards, but now it's 3rd and 28. Harbaugh to Nate. No jacket required. It's 24 yards, and it's 4th and 4. The Chargers need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. But first they need a first down. And they don't get it. Incomplete to Freddie Jones. Seattle holds on to win 20-12. 4 John Carney field goals. The only scoring in the game for San Diego. John Kitna was sacked 5 times, but bounced back to throw a touchdown. Waters ran for 67 yards. Seahawks at least in the hunt in the AFC West. Another team that started 0-2, Kansas City, goes into a place that's been a horror for them. Mile High. Now, wait a minute. I got to ask you something. Red pants for the Chiefs, Tom, you remember them wearing that? Today was the first time they wore them since '88. And wearing those red pants, Tony Richardson scores for Gunther Cunningham, 7-0 KC. Elvis Gerbach shook up by Ray Crockett. 27 yards, Broncos lead 12-7. 3 picks against Gerbach, all returned for TDs. Broncos ball in the Chiefs 16, third quarter, Mike Anderson, the former Marine. 19-7, the Broncos lead, so it's going to be another win for them over Kansas City a Mile High. But Greg Wesley strips the ball from Gus Farrat, starting for quarterback in place of injured Brian Griese. Chiefs recover. Gerbach trying for the equalizer, but Ray Crockett is there to pick it off in the end zone. But the very next play for Denver from the 20, Tom, complete to Rod Smith. It's a fumble. Chiefs only get a field goal out of it, so they're down with 5 to go, 22-17. 3rd and 8, 0-22. Gerbach, Kevin Lockett, first down. Gerback. Broken up by Terrell Buckley, but a flag on the play. Pass interference. Buckley roughed up Derek Alexander. And I guess he did. 3 plays later, 3rd and 2 at the 49. Play action. Gerback, one of 10 hookups with Tony Gonzalez. 13 yards. Tony Richardson looks good in those red pants. 17 yards. 2:25 to go. Gerback. Alexander. Sweet. Elvis threw 5 last week. He puts the Chiefs up 23-22. They don't get the 2. Farad hit. Intercepted by Marcus Patton. And we love Marty Schottenheimer. He's one of our favorites. But since he's gone, the Chiefs have won both times at Mile High Stadium. I don't get how it's happened. Give Kansas City credit. They're 0-2 with tough losses. Now they're 2-2.
Well, Kansas City now, Gunther Cunningham showing a running game. And I think most importantly, Elvis Gerbach showing a short memory. Make the bad pass, forget about it, come back out, play well. And his receivers are starting to respond for him.
A major win for the Chiefs. Keyshawn Johnson shaking hands with some of his former mates. And he watched his new quarterback, Sean King, play action in the rain, which it was raining at the start of the game, to Jaquez Green. He's dragged down near the goal line, rolled down at the 11. Doesn't look like he steps out of bounds, frankly, Tom, but that's the call.
Well, when you take a look at this, just watch his outside foot. It's the only thing that's relevant here. Looks like he does a great tightrope down the sideline. The referee saw it differently, and Tampa Bay did not challenge.
No, they only got a field goal out of that instead of a touchdown. King's first attempt to Keyshawn, short and incomplete, 3-3 after 1. Second quarter, 3rd down. King throws it away, but defensive holding called on Brian Cox, and you know Brian is not going to like this one at all. Then, here's Cox out of the game. He goes to the sideline and runs right up the middle.
And you had the feeling that this was what they wanted to do, is run the ball. There's linebacker Dwayne Gordon inside. Again, he's replacing Cox for a few plays. And you just see the way this offensive line started to take over with Dunn and Allstott. Dunn with the quickness through the hole. Allstott, the power man, backing him up.
So Allstott runs for 8 down to the 13. Then Allstott to the 3. Cox not in the game. And then play action. Tight end Dave Moore. He can do that. We've seen him make some one-handers. 10-3 Tampa Bay.
What a great catch he made right there at the back of the end zone.
You think Brian Cox is back here? Boom! Big hit on Aaron Stecker, and Cox and the Jets are fired up. So 1:15 left in the half, and there it is. There's your completion of the day. Sean King to Keyshawn Johnson. Shovel pass, 1 catch, 1 yard. Looking for Jaquez Green, intercepted by Victor Green. He had the right name, wrong color in your jersey. King's first interception of the year in 86 attempts. Vinny Testaverde struggled as quarterback of the orange-clad Bucs. Struggled in Tampa as quarterback of the Jets. Picked off by Damian Robinson. Outthrows Jets down 10-6 half. Testaverde, 3rd quarter. Picked off by Rondé Barber. What a year the Barber brothers are having. And Rondé with sacks and picks. Another touchdown for him, 17-6, Bucs in control. Testaverde. Tampa fans have seen this. Vinny picked off, this time by middle linebacker Jamie Duncan. 3 picks. Vinny pulled for a series. Brian Cox says, hang in there, big guy. You've run with us. We trust you. Under 5 to go. Steve White grabs Curtis Martin's face mask. It's a 15-yard penalty. On 3rd and 4 at the Tampa 37. Anthony Beck, the 4th of the first-round picks, complete. First down at the 22. Curtis, my favorite, Martin. Touchdown. Jets make the 2-point conversion at 17-14. Then Marvin Jones and Rick Lyle, the play of the day. Hits Allstott, Victor Green falls on it.
Well, the style that Allstott runs with, trying to scramble for extra yards all the time, often results in a fumble.
And look at this, those Jets. Curtis Martin on the halfback option. So of all people, the flashlight signing on Wayne Kribet. 21-17. The Jets have lead. Kribet fired up. Bucs stunned. They would turn it over again at the end, and the New York Jets, trailing 17-6, leave Tampa undefeated at 4-0 in the history of the Jets franchise. Bill Parcells, Weeb Eubank. They never started 4-0. But this coach, Al Groh, has.
I was very happy for Wayne, and I guess I would say that, you know, the power of 46 flashlights can be pretty bright sometimes.
You talk about the play call there on the halfback.
Well, it was a great call. Dan Henning made the call. You know, anything, as you can see, anything that a team asks Curtis Martin to do, he does, and he does it at an extraordinary level. And that was Curtis's play, a great catch by Wayne, but certainly a gutsy call by Dan, and he came up with it, and he just wanted a little reinforcement, and I said, heck, let's go for the win. That's why we brought it. Let's not take it home with us.
It's just as important as it was in the New England game the other night. You know, there's no special meaning to it. Just that, you know, 4-0, we're the only team in the AFC 4-0. I think that gives us a tremendous head start.
Unbelievable head start for the New York Jets, who, well, let's remember, their defense held Tampa Bay to under 20 points. Their offense hung in. Vinny Testaverde hung in. Keyshawn Johnson, Bucks, didn't want to talk to anyone after the game. At least we were unable to get him in the tunnel afterwards. But we did get Sal Paolantonio. Start, as you can see, it looks like big trouble. So Cordell Stewart, like the old days, gets the start. And Cordell, well, watch this.
Well, this is the dimension that Cordell Stewart has always brought to the game, or at least had the ability to bring to the game, that you can't account for defensively.
That sets up a field goal and a 10-3 Steeler lead for Bill Cowher. Stewart to Chris Fuamatu Malabala. Takes it down to the 1. So, now you know who's going to get it. Jerome Bettis, the Bucs. Running well all of a sudden, and the Steelers lead 17-3. This is in Jacksonville, where the Jaguars know all and tell all at Alltel Stadium.
Well, and the Jaguars offense struggling during the course of the day here. Brunell with the score 17-6, just trips and falls, doesn't get a chance to get up before the defense is on him. Then again, this is the same drive. Brunell again can't find anybody. Doesn't usually flush to his right, usually flushes to his throwing side. There he walks right into a sack by Jason Gilden. So, you know, tough day for them offensively as well.
Now, Plexico Burris is a real nice player, the wide receiver, but you know what? Showboat later, will you please? He's not touched here, and so, hey, I made a great catch. Guess what? It's a live ball. Ridiculous. Danny Clark of the Jaguars picks it up. It's a fumble, and he returns it to the Steeler 27. Now, you can see what happened. Burris wasn't touched. I know he thought he was, but you just don't do this. Not there.
Just don't do it. You hold on to the football at all costs until you hear the whistle. There, he spikes the football, and of course, it looks like every Jag knew that he hadn't been touched.
So on 4th, Bill Cowher says, you have to be kidding me. Did it burn the Steelers? Well, on 4th and 3, Brunell scrambling. And here's Earl Holmes making a big play. And the Jags turn it over on downs, and Bill Cowher's won in Jacksonville for the first time in 6 tries. 24-13 as the Steelers win their first game of the year. Jacksonville, for the first time since late in '96, Tom, under 500. What has gone on there?
Well, the Jags are certainly struggling. I think a lot of it has to do with the absence of Carnell Lake in their defensive backfield. You know, he certainly is a guy who was a great player at every position in the defensive backfield, but more importantly, another quarterback for them in the defensive backfield.
So a team scratching their heads, the Jacksonville Jaguars. There is no Rams, no matter who they play, and they're hosting the Chargers today. Forget Ringling Brothers. The Rams are the greatest show on earth. And they also cue up, as the Schwan did, William Tell, hi-oh, blue and gold. First quarter, Kurt Warner to Marshall Faulk for 30 yards. And then it's Warner to Roland Williams. 18 yards. Warner. Marshall Faulk, 6 yards. Warner. Robert Holcomb down to the 9. Hi-oh, St. Louis. Warner to Isaac Bruce. 10-0 Rams. The record would have... Well, hold on a minute now. The Chargers have... Chargers have the ball. Bad exchange between Jim Harbaugh and Roman Candle Fortin. Jeff Scanina recovers for St. Louis. And now... the Lone Ranger rides again. Warner, the Faulk, touchdown. It's 17-0. Where, you know, we got 5 minutes left to go in the quarter, but here's the Chargers. Jermaine Fazan, touchdown. You know, St. Louis does give up some scores, too. It's 20-10, but, oh, don't worry. We can get it back. Marshall Faulk. 26 yards. Ball at the 7. Warner to Torrey Holt, 27-10. Rams 30-10 at the half. First defensive play, third quarter. Warner. There's Akeem, 51 yards. Next play, Warner. Isaac Bruce, pretty catch, 12 yards, 2 plays, 63-yard drive, 37-17. Now remember, in the exhibition season last year, it was Rodney Harrison's hit on Trent Green that shelved him for the year. Kurt Warner became the starter, and everything changed. So now the Chargers are back, and now they see Green. Nice of Harrison and Green to talk before. So you think only the Lone Ranger can do this time for the Rams? Watch this. Trent Green is in. To Marshall Faulk, even Tonto can throw touchdowns. 47-17, a big hug. Final, 57-31. That was fun, wasn't it? I mean, not if you're the Chargers, you're 0-5, but St. Louis, 57-31 with 614 yards of total offense. They've now scored 217 points with 26 touchdowns this year. Kurt Warner has thrown for 390 yards today, 1,947 yards through 5 games. He had 4 touchdown passes, which gives him 14 TD passes for the year. Mike Martz is going to give the team the entire week off as they have the bye. Tommy, can they be stopped? I mean, this is unbelievable.
Not right now.
No. Is that Sally Field? Flying nun? No,
Edge is edge.
with Peyton Manning. 1-11 last 12 trips into Buffalo, and Rob Johnson, by scrambling, Bills in the red zone really struggled here, Tom.
Well, let's watch both ends of this play. Eric Moles fighting with David Macklin, gets open, ball delivered a little bit late. And you can see Rob Johnson had the ability probably to run for that first down, chose to threw it a little bit late, and he's a little bit ticked off at himself right there.
So a couple times inside the 15, they settle for Steve Christie field goals. The third time inside the 15 makes it 9-0. And very quickly, Peyton Manning to Marvin Harrison, 14 yards, 4 minutes to go in the half. It's a 9-7 game after Buffalo was totally controlled the first half. Manning to Ken Dilger in the third quarter. Look at the grab, 30 yards. And, Tom, you love this play on 3rd and 12 for Indy.
Well, this play is designed to be thrown downfield, but they already have the chemistry between Edgerrin James and Peyton Manning. Peyton knew to throw the ball behind him. Edge expected it, made the great catch. They get the first down.
So on 3rd and 12, they get 13 yards, and then the drive continues in the fourth quarter. Manning to Terrence Wilkins, 10 yards. They add a 2-point conversion, 15-9. The Colts, with under 2 minutes to go, the same score, 3rd and 1. Sean Bryson gets the first down for Buffalo. 2 plays later, minute 22 to go. Johnson to Jeremy McDaniel, breaks a couple of tackles, picks up 27 yards to almost the 40. Next play, Johnson. Derek Moles, he's wide open, a minute 8 to go, and the Bills have circled the wagons. They've taken the 16-15 lead.
Moles working at the line of scrimmage, spot shadowed right there. You can see Tony Blevins, the safety, in the middle of the football field. That's a long way to run. If you don't get a hold up on Eric Moles, you can see the safety is late. He's looking back at the corner. Give me help.
Manning with 58 seconds to go to Edgerrin James. Look at the stiff arm by Edge on Keon Carpenter. 3 plays later, Peyton so under control during this 2-minute drill, or less than that, 1-minute drill. Edgerrin James, 10 tough yards. 18 seconds left. Manning to Jerome Pathon, down to the 27. Field goal range, and it's up to, with their 2 Canadian kickers in the NFL. One is Steve Christie, the other Mike Vanderjagt from the same town, Oakville, Ontario, across the lake. Guard! 45 yards. The Colts have done what they've only done once in 12 previous years. They've won at Orchard Park. The Colts have beaten the Bills 18-16, marched down the field. This is a ball club you can see growing and growing, as Peyton Manning, who alluded after the New York Football Giants, who started 3-0, had a thud on Sunday night, and had their hands full with Steve Air McNair and Tennessee. Touchdown to Frank Wycheck, 7-0 Titans.
Again, the arrow on Wycheck. We always talk about getting bumps on people at the line of scrimmage. The Giants don't right here. Wycheck, a great job. Starts to go outside. Does a great job of finding a hole inside, giving McNair a place to deliver the football.
Now, here's an amazing play. Ron Dixon is there to down this punt at the 1, but by trying to get it at the half-yard line, he rolls into the end zone. He's in the end zone when he hits it.
You should keep the ball outside the line as well as yourself.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Well, Jim Fossil is sure. Wow, they could have downed it at the 2, but As a result, turns into a drive. Eddie George with a big block from Lorenzo Neal. Touchdown, and it's 14-0 Titans. 7-yard run. Late second, Titans looking for more. McNair. Oh, that's pretty to Derek Mason. 29 yards, 21-0 Tennessee at the half.
Well, and here a conversion on third down and 8. We talked about it with Cordell Stewart. Here it is with Steve McNair. You cannot get ready for this defensively. His speed, his power, he scrambles for a first down. In the same drive in the fourth quarter, McNair here going to find Mason all the way down at the 1.
And he's down to the 1, and then 3rd and goal after they backed up a couple of yards. Play action, a roll, everything involved with this play, and his favorite target, Wycheck, touchdown, and the Titans win 28-14, looking very much more like the defending AFC champs after an opening day loss. Eddie George had 125 yards rushing. The Giants had only 24 yards rushing.
Well, yeah, and that formula that we always talk about, we saw a great game from Tennessee, but the Giants have run the football when they've been successful, and we've seen them go away from it now 2 weeks in a row.
Well, the Giants gave up 400 at home against Miami. Consulate out. Dick LeBeau. 6th all-time in interceptions with 62, hoping to intercept a win for the Bengals. And early on, Corey Dillon, 19 yards. The Bengals played inspired for their new head coach, who is a great pro and is going to be a very good coach. Here's a completion from Achilles Smith to Peter Warrick, 18 yards. Tommy, are these the Bengals? Watch Achilles to Peter Warrick and watch the one hand. Oh, man. First NFL touchdown for Warrick.
They were a team that played with such enthusiasm when they came out. You can tell that they're excited to have Dick LeBeau at the helm, and I think that's going to be key for them as they go through the rest of this season.
They had 7 points the first 3 games. They get 10 points in the first quarter, leading 13-3 against Miami. Achilles Smith, but here's that Dolphin defense. Jason Taylor, it's the hat trick. With 9 seconds left in the half, oh, what a crusher. It's 13-10.
And what an odd call. You know, go into the locker room with your lead and come out and play a second half.
So LeBeau, thinking they'd escape from Stalag 13, goes back in the foxhole, and now it's all Miami. We got Kinchlow. That's Artrell Hawkins with a touchdown. And then Jay Fiedler. Play action. Look at the young man from Dartmouth. Artrell Hawkins and his pass interference, 34-yard penalty. Same drive, we move it to the 7th. Fiedler to Oronde Gadsden. 7-yard touchdown, 24-13 Miami. Fiedler. That's pretty nice to Oronde Gadsden, 21 yards. The Bengals had the big lead, but a crusher at the end of the half. And Miami goes on to win it by the count of 31-16. Some improvement for the Bengals, but in the end, they don't have it for 60 minutes yet.
Well, I think they have to learn how to win. The Dolphins have an outstanding defense. I think the Bengals have to take what they did well today and go back and learn how to win. It's difficult.
The New England Patriots have not learned how to win at Mile High Stadium since 1968. With the stadium closing, this would be their last chance. It'd be a good time to break through for Drew Bledsoe. They haven't won a game all year. Willie McGinnis starting to pass with a big sack of Brian Griese. Strips, recovers the ball, and that sets the Patriots up deep. And on 3rd and 6, Drew Bledsoe to Troy Brown and Fannering out. Touchdown, 7-0 the Patriots. Bill Belichick, Natalie Class. This is Lawyer Malloy, Tommy, hitting Brian Griese out of bounds. Then 31 seconds left in the half. Bledsoe to the rookie J.R. Redmond. 21-3 at Mile High.
And the thing you notice a lot about Drew Bledsoe and the day he had time to sit in that pocket and throw the football, and you can't do that with Drew.
In the flat, Griese goes to Howard Griffith. He's run out of bounds. Mike Shanahan needs a play. Terrell Davis not in the game. 4th and goal, Griese. Oh, Teddy Johnston knocks it down. You know the Patriots have some defense, and there's an intentional safety, and here's the ensuing free kick. Delta O'Neal, look out, breaks a tackle, and he could go all the way. 87 yards, 21-11. Late 3rd, Bledsoe to Terry Glenn. Now these look like the Patriots. In the red zone, they had 3 touchdowns on Sunday after 3 in the first 4 games. And Denver has lost 2 straight at Mile High Stadium, losing today 28-19. Greasy threw 50 passes.
Well, and I think the key is that the Drew Bledsoe that we've seen go down time after time, today we saw him standing tall in that pocket, delivering the ball with confidence.
And if you give that Patriots defense a lead, could they keep it going at home without Terrell Owens, who's, quote, excused? J.J. Stokes, Ty Street, do they step in? Well, there's this guy named Jerry Rice that plays for San Francisco. He beats Aeneas Williams. Jeff Garcia with a touchdown, 7-0 the Niners. Second quarter. Garcia to Rice. Ball is jarred loose. And Aeneas this time is Johnny on the spot as he's been so often during his career.
Well, stripped by Aeneas Williams, makes a great drive on the ball and then rips with his left hand. It's a great job by Aeneas Williams, and you know, Jerry doesn't drop many footballs.
Sets up a field goal. It's 10-3 San Francisco. Garcia under pressure. That's a pretty play and a great catch by Ty Streets down to the 1.
Well, just watch Garcia under pressure right there, delivering that ball off his back foot, and gives Ty Street a chance to make a catch. That's a great throw.
Sets up a Garner 1-yard touchdown. Then Jake Plummer, he hits David Boston eluding the blitz. Please come to Boston in the springtime. 56 yards, and it's a 17-10 Niner lead now, only by a touchdown at the half. Garcia, you know, he threw it quickly. He felt the rush from his backside down to Rice inside the 5. And second 1-yard leap by Charlie Garner. 24-10 San Francisco. Plummer to Michael Pittman. He makes a pretty move. Evades 2, 3, 4 Niners down to the 13. Thomas Jones, first-round pick. Touchdown, 4 yards, 27-20. 2 seconds to go. Can Jake Plummer be Houdini? Looking for Boston. Oh, they had a chance. Vince Tobin's Cards have lost, and Steve Mariucci's Niners have won 27-20. Jeff Garcia, 22 of 33 for 220 passing.
What if the 49ers win the championship and you didn't pick them? It would be the irony of life.
Garcia, though, looking, took a page from Steve Young. Don't even bring it up. Don't even bring it up. For the 160th time, the Chicago Bears of the Green Bay Packers. Brett Favre going deep, picked off by Tony Parrish. The 0-4 Bears, who won at Lambeau last year on that blocked field goal by Brian Robinson, down to the 17. McNown, a 1-yard run, 7-0 Bears. Cade McNown, scrambling, throwing. Where have you gone, Marcus Robinson? He's going into the end zone. Cuckoo-ca-choo, 68-yard touchdown. 17-3, the Bears. Look at McNown out of the end zone.
Well, this is the element that we talk about with these young quarterbacks, the ability to use your legs. Right there, Cade McNown, a great job of buying his team a little breathing room around their own goal line.
Well, where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio? A question to be answered another day, but the simple flanker screen to Marcus Robinson, he could go all the way. Now, these are the Bears that we saw last year. Rolling it up on offense, McNown to Robinson. Second time it's 24-3. But Brett Favre at Lambeau with a comeback. What could happen? Favre to Antonio Freeman, 14 yards. Then he looks for Bill Schrader.
Well, you just look at the way Brett Favre's delivering the football, and I think that we can all tell that he's feeling healthier. That's the key for Brett Favre. When he's healthy, he's going to be the player that he is.
24-17 now after a field goal. 27-17 Bears, 2.5 to go. Favre, 31 yards to Schrader. The clock is on a tick, a tick, a tick, a tick. Schrader, heavy breathing, but he doesn't want to come out. Why should he? Because Favre's going back to him. Oh, and he gets the feet in. Wow, 1:58 to go. It's 27-24.
First you watch the throw, watch the delivery of the football. Great job by Schrader to get his foot down.
Oh, wait a minute.
Great
They say maybe he was up, but no, it's a touchdown. Favre, 4 yards to Bubba Frank. 24 seconds to go. Ryan Longwell hoping to tie the game with his foot. Favre to the rookie tight end, Bubba Franks. Oh, he drops it. Fourth down. Philip Daniels, blindside, hits Favre as he throws, and the Chicago Bears, like the Steelers, break through, like the Patriots, break through in the win column for the first time this year, beating the Pack at Lambeau Field, 27-24. and the Bears starting to look a little bit like we expected.
Well, I think the Bears have finally found a little bit of a running game with James Allen, and that's the key for them, again, to take some pressure off of Cade McNown.
333 yards, pass beat Washington by 1 point, 14-13 last year in the playoffs. Warren Sapp not playing for the first quarter, disciplinary reasons. After the game, Tony Dungy declined comment. Meanwhile, Mike Alstott up the middle, 7-0 Bucks. Could the Bucks run it on the Redskins after their heartbreaking loss last week to the Jets? Well, Stephen Davis was hurt in that playoff game. Hardly a factor, but he's a factor here. Albert Cotto with a block, 50-yard touchdown, second quarter, tied at 7. And so Keyshawn Johnson, Sean King, trying to come up with a plan. It's a heavyweight bout, Tom, and it's just 10-7 Skins, fourth quarter. Look at Sean King, Houdini it. Get away from Bruce Smith. Keyshawn stripped, though, by Darrell Green. What a wild play. 6 plays later, 4 minutes left. Brad Johnson and Larry self-centers. Touchdown, 10-point lead, Skins, 17-7. 2:12 to go. King dribbles it, picks it up, and you always got to be able to shoot off the dribble. Riedel Anthony is open, 46 yards. The Bucks come up with a new play. It's 17-14, 2 minutes to go. Michael Kamau-Stahusted, field goal blocked by Warren Sapp. And Norv Turner says we could have been up by 6, and now Tampa has the ball. Second and 10 from the 25, 30 seconds to go. King. Warwick Dunn, 11 yards. First and 10 from the 37. King. Scrambling. Another one of the plays by these young quarterbacks.
Well, he's keeping his wits about him at this time in the game. This is great for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
He dropped the snap and rolls out, and this time he hits Keyshawn with the damn ball. Down to the 28, first down, in field goal range. Martin Gramatica, correct. 42 yards. We're tied at 17. This time it's the Bucks coming back on the road in the fourth quarter. Send it to overtime. In overtime, Bucks punting from almost their own goal line. Dion at the 35. Tries to make something happen. And he does. He's got a convoy. Dion to the 20. Inside the 10. He said it was only a matter of time that he would do something, and he did. Ooh, a close call on a block by Matt Stevens, but no call. John McLaughlin leaves limping. Stephen Davis stopped by Derek Brooks short of the touchdown. And on fourth down, former Buck Michael Kamau-Stahusted. Oblo, good, 20 yards. Skins in overtime. Beat the Buccaneers 20-17. Both teams are 3-2, but completely different fields. 66 where they were 4-0. Vinny Testaverde, first offensive play from scrimmage, hit by Jason Gilden. He's down. He has to leave the game with a pinched nerve, so Ray Lucas comes in. Now, Tom, okay, I'm ready for this. Oh, yeah, what's the play again? And in the first quarter, a little bit later on, late in the first quarter, the overthrow of Corbett Dwayne Washington, who's been Johnny on the spot for so many years, makes the pick for Pittsburgh down to the 18, setting up a field goal for the Steelers. And Vinny and the Jets knew they literally had a pain in the neck with the Steelers, who won for the first time last week. Cordell Stewart started, and look at this.
And this is the dimension that Cordell Stewart brings to the game. It's been missing for a while. He is at his best when he's willing to do what he can do naturally.
3 plays later in 3rd and 8, it's the screen pass to Chris Buamatu Malabala, who gets a free. He's a bad Mafala. Gets a first down. Jerome Bennett. Oh, the bus drags 3 Jets in the process. Peep show to see if he did get in, and guess what? He does get in before his knee hits the ground. 13-play, 94-yard drive, 10-0, and well, he had some help, just like the old Steelers, Tom.
Outstanding blocking up front. Number 63, Dermontti Dawson. Number 38, John Whitman. You don't see the number, but he's the kick-out block on the linebacker, and the bus powers through to the end zone.
The old Steelers have just a couple of years ago with Dawson and company with the blocks. Then something you never see. Lee Flowers with the hit, and it's a fumble by Curtis Martin. Levon Kirkland recovers, and the first fumble in 544 touches for Martin. I mean, everybody's allowed that. But the first touchdown pass of the Steelers all year. Early Fort Stewart to Bobby Shaw. Steelers lead 17-3. Al Groh has seen his team come back 3 times in the fourth quarter. Jets with the ball at the 48. Lucas to Lavernius Coles, and it's 18 yards in the shadows. But here comes Joey Porter from the top of the screen, and Keevan Henry going to recover the fumble. And the Pittsburgh Steelers started out over. They've now beaten Jacksonville and the Jets, giving the Jets their first loss of the season. Pittsburgh wins it 20-3, and in the process, the Jets lose Vinny Testaverde, who afterwards said maybe it was something ticking.
I took a pretty good shot on the spot where it's the vertebrae that's is bulging, and it just put me in a lot of pain, and the whole left arm from the shoulder down to the hand went numb, and I tried to get up, but it was too painful. I just sat back down, and so that's what really kept me out today.
So you got that in the Buffalo game, a pinched nerve, and you know, you just can't function properly. But it was the Steelers who were functioning on this day, Tom, and Jerome Bettis with a 100-yard game, so he has 200-yard games and then a 97. The Steelers look like a team that maybe is going to get some momentum here.
Well, I think that they showed great balance today with the running game, running the ball 41 times, Jerome Bettis getting his 100-plus yards. They actually did to the Jets what the Jets do to most teams.
Acquaintances with James Thrash and some of his ex-teammates, and he remembers this guy, Stephen Davis. Touchdown Skins, and it's 7-0 Washington, 5 touchdowns for Davis.
Yeah, and we take a look here. Just look at the lead block. Larry Centers, Jeremiah Trotter. And Jeremiah doesn't really step up into this hole. He waits on the block to get to him. By the time it does, great job of Stephen Davis hitting the hole, getting through to the end zone.
Second quarter. Now, Donovan McNabb can make or break your heart, as you're going to see in this. Now, look at this pass he makes to Charles Johnson. 30-yard touchdown, and we're tied at 7. That's just pretty. And late in the first half, Albert Connell and passing game coordinating coach Terry Robisky get in it pretty heavily here. And
well, the great thing about this is, yes, they had an altercation, but obviously they were able to straighten it out, and it didn't affect the game.
They got back on the same page, literally, because third quarter, 7-7, Brad Johnson, there it is. Albert Connell to the 24-yard line, setting up a 42-yard field goal attempt for Michael Husted. No hablo. He's missed 2 in this game. He's only 3 for 7 this year, and Norv wondering if he has to get a kicker Monday. McNabb in the middle, picked off by Damon Moore, but look what happened. He fumbles it. Oh, man, the Redskins get a break as it intercepts. He goes right back to Washington. And they make him pay because early fourth, 2 plays later, it's Skip Hicks skipping in to tie it at 14. Later in the fourth, he's fumbled earlier to Deion Sanders. And then, grand time is fumble time. Eagles ball, under 3 to go. But Norv Turner challenges it, and they take a look. Ooh, the right knee down just before the ball popped out. Overturned. Washington's ball. Deion relieved. Now 14 all. 36 seconds to go. They're on their own 21. First down didn't work. So now, trying to make something happen. Donovan McNabb has just put the Eagles in peril. A floater picked off by Darrell Green with seconds to go. Stephen Davis after the gift. But guess what? It's a fumble, and the Eagles recover. But wait a minute. Another look says, is the ball out before he's down? It's inside 2 minutes. No challenge available. Refs had called him down, so it can't be reviewed. One of the flaws of the rule. And now who's dead? Good. 24 yards. What a wild finish. Job saved, game saved. Redskins beat the Eagles 17-14. So all of a sudden, Washington has won 3 big ball games in a row. And for Donovan McNabb, wow. I mean, Andy was getting pumped up before the game, but look who was pumped up early. Corey Dillon. Look at him go. Here's the stiff arm right there, summary roll. You get an earlier block from Dugan. Peter Warrick downfield. That's just a beautiful 80-yard play. 7-3 Cincinnati. And I must say the non-sellout crowd in the second game ever in that stadium did enjoy it. Later in the second quarter, 10-7. Defense for the Bengals. McNair picked off by Darrell Williams. He could go all the way. 36 yards. Here come the Bengals looking for their first win of the season. Third quarter, Adrian Ross. Oh, man, Tom, the Bengals.
And they have some outstanding young defensive talent. Ross, Takeo, Spikes, Foley, guys who are going to get better.
But some of that talent let Chris Sanders get deep, and McNair hit him for 40 yards, the extension. And then that sets up the workhorse, and we do mean that on this day, Eddie George. 5 yards into the end zone, and the Titans in the third quarter have grabbed the lead from the Bengals, who once again came out fired up for new coach Dick LeBeau, and you saw the leapfrog right there. And then, Tommy, Eddie George.
Well, you say workhorse, Chris. That first 5-yard touchdown, one of 36 carries he got on the day. There you see a 9-yard run. And you look at these runs, they are mostly off tackle or right up the middle of the football field, using that great speed, quickness, and power, shaking people down, running through tackles. 17-yard gain right there. He did the job for the Titans today.
And normally reliable Al Del Greco had a couple of field goals, misses this one here. So, you know, the Bengals still have a chance, despite George running for almost 200 yards. Achilles Smith. Oh, and he's sacked by Kenny Holmes. It's a fumble. Tennessee recovers, and they go on to win at 23-14. Eddie George, 36 carries for 181 yards. By the way, Corey Dillon had 15 carries for 95 yards, but from the lies, damn lies, and statistics department, 1 carry, 80 yards, 14 other carries for 15 yards. So after that, Tennessee figured that out, and Tennessee had the ball for 41 minutes in this game as they beat the Bengals.
Well, and that's the thing. Time of possession for the Tennessee Titans is everything, and it all starts with Eddie George and his 25-plus carries.
Bruce Matthews left the game with a twisted knee in it. Packers-Lions, one of the oldest rivalries in football in the NFC Norris division. And Brett Favre sacked by Tracy Scroggins. It's a fumble, and Luther Ellis picks it up. It'll be one of those days in the Silverdome for Favre. Leads to a Jason Hanson field goal. First quarter Lions, Charlie Batch. Johnny's Mort. That's pretty. Touchdown Detroit. 42 yards, 10-0. Lions at home. The score 10-3 in the second. Josh Bidwell can't handle the snap. Brock Olivo gets a piece of the ball. A 9-yard punt because of the tip. And so Detroit wants to really put it right to the Packers after the turnover, if you will. Back to James Stewart. Wonderful life. 17-3 Detroit. Then more Detroit defense. Favre. Picked off by Lamar Campbell. He could go all the way. 42 yards, 24-3.
Yeah, and then we'll take a look at the line play from the defensive line. And let's remember, this is one of the better defensive lines in football. Here you're going to see Luther Ellis matched up against guard Marco Rivera. And just look at the push that he gets up the middle of the field. And both of their tackles have the ability to do that. Then watch the top of the screen. You're going to see Tracy Scroggins against Mike Wall. Coming around the corner, gets a chance to knock the ball out before Brett Favre can get rid of it. Then bottom of the screen, you're going to see Robert Forche. And Robert Forche, another guy who has the ability with the speed to get around the corner. So they get the push up the middle, they get the speed on the outside. They're a dynamic front four.
Bobby Ross says, let's put this away. It's 24-9, and when Batch hits Herman Moore on a pretty post, it's 31-9 Detroit. And you hear the Lambeau Leap. That's the Silverdome Spring. But now Detroit has scored to make it 31-17, and here's a screen from Favre to the fullback, William Henderson. It's a nice job of bowling his way into the end zone. Guess what? 31-24, and Green Bay has the ball. But Terry Fair picks off the overthrow. But then Green Bay has the ball, down 7. Picked off by Kurt Schultz. He knows something. His 6th interception of the season. Get down, Kurt. Get it. There you go. And the Packers beat or lose in Detroit by the count of 31-24. The only win in the regular season the Packers have had in this building the last 8 years was the year they won the Super Bowl in '96. Favre, 3 picks, 2 fumbles. Forget the 293 and the 2 touchdowns. He turned it over 5 times himself. Rough time for the 3-time MVP. From long-time Pro Bowl Bill Thermal Thomas, greeting his old mates, although he had lots of feelings. And Jay Fiedler, meanwhile, Miami quarterback, screen pass to Thermal, 14 yards. Now look at this. Guess what, guys? Guess it's a first down for my new team. So Thermal fired up. Meanwhile, Fiedler to former astronaut Leslie Shepard, who flies into the end zone, 20 yards, 13-3 Miami in the second quarter. And meanwhile, Miami defense.
Yeah, Jason Taylor here getting a sack. But I just want you to watch Rob Johnson on these next couple of shots. Look at the escape route. To his left this time, he needs to be thinking about stepping up, getting through the pocket. And then again, this last one, again, Trace Armstrong, who had a great day. You have to feel that pressure and be ready to move before it gets to you. I think pocket presence still a problem for Rob Johnson.
Now Buffalo on their own one. Uh-oh! Jonathan Linton stuffed by Jermaine Haley in his first NFL start. And those the defensive players love to get that safety. It's 15-3, early third Miami. Now Buffalo 3rd and goal in the fourth quarter. Johnson pressured by Kenny Mixon, and he throws a field goal. Then Steve Christie kicks one. It's 15-6. Under 10 to go. Johnson looking for an opening to Peerless Price, 41 yards. 1st and goal at the 3. Now watch Sam Morris think that Sam Madison, get out of here. Touchdown. And it's 15-13, the Bills within 2. Next possession, Miami. Jay Fiedler to Shepard. And Henry Jones tackles him short of the first down, forcing a punt. The Bills have the ball, and it's Johnson to Sam Morris to try to make something happen. No one rolls out the welcome wagon like the Buffalo Bills. Oh, boy. Sam Madison, touchdown, 22-13. Bills still fighting. Trace Armstrong, my God, another sack. He had 3.5 today. Johnson hit by Kenny Mixon. Ball loose. Arm, he's at the tendonitis. It's ruled incomplete pass, but he's out, Tom. And that brings in on 3rd and 21. Doug Flutie. What could happen? 3rd and 21 certainly can't complete this. Oh, yes, he does. First down to Jeremy McDaniel. But as Flutie tries to rally the Bills from down 9, Eric Moulds, no one rolls out the welcome wagon like the Buffalo Bills. You just can't turn it over like that. Moulds has to make the catch. Miami's defense spells the day, scoring 9 points. Miami wins 22-13. Now in the game, Thurman, 7 carries, 24 yards. 3 catches, 26 yards. But for Thurman Thomas, who got the game ball from the Dolphins, a guy who's been on the Bills since '88, all he knows is against Buffalo, he's 1-0. Speaking of Colts, they were in New England after that win late at Buffalo last week. Peyton Manning, remember that comeback loss by the Patriots in this building last year? Well, Manning to Marvin Harrison says, no, not this year, please. It's 7-3 Colts, 17 yards. But the Natalie Clash, Bill Belichick says, we have some defense.
Well, Teddy Bruschi, the linebacker with the arrow on him, steps up. You're going to see Tarek Glenn, the tackle, right there. Now, he's looking inside, thinking Teddy Bruschi is going to come. By the time he reacts outside to Greg Spires, too late. Spires gets to the quarterback, causes a fumble. 2 plays later, same strategy. Teddy Bruschi up in the line. You see again, Tarek Glenn, look outside. Same results. Greg Spires comes. Better get that one figured out.
Now, check this out here. It's very important to understand the Colts have had a field goal, 10-3. It's a squib kick. So right at the end of the half, Tony Simmons turns nothing into something, and the speedster gets to the Colts 44. But you ain't seen nothing yet. Michael Bishop in, just to throw the Hail Mary. Bledsoe out. Bishop, maybe 65 yards in the air. What do you do? Knock it down! They don't! It's a touchdown! Bishop to Tony Simmons on a prayer, and here it is. How can this happen?
Well, first of all, you have to get in front of the defender. You see guys in front of him, they just don't get up to knock the ball down.
1 NFL pass, 1 touchdown, quarterback rating infinity for Michael Bishop. Then, the F word for the Patriots, Kevin Falk, 18 yards. Same drive, Drew Bledsoe to rookie back J.R. Redmond. inside the 5. Start of the 4th, it's the same drive, though. Look at this. It's like a skyhook from Bledsoe to Eric Bjornsson. And the Patriots have the lead over the stunned Colts, 17-13. Next drive, Manning. Tipped by Teddy Johnson. They fought the law, and the law won. Ty Law with the pick. Ensuing possession, Patriots. Fake field goal. Holder Lee Johnson to Bjornsson. Oh, those tricky Patriots. All the way down to the 4. Bledsoe to Terry Glenn. Oh, what a great job of concentration, keeping the feet in on the tip. 24-13 New England. And then defense, scramble, pick by Antoine Harris. Not since early in his rookie year had Manning been picked off 3 times, but he did today. And the Patriots, who at 0-4 were staring a disaster, win at Mile High. They beat the Colts. They're pulling out these plays the teams do to win, and New England has the momentum.
Well, 334 yards passing by Peyton Manning, but the thing that you noticed even in those last few shots would not let him throw in rhythm, force him to hold on to the football, not get his timing down, results in 3 INTs. I think that was the difference.
Colts, 16 years almost to the day that Walter Payton passed Jim Brown for #1 at the time of the all-time rushing chart. This time it's another rusher that excelled, but this time it was the Saints who came into Soldier Field and had the running of that man, Ricky Williams, and the quarterback, Jeff Blake, and that formula is going to work, Tom.
Well, no one more gutsy than Jeff Blake. Not as big as some of the quarterbacks we see in the league right now, but certainly has the heart, the speed, a couple of bootlegs here outside. This looks like almost like the option you see sometimes in college, spotting a hole up the middle of the field. Now, you don't want to do this too much. You don't want your quarterback taking too many licks, but it's effective today for Jeff Blake and the Saints.
Now, Blake has learned to have a little sleight of hand. Watch this, the play action to Ricky, pump fake, finds Joe Little Bighorn for a touchdown, and Horn, and the Saints fired up, it's tied at 7. Now, second quarter, Blake fakes handoff again. This time, Horn is wide open. Touchdown, 47 yards. Now, Horn does some posing, and you got to give first-year coach Jim Haslett the nod. He said, hey, act like you've been to the end zone before and that you're going to be back. Just score the touchdowns. Don't worry about all that. Oh, by the way, you don't have to worry when you have Ricky Williams, 15 yards. Williams leaps. Touchdown. 24-7. Saints at Soldier Field. Williams, 3 straight 100-yard rushing days. Had 128 today. He only had 2 last year. The score 31-10 in the 4th. Cade McNown off Macy Brooks. Darren Smith picks. 3 picks for the Saints. After the interception, McNown to Joe Johnson. Why, I ought it. Well, maybe. 31-10. The Saints come marching into Chicago with a 31-10. As we mentioned, Ricky Williams started to be a force. The Saints had the ball 38.
Well, Ricky Williams and Jeff Blake a little more experienced and talented than anyone will give him credit for. So starting to get his due maybe a little bit with this great defense they have right now.
Incentives. At Arizona, Tim Couch, Browns. Well, Eric Rett is out for the year, so rookie from Miami of Ohio, Travis Prentice, looked very impressive early, 16-yard gain. Fake by Couch, give to Prentice, 12 yards. Then 3rd and goal from the 1. Hey, looky here. Miami of Ohio's Prentice scores. It's 7-0 Cleveland. And a lot of the Cleveland fans, everybody makes the trip to Arizona because you can get tickets. Prentice 10 carries, 47 yards on that drive. After it's 14-7 in the second, Jake Plummer, Frank Sanders. Coverage, oops, 53-yard. Look at him turn on the jet, Tommy, near the end zone. Extra point fails, and the Cards are within 1, 14-13. Plummer to Courtney Brown, tip. Plummer catches it off the tip and makes his own play.
Well, outstanding play on both ends. Courtney Brown with good timing on the jump to knock the ball down. Plummer with good awareness not only to get the football, but to turn it into a short gain as well.
19-14 Arizona. Jake the Snake. Plummer to Sanders, 26-14. So 26 points in a row after Cleveland led 14-0. Now can Cleveland try to bookend it and come back? Travis Prentice. 3 touchdowns. Way to go. 26-21. But it's Michael Pittman who had a 100-yard game for Arizona. This is 18 of his 107, and that sets up the critical field goal to make it 29-21. Last gasp, Tim Couch, incomplete, and the Cards come from way back to win their second time this year. They win at 29-21. Pittman had the 100-yard day, but a nice debut for Prentice.
Well, nice day for Prentice, and I think you always look at the Arizona Cardinals and you want to see Jake the Snake play well. He's playing well again. It's a lot on the line for that football team this year.
Broncos stunned. 2 home games the last 2 weeks. Chargers stunned by the Rams, and they're 0-5. Denver bounced back on the road. Won their Super Bowl, one of their Super Bowls in this building. Brian Griese to Easy Ed McCaffrey, who goes over 400 during the game. Career catches, 7-0 Denver. Jim Harbaugh, quarterback again for San Diego. To Freddie Jones, 26 yards, 7-7 at the half. In the third quarter, deep in his own territory, Harbaugh tries for a bomb, but T-Buck, Terrell Buckley, picks it off, rumbles for 30 yards to the 25-yard line. Setting up, Brian Griese. Here come the Chargers blitzing, but McCaffrey open, 14-7 Denver.
Yeah, and take a look at Keyron Coleman, who's going to be the running back. Junior Seau on the blitz, and look, this is what gives Griese time to throw the football. Great job of picking up a blocker.
Harbaugh trying to tie the game. Reggie Owens brought down by Jimmy Spencer. Pass interference. 1st and goal. On 3rd and goal, Terrell Fletcher loses 2 yards. And then on 4th and goal, watch this. Chargers going for the tie. Oh, boy. Terrell Buckley in his own end zone. Look at him go. Out to the 30. And the Broncos. Carney missed a short field goal. I mean, San Diego is just not in the cards. And Denver evens their mark at 3-3, winning 21-7, winning in San Diego.
Yeah, and when Brian Griese left because of injury, he was the top-rated quarterback in football. He seems to have picked up right where he left off.
And the coaching staff, at any rate, Christian Fourier. Brock Huard, what we're trying to get to, is making his first start for Seattle, and he didn't get help by Christian Fourier with the drop. Kendall has to leave the game with a stinger. And then Jay Williams splits the left tackle and left guard for the sack against Kendall's replacement, Frank Beatty. Meanwhile, for Carolina, Muhsin Muhammad leaves the game. But this is Donald Hayes looking very Muhsin Muhammad-like.
Look like the same guy.
Steve Berline finds him for a touchdown, 43 yards. And Muhammad says, you know, Mr. Hayes, way to go. Berline to Wesley Walls for a big game. The score is 7-0 in the second. Berline to Isaac Bird to the 5. Same drive from the 5. Berline. Bar none. It's William Floyd with a great juggling catch. 14-0. The Panthers. First downs in the first half. 17-1 Carolina. Yikes. Berline almost picked by Kerry Joseph. If it was a pick, it might have turned the game around, but maybe not. From their own 43, the lefty Brock Huard. To Darrell Jackson, who's played pretty well this year. First down, the youngster. Sean Alexander, stuffed by the Panthers. Turnover on downs. And, well, it wasn't pretty. Carolina wins that game 26-3. Brock Huard didn't make any mistakes, but he got no points, just 3 points. Carolina had 447 yards in total offense.
Well, and let's remember, this offense was expected to do a lot coming into this season. They didn't. A few changes were made, and maybe we saw some results this weekend immediately.
332 yards passing for Steve Berline. Now, Raiders, Niners, with the Giants and the A's playing key playoff games. Meanwhile, the football team's playing at Candlestick Park. It's a Bob St. Clair. Jeff Garcia, Terrell Owens, back in and back in the end zone. Center, yeah, I don't think they're going to go to the center field. 7-6 San Francisco. Garcia. Ty Streets. Great one-handed catch, 37 yards. That sets up Jeff Garcia to Jerry Rice. 14-6 San Francisco.
You know, I actually had Jerry Rice run this pattern on me one time. Once he gets his body in between you and the ball, if the ball is delivered right, the way it was right there, it is impossible to stop.
Shielding himself against Charles Woodson, Charlie Garner runs hard, but loses the ball. Grady Jackson in a 14-14 game recovers for Oakland. 2 fumbles for Garner. Rich Gannon to I see a bad moon rising. Andre Rison, catch at the 30. Gannon. Can't believe Tim Brown's this open. Touchdown, 21-14. Next possession, Gannon. He can do this. Where's the spy? Fourth quarter, same drive. Gannon, he can do this. Where's the spy? 28-14, the Raiders. John Gruden in control. Jeff Garcia and company can score some points. And watch the play made by Terrell Owens. Whoop! 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 Oh, my goodness! He's in the end zone. It's 28-21.
And this is such a great play. Watch all the things he does here. Right hand, watch him switch the ball when he comes back to the left side, gives himself some room, and then turns on that first. That is such a great play by Owens.
After a 41-yard missed field goal by Sebastian Janikowski on 3rd and 6, Garcia creating, hitting Charlie Garner. Touchdown, tied at 28. We go to overtime. In overtime, what a great overtime this was. Gannon to Tim Brown, off to the races. 45 yards, setting up a 35-yard field goal for the win. Janikowski, shades of last year, no good! Gannon say maybe we should have kept going with the ball. It could cost him, because here's Wade Ritchie, but it's blocked! Anthony Dorsett blocks it. Steve Mariucci, Wade Ritchie. Oh my goodness, we had the win. So John Gruden says, this time, we don't worry about field goals. They don't. Rich Gannon to Tim Brown. Touchdown. A wild, wild game in San Francisco. Won by the Raiders. In OT, 34-28. Oakland off a bye, 4-1.
Brian, I love John Gruden's call at the end of the game. I think you said it just right, Chris. He wasn't going to allow that one to come down to a field goal. Let's go up top to Tim Brown, get this one over with, and go to our house.
Even though one division leader lost off a bye, the Jets, the Raiders had to work the overtime. They won across the Bay in a game they'll be talking about in the Bay Area. What a day for Bay Area sports. Sports day, Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets. What's a sports fan to do? Brad Maynard punts it. Winslow Oliver, the famous poet, fumbles. Lyle West recovers for the Giants. Giants falter again, setting up a field goal. Jared Holmes, good, 32 yards. But wait, unsportsmanlike conduct on Travis Hall. Leverage, Tom.
That would be called leverage right there. When he put the left hand down and used it to propel himself up, that's a penalty.
So the Giants take the points off the board, and the gamble pays with Ron Dane doing his own kind of dirty bird. And the Giants lead at 7-0 thanks to Thunder. Chris Chandler to Brian Kozlowski. Play's going to pick up 30 yards. 5 plays later, Chandler picked off by Jason Sehorn. And Sehorn, with a full head of steam and a full head of hair, returns it to the 30. John Fox bringing the blitz, Giants defensive coordinator.
Well, that was Sean Williams right there hitting Chris Chandler. But anyone who has watched the Falcons over the course of the last couple of years knows that without benefit of the outstanding running game that they had 2 years ago with Jamal Anderson, this is the kind of punishment that Chris Chandler's been taking.
Danny Cannell in for the injured Chandler is gone. He passed to Sean Jefferson incomplete. Dan Reeves wants a call. Here's the replay. Dave Thomas, one of the McKenzie brothers, locks up with Jefferson, gets called for interference. This time Cannell's, through the hands of Terrence Mathis. And chances are, as a result of that miscue, here comes Michael Strahan to sack the former Giant Cannell. Cannell tipped by Cornelius Griffin. 4th and goal. Last chance Atlanta, down 7. Cannell. And fitting, Cannell throws, and Sehorn's going to have a long road trip for Detroit. The Lions have won the first 3 road games for the first time since 1961 when Alex Karras was a baby. Well, at least a young Lion. Peyton Manning, a great game last week, a perfect passer rating, in fact. hits Marcus Pollard early, and then hits Marcus Pollard underthrows. But you know what? When you're great, you don't want to underthrow it. 31 yards, 7-0 Colts in the Big Horseshoe. Late second quarter, it's 14-0 Indianapolis, and here comes Josh Williams sacking Charlie Batch for the safety. A batch of cookies right for Halloween. Hits 16-0 the Colts. Ensuing drive, Manning to Ken Dilger. Great pass-catching tight end. Touchdown Colts at 23-0. A laugher. Charlie Batch, final seconds of the half, trying to get the Lions in it. He hits Herman Moore 26 yards. Defensive holding decline, and Jason Hanson, watch this. Doink, doink, a double doink. No good. And so the Colts' 23-0 shutout remains intact going into the locker room. But different story in the second half, Tom. Bryant Westbrook. Of course, that was just a bad throw by Payton, but he's coming into his own this year. We've been calling for Kelly Holcomb all year. Let's bring him in. But the miscue does set up Mario Bates, touchdown, 23-8 as they go for two and get it. Then on a Colt punt, Desmond Howard. He has 8 punt returns in his NFL career. 9 would tie him with Eric Metcalf for the record, and he could go all the. What a great play by Hunter Smith. Remember, this is the guy that stopped Deion last year on a punt return.
And Hunter Smith, a great job of taking away the inside, using the sideline, keeping his feet up under him, and that's a great tackle. Did not let Desmond get into the end zone.
Outstanding play, and as a result, this is third down, and Detroit never gets in. Because Hunter Smith saved the touchdown, Detroit has to settle for a field goal. No doink, just good. It's 23-11, and not maybe 23-15. Fourth quarter, under 6 to go. Edgerrin James. Look at this running time. Power running. Oh, but it forgets the football, and Terry Fair recovers. And the Lions are in business. Couple of dipsy doodles to the 48. Eventually, down to the 5. Charlie Batch. Herman Moore, we got a ball game. 23-18. Now, the Colts remember that the Raiders came back in this building in September. 2 minutes to go, Batch, but no. Comeback not completed as David Macklin. Fourth turnover by the Lions. Macklin, 9 turnovers in the game. Bobby Ross sees what happens there. The Colts punch in that oh-by-the-way score to make it 30-18. And so Indianapolis, an important win for them as they're the ones going to 6-2. And Detroit, who had 10 days since their last game, going to 5-3. Edgerrin James had all 31 carries for the Colts with 139 yards, and that new quarterbacks for various reasons. Trent Dilfer and the Ravens have not scored a touchdown in 4 straight games. So Dilfer starting for Tony Banks. Look at him leap for the first down on the first drive of the game. Can it be? Dilfer's in. 3rd and 2 from the he fumbles. Lee Flowers digging. And it's a fumble, and it's Pittsburgh's ball. Just when it looked like it would be good for the Ravens, it wasn't. Late in the second, Matt Smokey Stover. 49-yard field goal. 6-0 Ravens. 2 field goals over the last 46 points. Baltimore scored it by your kicker. That means you got a great kicker. It means your offense is horrible. Cordell Stewart starting for Kent Graham. Change made last week with the Hot Steelers. And Hines Ward in the third quarter is a touchdown. Now, Chris Brown would miss the extra point, so we're tied at 6s. Now 9-6 Steelers, 8 minutes to go. Dilfer to Qadry Ismail, incomplete. 4th down. Stover's kicked a 51 and a 49. But the wind becoming a factor in the games of the Northeast today. And so the decision is made to have Kyle Richardson kick it away and let your defense bottle the Steelers up. So it's 9-6, 3 minutes to go. And now Dilfer. Why do they have that plate? I mean, none of them work. Just throw some up in the dirt. Well, yeah. 1st and 10 from the 29. Oh, Qadry Ismail wide open. Dilfer can't play.
Well, Qadry does a great job of getting open in the middle of the field. The ball is thrown behind him and high, and what a big play this would have been had he been able to make that catch.
Ryan Billick knows with a couple of minutes to go, they go one last chance. 4th and 10 from the 29. Dilfer, but it's many Steelers. Ainsley Battles knocks it away. 5 straight games, the first time since the 91 Colts did that. And Bill Cowher Steelers, first time since the 88 Vikings, not allowed a touchdown in 4 straight games. So the Pittsburgh Steelers, who were 0-3 and counted out, have now won 5 in a row. The Baltimore Ravens, who were 5-1, are now 5-4. And that Colts team, you wonder, that didn't score all those touchdowns, Jeff George, Mark Herman, Jack Pierre, and Rusty Hilger, with the quarterbacks there. So, hey, Pittsburgh, give them credit. They got off the mat.
Yeah, and Ravens not.
Panthers lost to Dan Reeve and the Falcons in Week 3. Atlanta's lost 5 straight since then. Chris Chandler, Reggie Kelly across the middle. He's hit the 3 and he fumbles! And Doug Evans is there for Carolina. It's a 6-3 Carolina game at the half. Can anybody score? Fourth quarter, 12-3 Carolina. Jamal Anderson does 2 yards. They can't go for 3, so they go for 1. They make it 12-10, Tom. And a 13-play, 80-yard drive makes it a 2-point game in Atlanta. Next possession, Carolina. Steve Berline, back to pass. Picked off by Ray Buchanan from Louisville. Inside the 10-yard line they go. And so with the miscue, here comes Atlanta. 3rd and goal at the 6. Hannibal Navies anchors away, makes the sack.
Great effort here by Navies. You're going to see Jamal Anderson come up and step up to block him. He goes right. Navies coming left, but look at the effort as he goes right over the block, gets Chandler by the legs, and brings him down for the sack.
So Morton Anderson comes on to kick a 31-yard field goal. Good. And with 2:53 to go, Atlanta leads at 13-12. Berline back to pass. This time it's Ed Jasper. Not from Wyoming, but Jasper makes the hit. Berline fumbles, and Travis Hall falls on it. Rich Brooks, defensive coordinator, thrilled. But when Morton Anderson, usually automatic, from 42 yards, hits the upright, it's still 13-12. You've known that look, right?
I've seen that look before.
So Carolina just needs a field goal to win it. They've already kicked 4. But Berline doing a good job of just keeping the play alive. Fires it. What are you going to do?
Knock it down, knock it. Unless you are Ray Buchanan from
Louisville. He had a pair of interceptions and a 3rd one come back on a flag. You know, Atlanta can do nothing except beat Carolina. And Carolina can do nothing except beat San Francisco. Atlanta wins at 13.
Well, and Jamal Anderson, the 25 carries for the 90 yards. They made a couple of mistakes in the red zone, but Atlanta has this team's number.
Suddenly red-hot Cincinnati Bengals. They've won 1 in a row because Corey Dillon ran for 278 yards. This time they try to avenge an earlier loss to Cleveland. Doug Peterson playing quarterback for Cleveland and playing like this. Tom, I mean, look, I don't want to say it, but couldn't we do this? We could do this. Peterson pulled after the first series. Spurgeon win from Southwest Texas State played, and then Peterson back in, and then win, and then meanwhile, this is guy Corey Dillon that's pretty good. Here's a 12-yard pickup. Eventually, it's 1st and goal from the 1. Who do you think gets the ball?
This is all costing Mike Brown money. That's what I know.
How much was that, Ron?
That's an extra $500,000.
Okay, 7-0 Bengals. Dillon up the middle. Look at him shift and power and motor for 25 yards. Bengals, 4th and 8 at the 34, but they're going to go for it. And since they need 8, even though Corey Dillon worth about 15 yards every carry, Akili Smith to Peter Work. Oh, drops it. The Bengals turn it over on down.
Yeah, great job of me moving Peter Ward into motion so that the cover couldn't be tight by the corner, and Peter just needs to hold on to that football.
1st down, 2nd down at the 1. Cleveland is stopped down 10-0 on 3rd down. Travis Prentice from Miami of Ohio. Billy Granville and Spearman comes in to make the play, and they settle for a field goal.
Yeah, Granville and Spearman, a great job of coming over the top just as Prentice started to jump for the end zone, hold him on the 1-yard line.
So to score, this is a new play in the Bengals playbook, kneeling down. They've done it 2 straight weeks. They've knelt down. Dick LeBeau is one of Hogan's heroes, as the Bengals have suddenly won 2 in a row, Tom. They win it by the count of 12-3. Corey Dillon only 137.
Yeah, 137 and 278, 415 yards over the last 2 games. And when he carries the ball 20-plus times, this team usually wins.
All right, now look, we've shown Steelers, Ravens, Panthers, Falcons, Bengals, Browns. 6 teams scored a total of 55 points. Somebody score already! Driving at 10-0 against Dave Wannstedt's Dolphins. 2nd quarter, here come the Pack. Dorsey healthy, and they're a different team. Stiff arm, 7 yards, 17-0 Green Bay, Tom. And Dave Wannstedt's team hoping they could mount a comeback. But they do it on an attempted blitz by the Pack, opening things up.
Well, Tyrone Williams is going to come on the corner blitz. You see him slide. Rob Conrad, the fullback, a great job of picking it up. A little bit of a slide by the quarterback. Jay Fiedler from
Dartmouth.
And he gets the nice completion of the long. It must be Halloween.
Those Ivy Leaguers, they're so tough. 4 plays later, Fiedler to Oronde Gadsden, 15 yards, and it's 17-14. So after Green Bay has the big lead, here in a role reversal comes the Miami Dolphins. What happened here, Tom?
Well, Todd McBride with the coverage, but Gadsden has the size. At 6'3", 6'4", you see him go up, grab the ball at the top of his jump. That's a pretty easy catch for him in the end zone.
Mike Westhoff's been there forever, special teams coach under Shula and Jimmy, and yep. He says it's Halloween trick or treat. My up man, Larry Ratso Izzo, takes the snap. Look at him, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, 39 yards. But it's a fumble. But Miami keeps the ball. Robert Jones is there and helps sets up a touchdown run by Lamar Smith, 21-17. And then more special teams. This isn't trickery, this is just good play. Jeff Ogden at his 19. Look at the speed. Picks up a convoy. And, Tom, the problem is the Packers are at the top of the screen, and he's at the bottom. He could go all the way. Touchdown. 28-17. Miami, he underkicked the coverage, did Birdwell. Then, fourth quarter down 28-20. Trace Armstrong beats one of those rookie tackles. Brett Favre fumbles. Dave Wannstedt had lost 10 straight games to Brett Favre and the Packer in all those years. The Bears come on down to Miami. The weather's nice, and we're hot in the second half. 28-20. The Dolphins come from behind to beat the Pack. So if you think about it, what the Dolphins did after giving up a boatload of those points in the fourth quarter and then the first half, 7-50. If they're outscored from late at the Meadowlands and early in this game, they come roaring on 28-3. Wants that. Vinny Testaverde, 18-3 when he's a Jets starter, as the first place Jets come into Buffalo. And right away, Testaverde to Fred Baxter, who Russells and Michaels and Davids his way into the end zone. We're tied at 7 on the 12-yard touchdown. A tough second quarter, though, for Vinny, as he's had tough first halves, although he started well, but then this, Tommy, he's picked off by Henry Jones. 45 yards, and the Bills lead 14-7 in the second quarter.
Well, Wayne Corbett runs his route slightly inside. Vinny Testaverde delivers off his back foot, ball thrown outside. Henry Jones just waits on the football, takes it, runs it into the end zone.
Late in the second quarter, the Jets put together a good drive. But it's Sam Rogers that comes in and Pat Williams to force the fumble. Sam Coward, who's just continuing to impress, recovers the ball for the Bills. 2 INTs and a fumble in the second quarter. Vinny, 17-7. Bills at the half. They're circling the wagons. But Al Grove, he's wearing Wade sweaters. One thing he's doing. Bills lead 17-10 now after a Hall field goal. And Testaverde lights it up with all the flashlights. Dwayne Corbett at the touchdown. We're tied at 17. So fourth quarter, 8 minutes to go. Curtis, my favorite, Martin. Bills did a good job against him today, Tom. Keith Newman strips Martin. Coward again on the ball. Second recovery of the day. And the next play, it's Flutie to Eric Moles to the 1-yard line. But a penalty sets him back. The Jets defense holds only a field goal. Christie, 20-17 Buffalo. 6 minutes left. Testaverde, it's his quarter, the fourth quarter, to the youngster Lavernius Coles. Keon Carpenter missed a tackle, and Coles picks up 20. Same drive under 3 minutes to go, 3rd and 1. And it's a big gamble. They don't run, Martin. Their gambles have paid off, but the screen to Anderson stuffed up by Coward.
Yeah, and a great play by Coward, because Richie Anderson does a great job of selling this play at the line of scrimmage. Coward does a better job of sniffing it out.
So that forces the Jets to kick at John Hall. Field goal tie at 20, and you know what's going to happen with Doug Flutie with the ball. He throws to Peerless Price to the 40. Then Flutie to Shammy Morris. He makes a juggling catch. That sets up, eventually, Steve Christie with seconds left. Good! It's good! The wagon circles. The Bills finally win a game they've been losing. The Jets finally lose a game they've been winning. And Buffalo wins it by the count of 23-20. So now the Jets, Miami, and Indy all 6-2. Buffalo at 4-4. Could 4 teams make it? Who knows from that division? We'll see. You see some of the numbers. But this was a game in which the Buffalo Bills and the Jets have at 3-4 needs a win in a hurry. And Warren Sapp and the Bucs defense certainly took control.
And what a dominant play this is early on to set the tone for your football team. Just destroys the offensive lineman in front of him, runs through, forces a turnover. Tampa Bay's ball going in.
So when the defense forces turnover and gives Sean King a short field, what could happen? Keyshawn Johnson powering through Chris Dishman. 7-0 Bucs. Warren Sapp, oh yeah. With a score of 7-3 after Gary Anderson field goal. Sean King This is why Tony Dungy says he's our quarterback. To Warrick Dunn, 23 yards, 14-3, Buccaneers.
Well, you've got the matchup you want. You've got Warrick Dunn on linebacker, Ed McDaniel. Ed McDaniel is going to see Jaquez Green in the slot flash in front of him. He stops for just a second, and that's long enough for Warrick Dunn to get wide open for the score.
So 14-3 Tampa Bay. Dante Culpepper, 7 for 7 in his NFL. So Randy Moss, are you kidding me with this one-handed catch? 14-10.
I don't even know if you comment on this. You just enjoy his athleticism.
Oh, my God. Touchdown, Minnesota. Their offense has got no criticism with plays like that. For Tony Dungy's offense, they're trying to redefine who they are. But today, they defined it in a different way because Sean King to Keyshawn for 23 yards. 3 plays later, and this underutilized, pretty good pass-catching tight end Dave Moore beats the double coverage, 20 yards, 21-10 Bucks. King would have 4 touchdown passes today to the chagrin of Dennis Green. The score 21-10 second quarter. You saw Warren Sapp. This is Derek Brooks making the big play. The 2 biggest players on the defense, along with Lynch, make the play. Touchdown, Brooks. 28-10 Tampa Bay after the hit by 53 Shelton Quarles.
Key to this play is everybody on the same page. Brooks knows the blitz is coming. He knows that he can keep that tight coverage at the line of scrimmage. Ball thrown up for grabs. Pressure on Culpepper. Easy score for Derek Brooks.
Monty Kiffin, the defensive coordinator, says we have everybody's number today. We know exactly what Minnesota's doing. ET doesn't need to phone home. Viking trail 34-13. Culpepper. Here's another one of those big defensive players, been quiet for a while. Donnie Abraham. He Isaacs his way down the field. Sapp, happy. 4th, Randy Moss, not happy. Unfortunate issue here. He touches Lloyd McPeters, the official, on the arm, and it bumps his cap with the helmet. He's called out, tossed out of the game. And, well, there would be days like this for the Vikings. Although they move along up until the last weekend in October. But it's the Buccaneers that look like the team that many of us thought they might. Winning by the count of 41-13. We told you about King's touchdown passes to Coughlin and Jacksonville on a 5-game losing skid. First quarter, Troy Aikman has had cortisone shots in his back, and as he throws to James McKnight, Aikman comes down hard. McKnight comes down hard. He would return, but Aikman was crushed by Tony Brackens, and with the back spasms,
The 6 cortisone shots.
Man. Later in the drive, Aikman finds Jackie Harris. You hear from him once every couple of years. It's a touchdown, and it's 7-0 Dallas. Troy goes to the locker room. He took himself out. He did not return. Meanwhile, Mark Brunell to Kyle Brady. Where's he been? 26 yards first down. Tight end's playing a role in this game. Brunell to a man named Brady. Touchdown. 10-7, the Jags lead on the road. Second quarter, Randall Cunningham, who certainly has spiced Dallas up when he's played, but not today. Paul Spicer fumbles. He's hit with him. Brackens recovers. Jags ball. 3rd and 3 Jags from the 4. Alvis Wicked catches it from Brunelli. It's 17-7 Jaguars. Fourth quarter, 17-10. Randall Cunningham, James McKnight. Good night. 37 yards deep inside the 5. Second and goal. Randall sneaks it. Tied at 17 with a minute to go. Under 30 seconds to Jacksonville get in range for a field goal. Brunell to R.J. Soward. And Ryan McNeil is on the D, and he knocks it away. Coughlin wants a flag, but...
Well, this is one of those things that Mark Brunell has always done great, delivering the ball on the run. And what a nice play by Ryan McNeil. They wanted the flag, but that looks like a great play by the corner.
So we go to overtime, and Brunell to win it. Philippi Sparks makes the tackle, and Wicked scores it. Jacksonville gets the toss, they get the ball, and the losing streak is over. The Jacksonville Jaguars have gone into Dallas and win in overtime 23-17. Brunell 20 of 24 passing.
And when you get that kind of throwing percentage of completion from Brunell, you get the 100-plus yards from Fred Taylor, you get the plays by the defense. This is the way this team became one of the best in the league, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And now Aikman out, Cunningham in, Wither, Dallas once again. Kansas City off there, thumping of undefeated St. Louis goes into Seattle to face Mike Holmgren on the flubber. I mean, field turf that they have at Husky Stadium. The Seahawks have been scuffling. Jon Kitna, the quarterback with the least bad concussion last week. He's picked off by Greg Wesley. Kitna starting 9th pick. What do you think Mike thinks about that pass?
He's not pleased.
He's not pleased. 7-3 Kansas City, Elvis Grbac, picked off by Jay Bellamy, one of the Bellamy brothers. Let your love show. His first pick, Grbac, in his last 116 pass attempts. I always liked that song, by the way. What happened here?
Well, Grbac, yeah, this is later on in the second quarter, but you're going to get Elvis Grbac going deep down the field to Derek Alexander, and watch Willie Williams. We see that all too often, the missed tackle.
Where's the mic cutaway now?
Yeah.
50-yard touchdown, Chiefs lead 14-10. Late second, Seattle driving. Umpire, this is his view. Ricky, oh boy, watch out. Here comes Ricky. Oh no. Oh no. And we hope he's okay. We don't have a word. I assume he, oh yeah, just tuck that thing away. We're all right. 21-10 Chiefs, but Kitna intercepted by James Hasty. The Seattle quickly trying to get back in it, but Hasty was there. Chiefs lead 21-13. And then it's Kitna to Ricky Watters. And Ricky can do this. This is well disguised. A little delayed screen, 14 yards, 21-19. They do not get the 2-point conversion. As you're going to see here, Kitna scrambling, buys time, his pass to Christian Euphoria, but the Euphoria is owned by James Hasty, who breaks it up. So down 2, less than 2 minutes to go. Kitna, tipped and picked by Pat Dennis. 3 picks for the Chiefs. Kansas City, at least, I think, huge win at home over St. Louis. Seattle is a down team in the division, but they go and win a division game on the road, 24-19, setting up their showdown with Oakland next week.
Well, you see Kitna throwing the ball 42 times. For Mike Holmgren's offense to be successful, the quarterback has to play well. 342
yards, 3 TDs, but 3 picks for Elvis Grbac. But Kansas City gets the Cardinals trailing the Saints 7-0. But look at Jake Plummer. To Terry Hardy, one of the Hardy boys, in there for a touchdown, 7-all. Ricky Williams with all those 100-yard games in a row. And of all teams, Arizona doing a pretty good job, Tom.
Well, first 7 or 8 carries, Ricky Williams for 1, -1, 0. You see him fighting for the yards. The thing I like is that Ricky Williams is running so hard now when he's going north and south. He is actually punishing the defense, and eventually when you wear him down, you start getting the big runs that Ricky Williams has gotten lately.
So in the first half, just 9 for 16 for Ricky Williams. Good job, Arizona. Jake Plummer, Michael Pittman. Pittman back across the middle. Oh, look at the Saints just get around him and keep him from going out of bounds at the end of the half. That was only 10-7. Plummer wants to spike the ball, but tick, 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 tick. Clears the end of the half, but they can't do it. Third quarter, it's 10-7 Arizona. Vincent, you got to get out. Well, there were 5 guys on the pitch. That's what McKinnis said to him. Anyway, Plummer's pass. Look at Keith Mitchell, the athletic play that he makes to turn the game around. Saints defense doing it again. 40 yards, touchdown, 14-10.
Well, with the velocity that Plummer threw that ball with, what a great pick by Keith Mitchell. Got a hand up, tipped it to himself, deflected it. Great play by a linebacker.
Then Mac Cody, Commander Cody, fumbles it. He's a lost planet airman. Michael Hawthorne recovers the fumble 2 plays later. Ricky Williams did not get his 100 yards, so he doesn't make that 6 straight games. But, you know, so what? The Saints continue to be that B-flight golfer. They're winning all these games that they should against teams they should beat. The games, frankly, the Saints used to lose. 21-10. We're going to move the Saints on this show into the A-flight, all right? They're now 5-3. They're in the A-flight as they win it. And, Tommy, the New Orleans Saints have won 4 games in a row. Wow.
Well, and a game on the road, you see Joe Horn, the 2 receptions for 10 yards. Ricky Williams, only 50-plus yards. Not a great day for Jeff Blake. So these are the games they used to lose. They managed to win this one.
Meanwhile, the New York Football Giants off a bye. Remember, teams are below 500 off byes this year. But one thing Jim Fossil has done is always beaten the Eagles. 7 straight over Philadelphia, including week 2 this year. All of a sudden, like, when did winter, sneak in on us? It did. First quarter. Late start, Meadowlands. Kerry Collins dumps to Tiki Barber. Tiki. Tacky for 36 yards. That was the Lightning. And here's the Thunderbird. Ron Dayne, 1 yard. His 4th TD of the year, 7-0. G-Man. Second quarter. Kerry Collins. Ike Hilliard looking. Oh, Mike Caldwell. Yikes. Eagles can play D now. Oh, boy. Minute 38 left in the half. 3rd and 5 Giants at Eagles 27. And Collins to well-dressed Amani Toomer. Touchdown. What a big play by Collins on 3rd down. 14-0 Giants. Boy, he can really look good sometimes, as he had at times this year. And a little history, 3rd quarter. Brian Mitchell, not the longest punt return he'll ever have, but he passed. Look at that little Meggett's punt return record go out of the books. Most return yards of a punt by Brian Mitchell for a career. But Donovan McNabb, he's not worried about that now. He's worried that Emmanuel McDaniel picks off Donovan McNabb. And then Ron Dane, 9 yards to the 30. Later in the drive, Dane for 5 to the 7-yard line. And look at Ron Dane power.
Well, he's starting to be very comfortable running in the interior lines. The quick feet show. He's got great power, great balance, and it's starting to prove out for the Giants.
Yep. And Dane down to the 3. Barber in. Joe Montgomery in. Touchdown. First carry of the season for Montgomery. The Giants win at 24-7. Going to tell you, a very impressive win for the 6-2 New York Football Giants, who get 93 yards rushing from Ron Dane.
Yeah, great balance. When I talked to Coach Fossil, if we can run the ball a little bit, Kerry Collins is going to get comfortable with play action.
And how about Toomer with a 100-yard game as a receiver for the... They're in San Francisco for the team that, well, in the NFC, plays offense nearest to the Rams. And Trent Green, obviously Rusty, picked off by one of the young Niners, Jason Webster. 7-0 49ers at this point, and there's the pick. And Mike Martz, see, it's the first time they haven't scored a touchdown in the first possession of any game this season. 2nd quarter, it's 10-7 Niners. It's Akeem with the great cutback on the punt return, and he's going to go all the way down to the 32-yard line. 2nd and 9 from the 14. Akeem on offense makes the catch. Tries to get into the end zone. Ahmed Plummer knocks him out at the 1, but we're at the 1. Marshall Faulk. 1 yard. 2nd score of the day for him, 14-10 Rams. Tom, this game had all the makings of being a fun one.
Yeah, Marshall Faulk, great interior. And here, a play made off the blitz by Owens.
Terrell Owens, unbelievable as Garcia picks up the blitz. 17-14, 49ers at the half. 3rd quarter, we're tied at 17. Garcia. It's Owens, as we showed you. Then look at that play. Trent Green to Marshall Faulk, 19 yards, tied at 24.
Well, and you see Marshall Faulk alone there, and you wonder why. You see Lance Schulters coming to the picture late, trying to get back to him. Now, take a look right here. He was trying to call timeout at the moment that Marshall Faulk got into the route.
So in the 4th quarter, tied at 24 after a long gainer to Charlie Gunner. His callback penalty. Then it's... Here's Akeem with another big punt return. Look at the moves in the hurdle down to the 26-yard line. 1st and 10 at the 16 and a tie game at 24 all, under 11 to go. Trent Green, Marshall Faulk, 16-yard touchdown. Marshall Faulk, Marshall. 4 touchdowns today. Gives him 14 touchdowns in 8 games. NFL record 25, so he's over halfway there. Rams get back to win it 34-24. Trent Green came on for a 300-yard day in the 2nd half. What about Bud Carson, new defensive coordinator or advisor for the Rams? Did he make a difference?
Well, you wonder what Bud Carson could actually...
Won since 1977, since John Madden was the coach. And Tyrone Wheatley busts it open very early. 37-yard run down to the 10. Oh, the Raiders were on against the Chiefs. Winning by 3 earlier this year in Kansas City. Rich Gannon. To Andre Bad Moon Rising, the ex-Chief, the ex-everyone. 10-yard touchdown, 7-0. There ain't it.
Well, Gannon has done this all year. He steps up in the pocket scrambles just enough to draw the defense to him and then hit Rising in the back of the end zone.
Rich Gannon to Tim Brown. 15 yards, beats rookie Pat Dennis. Next play, Rich Gannon, who was 28 of 33 in the first meeting, to Tim Brown. 13 yards again. Later in the drive, how many years can Tim Brown continue to excel? 21 yards inside the 10. 4 receptions on this drive to Brown, setting up a Crockett 1-yard run, 14-0. There it is. Elvis Gerback looking for Tony Gonzalez. Oh, man, Gonzalez looking to become the first tight end to catch balls for 4 straight games of 100 yards.
Well, as athletic as any tight end that we've seen come into this league.
And guess what? He accomplished that. But meanwhile, the score 14-7, Tyrone Wheatley, 18 yards. 3rd and goal from the 6. Gannon looking for Ricky Dudley. But when you're hot, you're hot. Off his hands, right in the hands of Bad Moon Rising. 21-7, Raiders. Later 2nd, Gannon for Tim Brown. James Hastings called for pass interference with the Raiders with the ball in the 1. They give it to the big fella, Tyrone Wheatley, who ran for 112.90 in the first half, 28-7. There it is. Gannon, 3rd quarter with the score 28-10. He just creates. Rich Gannon is coming into his own after a decade in pro football. 13 yards to Zach Crockett. Now to Ricky Dudley. 20 yards, beautiful. 35-10. There it is. With the score 35-24. 2nd and goal from the 3. Gannon to Dudley. 4 touchdown passes for Gannon. Final 49-31. There it is. They up their mark to 8-1. The Raiders get a 100-yard game from Wheatley. They get a big game from Gannon. And despite Elvis Gerback throwing for 504 yards, 504 yards, only the 8th player to do it, the last being Boomer Esiason in '96, the Oakland Raiders have a 3-game lead in the AFC West, and they have earned every bit of it. Not only aren't they defeating themselves, they felt that they came out to stomp on the Chiefs.
Well, great 1-2 punch, Tyrone Wheatley, Napoleon Kaufman, but the Raiders right now are all about Rich Gannon, his ability to create. He's throwing as accurately as any quarterback in this league. He's creating. I think that's the word you used during the highlights. He is forcing them to play good offense, giving everybody confidence, and then the defense is following that up. You put a lot of points on the board, makes it pretty easy to play defense.
They've had wonderful athletes, and now these wonderful athletes are delivering. Eagles overtime winners last week against Dallas. Bill Cowher's team has not allowed a touchdown in 20 quarters. Last team to do that, the 76 Steel Curtain. On 4th and 1, Donovan McNabb to Cecil Martin, 9 yards. 1st down, Philly, 2nd quarter. Then, look at this. The Steelers, after 21 quarters, give up a touch finally. McNabb to Jeff Thomason, and Philly leads at 10-0 early, 318 minutes, and how many seconds? 22 seconds, says Bill Cowher. An amazing feat. Congratulations, Steelers defense, but now they're behind. Cordell Stewart, first home start in a long time, and look at the hit by Jeremiah.
Well, Jeremiah Trotter from his middle linebacker position, and look at him lower the boom right there on Burris. That would draw a flag for illegal hit.
Plexico Burris became plexiglass, unfortunately, after that. And Brian Mitchell, a bit of history here with a 32-yard kickoff return late in the 2nd. Past Mel Gray, all-time kickoff return yardage. What a big pickup he's been for Philadelphia after his whole career with Washington. Congratulations to Mitchell, 13-6 Eagles at the half. 3rd quarter, this time famous Amos Zaraway says, I respect you, Mr. Mitchell, but we can cover kicks too at times. 5 minutes left, 3rd quarter. Now it's Pittsburgh down by a touchdown, sending the bus in motion. Look at the block. Jerome Bettis, 19 yards. Bettis, 30 carries, 134 yards, including this 8 yards right here, which ties the game at 13. Still that way early 4th quarter. Watch the Pittsburgh defense as the ball carried by Stanley Wilson Pritchett. But Lee Flowers does not wait to the midnight hour. And Joey Porter having such a big year. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Yes, he was in 20-13. The Steelers. David Green Akers off the upright. No good. And the Eagles down 20-13. Now a field goal. Pittsburgh makes it 23-13. 2.5 to go, but McNabb to Brian Mitchell. Mitchell, 13-yard touchdown, 23-20.
Yeah, and boy, has he made up for the absence of Deuce Staley in a lot of ways.
Now watch this. Everyone in the park knows it's an onside kick. Gerard Cherry falls on it for Philadelphia, but wait, it went 9.5 yards. So they did all the work. They're going to have to try it again, so certainly Pittsburgh's going to get this one right. No! 2 onside kicks in a row recovered by Philadelphia. Tim Houck falls on it for Andy Reid's Eagles. 6 seconds to go. David Green Akers. 39 yards, good. tied at 23. We go to overtime. Eagles win the toss. First possession, McNabb to Pritchett. This time, he waits deep until the midnight hour. And in field goal range is David Akers. It's good. 26-23. Philadelphia down 10 with under 3 minutes to go. They win it. And the Eagles have won 2 straight overtime games. They've won 6 of their last 8. So despite the fact that Bettis had the yards on the ground, the Eagles are the ones that win it. Sal Paolantonio with record-breaking Brian Mitchell. 2 overtime wins in a row. 19-11. And give Cleveland the nod. They've won for the 3rd time.
Yeah, and the key is Prentice got the 19 carries for the 84 yards and gave Peterson some balance to that offense. If they get that, they have a chance at least to be successful.
Drew Bledsoe made the miscues. Below 500, they do not know all and tell all and all tell this year. They want to know Florida. When are we going to count the votes, please? Mark Brunell. This are the Jaguars that we remember, Tom. Brunell to Keenan McCardell, wide open, 67 yards, 21-7 Jags, late second. But John Kitna Caboodle has thrown 2 touchdown passes. One to Mays in the 3rd quarter, got him to 21-0. And this to Ricky Waters, his 3rd in the 4th quarter, 28-21 Seattle. 30 seconds to go, 3rd and 25 Jacksonville. Brunell has time. How does McCardell get that wide open for 44 yards down to the 12? 2 seconds to go. Last play of the game. Brunell looking for Kyle Brady. Tommy, they're going to call a flag on Richie Tongue.
Yeah, horrible call in the end zone, and one that could have changed this football game.
And look at Mike. He knows, my God, they get another play because it can't end on a defensive penalty. So Brunell lob, incomplete. And the Seattle Seahawks, with John Kitna, certainly his best game this year, the Seahawks surprisingly have won 2 in a row going into their bye week, and that pretty much eliminates Jacksonville from the playoff hunt, although they won late a few years ago to get in at 9-7. They're going to have to string wins together.
And Mike Holmgren coached football team, 22-33 from the quarterback position, 230-plus yards and the 3 touchdowns. That's what they need to be effective.
And for a change, for the end around of Johnny's Martin. And look at Charlie Batch, who didn't have a good day throwing, but he blocked Ashley Ambrose. Ashley, it's a 27-yard run, setting up a Stewart 1-yard run, 7-0 Lions. 2nd quarter, Jamal Anderson, first half, looked so easy, Tommy. Here's 14 of his 100 yards in the first half.
And he got that 100 yards on 15 carries, so a very successful day, at least in the first half for Jamal Anderson.
But then it became Danny Cannell, 10-10, 2.5 minutes to go, and, oh no, picked off by Corwin Brown. And the Lions are in business. They chose to kick a field goal from inches out to tie the game rather than go for a go-ahead touchdown.
Well, great coverage by Westbrook going down the sideline. Good job of shielding the receiver for Brown to come over and get the pick.
And so this time, Jason Hanson kicked a short field goal. Moeller was booed at the decision, but now he looks like a genius because that 44-yarder makes it 13-10 against Dan Reeves. 4th and 10, under a minute to go. Cannell trying to make something happen. Bryant Westbrook, who's had a big year, makes the pick for the Lions. And Gary Moeller dumped on him as the Lions win it 13-10. And Detroit, they don't make it look great, but Tom, the Detroit Lions are 6-4. Stewart running for 71 yards.
Yeah, and a mystery. You talk about Jamal Anderson, the 15 carries for 100 yards, and then you get another 10 carries for 19 yards. It's just a mystery how offense can change from one half to another.
You talk about a mystery. How about the Buffalo Bills? Rob Johnson not 100% ready. So Doug Flutie made his first professional starts as a Chicago Bear at 86 and in 87. That's a touchdown he hit the Walter Payton eons ago. Today, Doug Flutie starting for the injured Rob Johnson, who was the backup quarterback today. So Flutie early to Jeremy McDaniel. McDaniel, 24 yards, sets up a field goal, 3-0. Buffalo. Now, in Buffalo, they're confused about the ballot. Bush, Gore, Flutie, Johnson. we don't know who to vote for. Meanwhile, Jim Miller led them to a big win last week. Ruptures his Achilles tendon. Out for the rest of the year. The Shane Matthews Band played. No, wait a minute. 2nd quarter, 3-3 game. Here's Rob Johnson. Wade Phillips playing him in the 2nd quarter. He hits Eric Moulds, 24 yards, sets up a field goal. We just need to win. That's correct. Remember, Van Pelt won a game. 3rd quarter, Flutie back in. He finds Eric Moulds 21 yards. Same drive, 4th and goal, 1-yard line. What could possibly happen?
It's the bootleg, and he loves this corner of the end zone. He does this all the time, does it to the left, and he feels comfortable running that way.
Wade says, yeah, I love when Flutie plays. 13-3 Buffalo. Shane Matthews. Bam by Sam Rogers. Keith Newman picks it up. Now watch what happens. Fumble. Gerald Porter picks it up. 2 defensive players named Porter, drafted by Tom Donahoe with Pittsburgh, each scored touchdowns in the same minute of the afternoon.
First time in history.
First time in history. Bills win 20-3. Doug Flutie, 94-15 at home in his collegiate and professional football starts. Now, the debate rages. It's funny, a high-ranking Bills, in addition to being a great receiver, Jake Plummer to Frank Sanders, 41 yards out of the Minnesota 29. Sets up. Now watch what happens here. Carrie Blanchard. No, it's not an attempt. Oh, man. Scott's player is nailed by Dwayne Rudd. He's fortunate to become an ex-player. Dave McGinnis, new coach, Arizona. Why? Blanchard, player. Why? 7-7 late in the half. Randy Moss, where are you? Well, couldn't hang on here as Zach Waltz late hit, so it keeps the drive alive and would cost Arizona. Sideline grab, perfect, sets up a field goal, 10-7 Vikes at the half. Here comes Minnesota third quarter. Dante Culpepper drilled, but to Randy Moss. 22-yard gain, fantastic move. Later in the drive, Culpepper to Moss. And you know what, how'd you like to be a youngster at the game and go with a football? Nice effort, 17-7 Minnesota. Culpepper, about it. He can run with it. Easy touchdown, 24-7 Vikes.
Yeah, and watch number 96, Brad Otis. He's on the end of the line. He has contained. Now, it's about 7 minutes to 8. Brad still doesn't know that this is a fake. He's still somewhere in the middle of the football field trying to figure it out.
Minnesota adding to it. Culpepper, watch Chris Carter. All he does?
Catch touchdown.
Oh, my goodness, what a catch. 119 TD catches for Carter in his illustrious career. Minnesota, close at half, not close at finish. 300-yard day passing, 302 for Culpepper as the Vikings beat Arizona 31-14 and get back on track.
Yeah, Brad Culpepper had a good game. I think that was the most important thing for Coach Dennis Green. He got his quarterback back on track.
Yes, and Minnesota 8-2, cruising again. Speaking of cruising, Jim Haslam's Saints have won 5 in a row as they went into Carolina. Scoreless second quarter, Steve Berline. Picked off by the rookie, Darren Howard. Look at him, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. It's a touchdown. Oh, is it a touchdown? Wait a minute, it's a touchback. I think he was in time.
Well, great catch by Howard. You see him do a nice job of getting, but look at Chris Magnum, and this is the replay that the officials had. Nothing that they were going to overrule from their original call.
So the peep show did not overturn it, and New Orleans loses the chance in the score. But undaunted, Jeff Blake, Joe Little Bighorn, 7-0 Saints. We told you in Sunday NFL Countdown, he loves Muhammad Ali, and that's why you don't think that is, but watch the tribute. Yeah. I'm the greatest. Oh, so like a butterfly, sting like a bee. 7-3 Saints third quarter. Sammy Knight to hit. Keith Mitchell scoops it up, and look at him go. He could go all the way. Saints defense, 90 yards, 14-3, New Orleans. Who that say they're going to beat that Saints? Berline, circus catch by Muhsin Muhammad. 17-10, Carolina close.
Yeah, look at Muhammad right here. Great concentration, a great job of laying out for the football, helping your quarterback by doing that.
6 minutes left in the fourth. Ricky Williams, such a big year. As he gained 1,000 yards, he broke his left ankle. Out 6 to 8 weeks. So Williams became the first Saint since Dalton Hilliard in 1989 to garner 1,000 yards in the season. Will end up on exactly that total. The Saints have won 6 in a row to stay within one of the Rams. But without Ricky Williams, it may change things drastically. Obviously, Chad Morton, 5th-round pick rookie, is the new running back.
Yeah, and Coach Haslett will find out the load that he can carry, whether it's 15, 20. He looked pretty good today, 25 or more. You test him next week, you find out what you have, and you move on from there.
New Orleans is about to play the high-scoring team. Troy Aikman trying to find a way to get Dallas going. It's James McKnight, opening drive, good coverage, better tackling. McKnight brought down at the 5, a 34-yard gain. 2 plays later from the 2, Emmitt Smith. Oh, but wait a minute. That famed Bengal defense. DeKeo Spikes recovers the fumble. Emmitt, no TD, no ball. Aikman, second quarter. Look at this. I haven't seen this in the playbook that often. What? Shovel pass to Emmitt for 19 yards. Next play, Aikman throws it the more conventional way, the old-fashioned way, to James McKnight as they try to end it. Touchdown, 7-3, Dallas. Troy on the day, close to 300 yards in a big comeback game for him. Remember, he sat out last week. Aikman to Chris Warren, short yardage. He wants to call timeout, and this is bizarre. He's trying to call timeout a little bit too emphatically. Here's the ref at Hawkins.
Yeah, but we know what the rules are when you touch a referee, and we'll see what gets imposed on Troy Aikman.
Cowboys miss a field goal on the drive. Ebenezer Echabon hits Achilles Smith. Smith fumbles. Echabon recovers for Dave Campo. Now watch this. The former gym teacher from Ashland, Ohio, Tim Cedar. It's no field goal. It's a touchdown, Tom. Oh, those tricky Cowboys.
Well, when you look at the setup of the Bengal front rush unit, you can see that the hole is already there. They don't actually create a hole. They just shield people off and make a pass for Cedar into the end zone.
And then here's the difference. Down by 14. We don't know if this is a fake or a bad snap. And we don't need the points. We thought it went out at the 1.
That ball went out before it got to the end zone.
They called it in the end zone.
We're saving our challenge.
The Bengals don't need points, and they end up losing to Dallas 23-6. So it's the Cowboys who play all teams with winning records now. They needed that win badly, and the Bengals are back to their old ways.
And the Bengals have to figure out a way to throw the football. You can't be 10 of 25 for 68 yards and expect to win no matter how well the running back may be able to run the football.
Achilles Smith needs a little touch. Now he can go down to Cuba and overthrow Castro. Ravens and Titans. Jeff Fisher's Titans, 13-0 lifetime at Adelphia Coliseum. Brian Billick. Ravens bring the defense. First quarter, Trent Dilfer, second start for Billick to Qadry Ismail, 46 yards. Wait a minute, this is a team that went 5 games without a touchdown? Look at him, they're a juggernaut. Dilfer to Shannon Sharp, who passes brother Sterling on the all-time receiving list. Shannon caught 8 on the day. Over 600 for his career. Jamal Lewis, 99 yards for him. Hey, the Ravens led 14-0 in Tennessee.
And take a look at Jonathan Ogden right there at the left tackle spot. His man's going to go a little bit high. Look at the great job of turning, getting him moved out of the way so Lewis could get the touchdown.
So Tennessee with the ball in the second quarter. They've won 8 in a row since an opening day loss. Steve McNair to Eddie George. Oh, man. Ray Lewis with a big hit. And for the rest of the day, Eddie George,
he fumbled 2 more times after that hit.
Pretty tentative, only at 25 yards. So McNair goes to the air, and Chris Sanders makes a circus catch. Setting up the fullback, Lorenzo Neal. On the pitch from McNair, it's 17-14. Jeff Fisher's club down 3 at the half. Same score, fourth quarter. McNair wants the block coming up from Benji Olsen. Right there. McNair rumbles to set up a tying field goal, 17-all.
And coaches love this because Benji Olsen doesn't quit on the play. He gets up, he tries to help his quarterback, gets a great shot on Peter Boulware. He'll love that in film session tomorrow.
Under 8 minutes to go, it's Jamal Lewis. This is the old playground trick. Wait a minute, wait a minute, what? No problem. So not only did he have a big run, he completed a pass to himself.
You know, this happens sometimes. The ball gets away from you. I give Lewis great credit for getting around and being able to snatch that ball back and get it back.
Same drive, it's 3rd and 18. Javon Curse, Tom, you went down to see him this week. He picked up his play. The sack forces the Ravens to punt. 4 minutes to go. Ensuing drive. We're tied at 17. McNair scrambling. Peter Booyah forces the fumble. Rob Burnett is on it. Great field position, Baltimore. Ensuing drive. Gilford throwing, but rising from the ashes is Perry Phoenix. Look at the block downfield by 56 Godfrey. Samari Rowe with a big block there. Dean Sidney with a big block there. No wonder they scored so much on defense. 88 yards, touchdown. 23-17. So the routine extra point for Mr. Automatic Al Del Greco. Doink, but no problem. They lead 23-17. Tennessee's at home. They never lose. Hasn't missed an extra point since '93. But don't tell that to Trent Gilford. It was a problem. Gilford to Sharp. Stopping the clock. 4th and 2. 53 seconds to go. Last chance. So you lob it. You hope for the flag. You get the flag. Good call on Dane and Sidney. Brian Billick's team has the ball at the 2. Al Del Greco. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 3rd and goal. Gilford to Patrick Johnson. Touchdown. Extra point good. 24-23 Ravens. Del Greco, who's been so good for so long, hoping for a chance. Steve McNair, 13 seconds to go. Look at the run, Tom. To the 25. Another chance for Del Greco. Dilfer looking on. Del Greco for 42. No good. It's no good. Trent Dilfer, Brian Billick, and the Ravens are the first team ever to go into Tennessee and win. So, in the week that Al Gore loses an election in Tennessee, the Titans lose a football game in Tennessee. 24-23, Baltimore. Trent Dilfer, the hero, after the game with our... this certainly could break the skiing, right? Well, maybe not. Miami in town. Jay Fiedler from Dartmouth to Oronde Gadsden, down to the 6th. Fiedler upset that Dartmouth lost to Brown Saturday. Gets his revenge against the Chargers as he hands to Lamar Smith. Touchdown, 2 yards. Mike Riley's seen it before.
Well, watch the great blocking here. You're going to see the fullback, Rob Conrad, is going to come across in motion. Watch the nice kick-out block here. He gets on Rodney Harrison, who's a great defensive player, gives Lamar Smith a nice route to the end zone.
And so it's 14-0 Miami. They run it, and Jay Fiedler's been precise. But this one, Thurman Thomas, sprained right knee, out for the rest of the game. Hopefully the venerable Thurman can make a quick recovery. 14-0 Dolphins. How about San Diego's playing Miami, and Marino is playing for San Diego. Moses Marino sacked by Jason Taylor. 6 straight games for a sack. And Moreno, he's so fragile, he's gone, and we have a Ryan Leaf sighting. He comes in, and what could happen, Tom? You guessed it. Picked off by Brian Walker. His 2nd interception of the day. Leaf's 8th interception of the year. 17-7 Miami wins. Leaf got knocked out. Harbaugh had to play. The poor Chargers are now 0-10. Miami, not doing it very prettily, but they're 8-2. They get a lead, and they crunch you.
Yeah, and they're starting to get healthy with their receiving core. You saw the 1 for 61 from Oronde Gadsden, but they also tried to get Tony Martin deep. They will become a complete unit with those wide receivers.
Warren Sapp have had so many great encounters through the years. Most of them have gone Favre's way. Sean King play fake to Keyshawn Johnson. 2nd quarter touchdown, 7-0 Tampa Bay. Ensuing kickoff Bucks. Martin Gramatica is incorrect. He has it. He gets smacked as Scott McGraha recovers for the Packers. Joe Marciano, he retired undefeated as a professional fighter. Now he's upset on the sideline. Favre to Antonio Freeman. When Dishman doesn't hit it, he can't catch it. But wait a minute. Ball knocked out of the referee's hand. Penalty. Freeman upset. Favre not happy. Miss a 52-yard field goal as a result. 2 minutes left in the second. Sean King. Riddell Anthony. 14-3 at the half. Tampa Bay King in the first half, Tom. 11 of 14. You saw the 2 touchdowns. 3rd quarter, Warren Sapp is after Brett Favre.
We've seen this before. Warren Sapp just bulls his way through, grabs Brett Favre by the ankles and pulls him down. You see his reaction right there. It's fun when those two get to play against each other.
Sprained left foot for Favre. He leads. It looks like he's going to be out next week, which would break his streak of 135 straight games started as quarterback. Meanwhile, it's Hasselbeck who fakes a field goal and throws a touchdown to Bubba Franks. Forget that Favre's out. It's the Packers that lead 15-14. They don't make the two-point conversion. Joe Marciano, we lost another fight today. Martin Gramatica, 54-yard field goal. Good. This time Gramatica correct. 17-15 Bucks. Packers next possession. Matt Hasselbeck. Pressure. Shovel to Amon Green. Fumble. A shovel and a fumble can mean only one thing. Bucks ball. Leads to a Gramatica field goal. Defense has to save the day. But in Tampa, they'll take their chances with the Gulf Warriors. 4th and 1 incomplete for Bubba Franks. Warren Sapp. Oh, yeah, let me hear you. 1-4. They lost. Now they won. Tampa Bay, now 6-4. Won their 3, they lost their 4, now they're 6-4. And the Bucks win an important game, and the Packers, valiantly as they played now without Favre, Levin's gone uphill all the way.
Talked with Coach Dungy this week. Run the ball, run defense, don't make mistakes. Our defense will win football games.
Kansas City, 3 straight trips to the West Coast, losing in Oakland last week. Now back in the Bay Area, watch Jeff Garcia to J.J. Stokes crawling to the 30-yard pickup, Tom. And look, you can't walk, crawl.
Well, fantastic play by J.J. Stokes as he's spinning around to get the football and then almost was able to crawl into the end zone.
1-yard run by Garner makes it 7-0 Elvis Gerback. And then came Bronson. Zach Bronson picks it off for San Francisco, returns it to the 44. Derek Alexander shaken up on the play. He'd returned, but Garcia follows with a touchdown run off the pick. 14-0 San Francisco against their ex-quarterback, ex-backup, Elvis Gerback. Looking for Tony Gonzalez to drop. Niners ball. And Charlie Garner, is there a harder running back like what, Lionel James, Little Train?
Yeah, and a great runner receiver. You watch him here take the little quick handoff up the middle of the field. He jukes his way for a 19-yard gain down to the Chiefs 46. Then now watch him here. This is the other element that he brings to the game. Goes right up the middle of the field, gives the quarterback a place to go with the football, gets a nice first down. Very durable little running back. Gets the yards both receiving and running.
102 yards rushing today for Charlie Garner. He's had a 200-yard game this year. Look at Garcia. He can move it. You know what? Their offense has been fun to watch. 21-0 San Francisco. Early fourth, Chiefs trying to get in it. But Bryant Young starting to play like the great player that he was before all those injuries. Really coming on now for San Francisco. One of the old grizzled vets in that young defense. San Francisco beats Kansas. So Kansas City, they beat the Rams. And then they win at Seattle. But now all of a sudden they're knocked way off the pace. San Francisco wins it.
And yeah, you listen to Jeff Garcia's numbers, 20 of 25, 250 yards to 2 touchdowns. Who does that sound like? That young Montana.
Yes.
49er-like numbers.
When we return, we'll show you right now 7-2 Rams, 7-2 Cuban. It's Mike Martz. The Rams have lost 2 of their last 3. Kerry Collins out of his own end zone to well-dressed Amani Toomer. But it's a fumble. He's dressed down by the Rams. And Dexter McCleon. Ooh, these look like the Rams defense actually not only making some plays, but trying to score. Setting up a Roland Williams touchdown catch. 7-0 St. Louis. With the score 14-0, Ron Dayne. Can you say large and fast? 50-yard run down to the 16. 2 plays later. Kerry Collins down 14-0. Pumps, swings to Tiki Barber. Great move, 13 yards, 14-7. Giants within a touch. 4th and 1 Rams. Next drive. Keith Lyle is the holder. Look at him fake it and run for the first down. Ooh, they're starting to look like the greatest show on earth, Tom. Trent Green to Ricky Prohl. Shampoos his way for an 8-yard touchdown. 21-7 Rams. Here's Dexter McCleon. Johnny on the spot again. KO's his own mate, but gets the ball. Ensuing drive. Trent Green. Nobody open. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Trent Green's going to run. To 10. To the 5. It's a touchdown. 3 TD passes in that run in the first half for Trent Green. 28-7 Rams. Third quarter. Collins to Ike Hilliard. Over the middle. Speed. Move. Touchdown. 28-14. Field goal Rams 31-17. Giants driving. Werewolves of London Fletcher. Having a pina colada at Trader Vic's. His hair was perfect. He makes the interception. And then the Rams turn it into points. Green to Isaac Bruce. 34 yards. 4 touchdown passes for Trent Green. The Rams 38. Giants 24. Rams now knowing they didn't have ball. Looking like that greatest show on earth. But Tom, you're more impressed with the 24 points they allowed on defense, which will not make anybody remind them of the steel curtain.
No.
But yet this is what they have to do. About it. Randy Moss, 36-yard touchdown, tied at 7. Here we go. In the half, Moss became the second receiver in NFL history to surpass 1,000 yards in his first 3 seasons, joining only the great John Jefferson. Here's why he was open.
Well, Rashard Anderson, the safety, has to play inside on a double receiver. Hitchcock gets beat deep to the outside, the one place that you don't have help.
He starred in his own horror film, did Hitchcock. Culpepper, the little screen to Robert Smith, and watch Chris Carter, number 80, downfield. Right there! And he ends up taking out 2 guys the way it ended. Smith, 173 yards of total offense, 103 on the ground. Second quarter, same score, 14-7 Vikes. The fake end around to Moss Smith. It's a touchdown. Interesting call.
Well, left side of your screen, you see a lot of teams running this, the fake reverse. Look at Sean Gilbert right there, the defensive tackle. He's looking into the backfield at the reverse. Robert Smith runs right by him for the score.
And now here come the Vikings, 24-14. They can pour it on. Culpepper, Chris Carter, all he does?
Catch touchdown.
Well, but not yet, but he catches passes for 53 yards. Chris Carter, all he does is make 24-yard plays and hold on to the ball. Now, Tommy, on to 15. Dante Culpepper to Chris Carter. All he does?
Catch touchdown.
And get 2 feet in. His 120th career touchdown catch. Now, the numbers go on and on and on. Only Jerry Rice has more. The Vikings win it by 2 touches, 31-17. Carter with 8 for 138. And you saw the touchdown. And oh, by the way, just your, oh, by the way, 357-yard throwing for Dante Culpepper.
Yeah, 22 of 29, 100 yards rushing for Robert Smith, 200-yard days apiece for Randy Moss, Chris Carter. We talk about the big 3 for these other teams. Big 4 for the Minnesota Vikings.
As the Vikings win. Brian Urlacher, boom! Lowers the boom on Jerry. Jerry says, what's happened? The Bears shut out 41-0 by the Bucs earlier this year. They lost, what, 6 in a row? Uh-oh, temperature above 40, but that is what it is at kickoff. But would the 42 degrees help the Bucs heat up? Sean King, well, look, he does have pocket awareness. He does have athletic ability. He makes a great play here making this happen.
Well, great escapability, keeps his head up and looking to throw downfield, but finally gets it into the end zone.
So he ties the game at 10. Now the Bears, Paul Edinger has a field goal, 9 minutes to go. It's 13-10 Bears. So Tampa Bay in the shadow on this dark day of his own goalpost. King, but look at Urlacher, number 54.
And look at the closing speed that he showed in getting King down on the ground. The quarterback couldn't anticipate that.
Just before the 2-minute warning, look at Urlacher with the classic dart, high top, middle linebacker, Chicago Bears. Makes the pick. The Chicago Bears beaten 41-0 earlier this year by Tampa Bay. Losers time after time in a row to the Bucs, 6 in a row. Come back and stun the all of a sudden rolling Buccaneers, who are now the all of a sudden reeling Buccaneers, who are now 0-18 lifetime with temperature under 40 degrees. But so bad thumb starting anyway. Hey, Bruce Armstrong, one of our favorites, 207th career game starting for the Pats, breaking the New England mark of Julius Adams. Scott Mitchell starting for Cincinnati to Peter Warrick. Are you kidding me? 13-yard touchdown, 7-7, the first TD pass by the Bungles in 7 games, only their 3rd all year. Now late second, Bledsoe to Terry Glenn. This is a pretty catch. field goal, Patriots 10-7 New England. We don't want to show you the third or the fourth quarter. With 2 minutes to go, it's 13 all, third and 14 New England. Bledsoe to Troy Brown and
his band of renown.
Band of renown. He and Glenn had big statistical games. Later in the drive, 3rd and 7, Bledsoe to Glenn in the end zone. Incomplete. But there's, there's a flag. There's just a flag on these plays all the time. Ball at the 1. It ends up being a field goal by Vinatieri with 3 seconds to go. The Natalie Clyde, Bill Belichick. And the Patriots win for the 3rd time this year. Glenn caught 11. Brown caught 8. Mitchell looked all right. Actually, the Bengals had, like, 25 first downs.
Yeah, and 20 of 38 for the 236. I mean, that's about a month's worth of passing for Akili Smith. So, maybe they will see some improvement with that offense.
Well, another team that needs improvement, but probably have to wait on offense until Tim Couch comes back next year. Cleveland, they went into a Lions den as Tennessee coming off their loss to Baltimore. Steve McNair warming up, but he never did warm up. Watch this pass to Frank Wycheck. It's ruled a fumble. Possession and fumble. Dalen McCutcheon recovers. So turnover number 1. Next Titan possession, 2nd and 5, 31. McNair rolling. Nice job to evade the tackler. Jameer Miller makes a nice play. McNair upset. Turnover number 2. Next Titan possession. You get a feel here. Oh, he's drilled by Dalen McCutcheon. It's a foul. Tyrone Rogers recovers.
You're developing a theme.
Yes, I am. The next possession, McNair. Picked off by Lamar Chapman. 5 turnovers in 6 first-half possessions, but it's scoreless at the half. My goodness. So Jeff Fisher obviously read his team the riot act. They came out in the second half, Tom, and you know they were going to get it. No! It's picked off by Percy Ellsworth. Could go all the way. 7-0 Cleveland at Adelphia Coliseum. They lead 10-7 late 3rd. Until McNair. Look at the plays he makes here, Tommy. Scrambling, whirling, 23 yards.
Well, he breaks 4 tackles, and if you notice, he does this all the time. Second half of games, he makes those plays for his team.
3rd and goal later on Eddie George. A touchdown. He had 3 TDs on the day. So eventually, the final score says 24-10 Titans. I mean, they're not, how could they be thrilled by the way they played? They did hold Cleveland to 5 first downs, and so they started a new winning streak, but they got to do better than this.
Yeah, but back to their formula for success, the 36 carries from Eddie George. They had 47 overall, allowed them to control the tempo of the game, and Cleveland just not good enough. You get that number of turnovers, you're supposed to turn them into points.
Yeah, Tennessee almost 400 yards in offense, but all the turnovers, but they win it. 5-0 after a field goal, Green Bay, and Von Green for 25 yards. He had 105 yards in the first half. 2 plays later, Brett Favre. Midweek, he was the one that said he would play. Everybody else doubted it. Look at this throw. Now look at this play by Bill Schrader. 25 yards down to the 1 front line. Schrader had over 100 in the first half. Next play, Favre. Bad ankle, wide. To Tyrone Day. Oh, it's just in the snow. Brett Favre rolling out 12-0 pass.
And you can tell that Brett Favre is feeling healthy again just by the way he's moving, just by the way he's throwing the ball with confidence.
Antonio Freeman, touchdown, 19-0. Pack at the half. So Peyton Manning, after only 4 completions and 15 attempts in the first half, tries to get it going. Down 19-3 early 4th. To E.G. Green, makes it 19-9. Now 10.5 to go. You might as well go for 2, right? Peyton says 2, but Jim Morris says we're going to kick it. Why?
I didn't want to. Okay, yeah, I wanted to get down by 9 and get a touchdown, a field goal, and win the game. That was my plan.
Well, they're paying Vanderjack a lot of money. Here's the extra point. Good. It's 19-10. So would his plan work? Rather than be down by 8, they're down 9. 19-10. Well, Manning to the fullback, Jim Finn from
Pennsylvania, the Ivy League champion.
The Quakers, the Ivy League champion, but you see now it's 19-17. They don't have a chance to go for the 2. Again, they're still down 3. And then the plane goes out the window when Allen plays Rossum. He could go all the way. 92 yards. Touchdown and a Lambeau leap. It's 26-17 Pack by 9, not 8. Back come the Colts. So Manning to Jerome Pathon, but they're down 3. So you kick it, and now it's 26-24. That was a great throw.
Yeah, Manning with a great throw, as you said, Chris, and Pathon, great job of concentrating, Catch the ball first. We saw the feature this morning. Then concentrate on getting the feet down. He does a great job of both right there.
Under 2 minutes to go. The Colts need the ball. 3rd and 1. This is what we do on this show. We show you the 2-yard run on 3rd and 1 that cements the game. Ahman Green, the most important two, perhaps, of his 153 on the day. And you know what? There's no assurance that you make two-point conversions. We're not trying to say that. The way it played out, you gamble and lose. And the Packers, by that safety that you saw at the very beginning of the game, win it 26-24. Miracle win Minnesota. Played well in a loss at Tampa. Now beat a very good Colts team. Maybe the Pack still has some hopes, and the Colts have to wonder, Tom, they can't fall behind like that outdoors like they did.
I think anytime you have Brett Favre, you have a chance to win football games. Indianapolis, their main concern going into the season was their rush defense. You got Ahman Green putting up 153 yards rushing. They will be very concerned about it for the rest of the year.
And they got to play outside in the cold again in New York. They look bad at Chicago. They lose at Green Bay. They got to play these games. Important game between 3 in a row winning 6-4 Buffalo and 2 in a row losing 5-5 Kansas City. Rob Johnson, yeah, he was talking to Doug Flutie. He was also starting. Supposedly Johnson can't evade the pressure, but look at this. Maybe a little rest did him good with the injury. 20-yard scamper in the first quarter. 3 plays later from the 9. Play action. Johnson looking very smooth. Eric Moulds, touchdown. 7-0 Bills. They lead 7-3 at the half. Third quarter, it's now 10-7 Chiefs. Elvis Gerback caught in a trap. He can't walk out. Sam Rogers the hit. Big Pat Williams falls on the ball for Buffalo. Setting up 1st and goal 18. Johnson over the middle. Tipped into the hands of Jay Riemersma. Touchdown Bills 14-10.
And linebacker Donnie Edwards for the Chiefs does a great job of getting some depth here, getting all the way back to the goal line. Just tips the ball to Riemersma. Great concentration by the tight end.
So 8 minutes left to go in the fourth. It's Gerback to Tony Gonzalez. Touchdown, and with 8 minutes to go, the dunk. 17-14 Kansas City. So tough at Arrowhead. Ask the Rams. 5.5 to go. Johnson down the sideline. A complete Moulds flag on James Hasty. Close calls. Johnson, Moulds, great catch inside the 5. 3 plays later, 3rd and goal from the 12. The play that may define Rob Johnson when we look back at this season. Is he in? They first call him out at the 1. But Wade Phillips says, go to the peep show. I think he went around the pylon.
Well, you get a shot of it right there. And maybe the same view that the official had right there. So you can't tell depth-wise whether he actually broke the plane of the goal line. But when you look at this shot right here, clearly the ball passed behind the pylon and across the plane of the goal line.
Touchdown, a great play by Rob Johnson. The challenge reverses at 21-17. Elvis Gerback, Bills defense, picked off by Keon Carpenter. But Kansas City forces the Bills to punt, and with 7 seconds to go from the Bills' 42, one last shot. Gerback fires it. What do you do, Tom?
Knock it down.
Who's back there? Wait a minute. It's Eric Moulds, number 80. He does it.
Yeah, look at a great shot of Moulds right there, getting up over the receiver, knocking the ball down in the game.
So the Buffalo Bills have now won 4 in a row on their way to Tampa next, a place where during their Super Bowl years they frankly got hammered at Arrowhead. Rob Johnson starts it. Moulds, another big game for him with 8 catches, 67. Sam Coward, another, actually that's low for him, only 12 tackles. And in the late second quarter, McNabb to Darnell Autry. He acts his way for 20 yards. 2 plays later, handoff to Cecil Martin. Now it's a fumble and a touchback. Arizona has it, but Philadelphia would eventually score later, make it 10-3 at the half. Second in the third, McNabb to Stanley Wilson Pritchett. He waits for the midnight hour, picks up 7 yards. Then, watch McNabb. He's so cool that he can complete a pass to himself. 1 for 1 for 2 yards, McNabb to McNabb. Later in the drive, ball to 7 on 3rd down, McNabb. First 58, James Folston. Whoop! Now watch Simeon Rice, 97. I'm going to get you. No, don't bother. Touchdown, 17-3. The only McNabb did wrong on this play, he's not Hal Greer from the free throw line. Greer shot from the free throw line. But Andy Reid watches his defense sack Jake Plummer and Dave Brown 8 times. Plummer sacked by Brian Dawkins out of the secondary. Left hand injury, he wouldn't return. Dave Brown comes in, guess what happened? Mike Caldwell, one of the special teams aces, Also a defensive ace, 26-yard pick, 34-9. Jake Plummer, who has actually some of his best games have been in Philadelphia, but this time it's the Eagles who smell it and just stomp on the Cards 34-9. They're 8-4, Tom.
Yeah, you see the numbers there for the offensive guys, McNabb and Autry and company. I spoke with defensive coordinator Jim Johnson this week for the Eagles, and he said they have a bunch of playmakers, and you saw almost every one of those guys today at some point make a play.
Their special teams are outstanding. They allowed Arizona only 210 yards, and the Eagles are rumbling. We said they'd make the playoffs before the year. We'll see if we're right. Meanwhile, the first-place New York Giants plays Gary Moeller and the 1-0 Detroit. He's 1-0 as the Detroit Lion head coach. Oh, those Giants special teams. Desmond Howard. Pass number 9, the punter Brad Maynard. Deep into Giants territory, Jim Fossil late. This sets up a James Stewart touchdown run. Later in the second, Larry Foster steams in and blocks Maynard's punt. Lions recover. Watch again.
Well, watch Foster get up. He engulfs the punt. There's nowhere for Maynard to go with the ball. Great job of getting up in front of him, getting the ball off of his toe.
Charlie Batch to Herman Moore. G-Men give up a big touchdown, 21-0. Third quarter, same score. Batch to Johnny Morton. He beat Seahorn and the rest of the G-Men. It's 28-0 Detroit. What happened here?
Well, you take another look at this. It's interesting as you watch Johnny Morton run a nice route here, get the football. Jason Seahorn's pants are about to come down. He has to make a decision. Do I make the tackle or do I grab my pants?
I think it was a false snap.
Caught with your pants down.
You hate when that happens. Later in the third, Kerry Collins to I kill you. Oh, man. Kurt Schultz makes Hilliard, no, Nazi. Schultz would later leave the game with a bruised sternum. Oh, man, they call a flag on it. I mean, it's helmet. You get the picture. The Giants score, but just to make it look good. The Detroit Lions came out like the team intending to make the playoffs. And the New York Giants, the first-place team, they're awful. They were pathetic. Their coach gave everybody an F after the game. It didn't look like any team heading anywhere except the end of the season. They can play better than that. They have to. 31-21 Detroit. Gary Moeller's 2-0, Tom.
Well, and again, I think when you look at the rush numbers, you see the 8 carries there for 30 yards. Ron Dane has to have the ball more. Tiki has to have the ball more. I think you said it best. It's a team that Coach Fossil will have to preach to. We have to play better than we played today.
The Detroit Lions, game of the day, 6-in-a-row winning Saints against only 8-2, only losing to Denver. The Raiders. Jeff Blake taking the field, and the Saints have a chance to beat a big-time team, but oh no, it's Lance Johnstone falling on Blake, and Blake is in pain immediately. Turf, look at this.
Yeah, and this hit didn't look that bad when we initially saw it, but you can see right there, Johnstone rolled up on his right ankle, and you could tell that Jeff was in visible pain.
Fracture and dislocation of his right foot. That means Aaron Brooks, traded from the Packers during the summer, second-year man from Virginia, and his first pass as a Saint, picked off by Charles Woodson. But you know what you could say for Brooks? He is a quick learner. But we'll get back to that in a moment. Because Rich Gannon took a long time to learn, and is there anybody playing more consistent, sharp football, a quarterback, than Rich Gannon? He escapes, he runs, he throws to Andre Bad Moon Rising, 34 yards, 10-0. There it is against Jim Haslett. Now look at Gannon here, Tommy.
Yeah, and just watch how Gannon makes these decisions. He's gone. He takes the 3 or 4 steps back. He gets out of the pocket there. He's going to scramble for a big first down in a big game. Then 2 plays later again, he gets back to throw. He makes a little move to his right, makes a quick decision, runs for another important first down in the red zone.
55 carries. He was the Raiders' leading ball carrier today, although like Monday night, Zach Crockett, king of the Wild Frontier, gets in the end zone for John Gruden, and it's 17-0 Oakland. The Saints hoping that Brooks is a quick learner. This is his second NFL pass to Willie Jackson. 53 yards. Get in there, Willie. Touchdown. Don't be showboating. Get in. 17-7. The lead is down to 10. Now, the Saints defense has made some plays and has made a game of this. 17-13 now in the fourth quarter.
Well, you saw the 2 Saints at the bottom of the screen. They ran upfield. You saw the shovel pass. Doesn't usually work in the AFC. Run to Napoleon Kaufman for a score.
But it's in an NFC stadium, Tom. And then Gannon to Tim Brown. How good is Tim Brown, please?
Pretty good.
He continues to be great. 21 yards, 24-13 Raiders. Then King of the Wild Frontier, Zach Crockett. Another touchdown, 31-16, 80. Minute 13 to go. Brooks says, you know what? This quarterback thing in the NFL is kind of fun. Here's Willis Jackson. Now, they're down 9, 31-22. Minute 13 to go. So I mean, why go for 2 now? You just kick it to go down by 8. Incomplete. Now your team's deflated. Onside kick, what you're trying doesn't matter. Again, there's no assurance you're going to get an onside kick. But down 8, you got the crowd. You maybe get a miracle. You maybe get the ball, but none of those things happened anyway. And the Raiders, who got back in the wee hours of the morning in Oakland on Tuesday morning, had an early start in New Orleans on Sunday, show what they're made of in winning a huge game against the Saints. As for New Orleans, Ricky Williams out last week, and this week, Jeff Blake, Ed Werder caught up with him since that. And Atlanta has lost 8 in a row in San Francisco. Jeff Garcia, what a great year he's had. He passes it to Ty Streets. He fumbles it. On the Ty gets sticked, and he fumbles it, and Gerald McBurrows recovers. Chris Chandler, a screen pass. What? Jason Webster looks it up in the dictionary, and he's gone. Touchdown, 70 yards, 13-3, 90. 10 seconds left in the third quarter. And Brady Smith, Matt Willig. Look at this. 2 out of 3 falls to curfew. Rumbling. WWF pay-per-view. I don't know. Brady Smith ejected. Fourth quarter, Niners driving. That's what we got from that game. Garcia to Jerry Rice. 19,000 career yards receiving. That's over 5,000 more than anyone else. Lost in the second, about 14-04. And the San Francisco 49ers going into the bye week on Thanksgiving. After the long losing streak for Mooch, have won 2 in a row. They beat Atlanta 16-6 in a workmanlike performance for Garcia.
And what's not in those statistics is Charlie Garner, that 18 for 59 is the way that he runs. I think it sets the tone for that offense, along with Jeff Garcia and his accuracy downfield.
132 yards running and receiving.
Yes.
For Garner, who runs so hard. Cowboys and Ravens. Ravens off their win at Tennessee. Ray Lewis playing a great middle linebacker, trying to get the team fired up. His namesake, Jamal Lewis. Looking good now carrying the ball. 8 yards, Tom, behind Ogden.
Well, you encourage your offensive line to block awfully hard. You watch Jonathan Ogden, number 75, and Shannon Sharp right there, going to go inside, but look at Ogden, stick with his block. He knows that Jamal's going to be quick to the hole, going to get through it, and maximize the block for him.
And Trent Dilfer. New life for Trent Dilfer as a Raven. Wow! Wow! To the missile. Cadre Ishmael over Philippi Sparks from Dilfer at 7-0.
Well, you take another look at this. This is a go route, just great concentration and a great grab. Great job of keeping his feet in bounds. We saw that feature this morning.
Yes, we did. 10-0 in the second quarter. Rod Woodson with career interception number 58, tying Emmett Thomas for 8th all-time. Boy, has he continued to play well in the latter years of his career. Dilfer to Shannon Sharp, edit 2, 59 yards. I guess no one's going to take an angle. Touchdown! 17-0 Ravens at the half, of that defense can smell it. His 27-0 Troy Aikman pass, tipped, picked off by Ray Lewis. First shutout against Dallas since September 15th, 1991. That's when they were building towards this Super Bowl run. And the Ravens quote the Cowboys nevermore, 27-0. They're 8-4, and they're steamrolling toward the playoffs. And now they're getting touchdowns from Trent Dilfer.
Yeah, and we talk about running that ball. 28 carries for Jamal Lewis, 187 yards, and you kept feeling like it could have been more, bro.
And they hold them at the 48 to pick off tries 3 times. They look pretty good. First one, but certainly playoff hopeful. Warren Sapp did a lot of talking late in the week, try to fire everybody up. Look at how he was fired up against the Bills' Rob Johnson. They sacked Rob Johnson. Sapp had a couple of sacks, passing Leroy Selman for the all-time Buck lead. He has 13.5. The great Selman had 13, but Sam Cowart, Ted Washington Combined 13 sacks in this game between the two teams.
You spot shadow right there, Sam Cowart. Holasek also coming on the blitz. Did a lot of this early on in the game. Linebackers coming. This time Cowart gets Sean King down on the ground. Had 2 sacks early on in this game.
2 in a row. And then on third down, Marcellus Wiley from
Columbia
gets the sack. Bills had 7 sacks. Bucks had 6 sacks. 10-7 Tampa Bay at the half in a heavyweight bout. Third quarter, here comes the Bucs defense. And is there anyone better at this position than Derek Brooks? Derek Brooks had 20 tackles on the day, number 55. Look at him just power through.
Some people would say this is a run blitz. It's either a run blitz or a very good read on the block down. Only Brooks can make that read.
Fourth quarter with the score 10-7. Sean King to Keyshawn Johnson. Then on 3rd and 1 for the Bucs from the 6. Warrick Dunn getting more carries with Alstott out at the touchdown. And Tampa Bay opens up a 10-point lead, 17-7. But here come the Bills at the new Sombrero. A wet day, but certainly not 25 inches of snow. Rob Johnson, Eric Moulds, 9 minutes left, 17-14. The lead is now 3. Same score, 5.5 minutes to go. Bills special teams again. Carl the Truth Williams, Chris Moore, I don't think so. He could go all the way. 73-yard punt return. Bucs lead 24-14. Watch Derek Brooks power through to nail Johnson, but Johnson somehow shovels it to Bryson. And Bryson, 16 yards, and you're going to tell me he's tackled by Derek Brooks? No, wait a minute. He can't be on both halves of the play, can he?
That is great hustle. You see Brooks getting in on Rob Johnson. A great job of slamming him down. Unfortunately, Johnson would stay down for a little while.
Would stay down. Flutie would play anyway. 24-17 onside kick. Bills never have a chance. David Gibson recovers for Tampa Bay. And then 2 plays there. Remember, just 7 points, over 2 minutes to go. Warrick, well done. Gone. 106 yards rushing for him. Rob Johnson then would give way to Flutie as Doug could not bring them back from 14 points down. Johnson, a stomach injury, but the news worse for the Bills. Sam Cowart, high ankle sprain, could be out a month. Sam Rogers, linebacker, torn groin muscle. Free safety Keon Carpenter. Woe-begotten bungles. Opening drive, Cordell Stewart. Well, we've been waiting for a couple of years to see this. Cordell Stewart to Hines Ward, 34 yards, like they write it up, Tom, 7-0 Pittsburgh. 14-7 Pittsburgh second. Corey Dillon, guess what? He can run it.
Yeah, he's a great contact runner. You watch when people get to his body, he tends to accelerate right there. There's a great touchdown, get to the sideline, get to the front corner of the end zone.
1,000-yard season for him, 21-yard TD, tied at 14. Now, look at the Bengals pass rush.
That's a great pass rush. You can see how uncomfortable they made Cordell Stewart in the pocket.
To Bobby Shaw, 45-yard touch, 3 TD passes for Cordell. That ties a career high at 31-21. Then, Jerome Bennett, 7 yards. He's over 1,000 yards. No, that's right. I'm going to spike it. Next drive, you want to know what the Bengals are? What? These are the Bengals. What? Oh, you got to touch them, please. Jason Gilden, touchdown. Oh, Tom, please take over this.
Well, only the Bengals can make a sequence of mistakes like this. The ball snapped over Keely Smith's head. You see Jason Gilden get the ball. No effort to get the touch. He finally gets to the end zone.
Now, wait a minute. Now, here's a scene familiar to all Bengal fans. Early fourth. There they go. They're gone. There's the Jackson family right there and all the residents. We're out of here. Steelers with the most points that they've had in years. 48-28 as they even their mark at 6-6. You know, they're feeling maybe if they run the table, maybe they have a shot, but their margin really down.
Yeah, and for the Bengals, schizophrenic stat sheet, 41 rushes, but 10 pass completions, just very difficult to win with that lack of balance.
Most points that the Steelers scored since 95. You'll never guess who they played that time, Tom. It was the Bengals. Bears, Jets. It was raining hard in Jersey. I needed one more fare to make my night. First quarter, James Allen for the Chicago Bears. It's a fumble! And the Jets recover. Ensuing drive. Now, wait a minute. You're going to see something unbelievable. This is early in this first quarter, and the Jets score a touchdown. Vinny Testaverde to Anthony Beck, one of the 3 top picks who are really contributing.
This was the 4th of their #1 draft choices, the tight end. Right there, great job of concentrating on the football, and as you said, Vinny Testaverde having early success.
Second quarter, James Allen, it's a fumble. first, he's fumbled the second. One is an accident, two is a trend. Hold that thought for a moment. Meanwhile, Curtis, my favorite, Martin, stop on 1st and goal. Second, remember against Denver, they never ran it, so you get a Tony Parrish makes the tackle. Mike Brown made it on 1st down. Then Martin up there. It didn't work.
But we like the play calling better than not giving him the ball.
Paul kicks a field goal, 10-0 Jets. And Blaine Pomeroy, fresh off his vacation at the Fontainebleau, runs for 18 yards. Oh, my God, the Jets are moving. Then, Testaverde, with seconds left in the half, to Richie Anderson. My goodness, the Jets, who had 3 touchdowns in the first half of the last 5 games, have 2 here at 17-0. One is an accident, 2 is a trend, 3 is a James Allen. I'm going to go out on a limb here, Tom, and say he's not a good wet weather ball carrier.
Well, he's having his problems with the football, and I think that once you start to think about it here, no one touches him. Allen just allows the ball to get away from his pads, fumbles. Jets make a nice recovery.
He did have a 122-yard rush, but the Jets get a 17-0 lead. The Shane Matthews band were ants limping. They only had 22 yards passing in the first half. They made it kind of interesting to within 7. But the Jets try a new thing. They get the lead and play some game with an onside kick. Then they go to a flea flicker. But Mike Jones, the Super Bowl hero, gets a piece of Brooks. Werewolves of London Fletcher with the interception. His hair was perfect. Late in the first quarter, the Saints trail 7-0. And look at this, a play fake. And the little swing to Brian Milne. It's a touchdown. It's 7-all. Look at the Saints on offense without Ricky Williams, without Jeff Blake. They're playing the Super Bowl champion Rams. Brooks recovers it and picks up a 1st down. The poise of this young man. Later on in the drive on 3rd and goal, Aaron Brooks from Virginia. Play fake. He's in. Oh, my God. The Saints lead in St. Louis 21-7.
Rich Cody, the outside guy to the left of your screen, goes too far inside, tries to read the inside run. You can see how easily Aaron Brooks made it to the end zone.
Wait a minute. It's the greatest show on earth, and they're trailing 21-10 at half to the Saints, who have no one there. But look at this throw from Brooks to Joe Little Bighorn. 1st down. Look at Brooks hanging. Tommy looks like he's been there before.
Well, look at his poise in the pocket. The Rams come with the blitz. He does a great job of stepping up, keeping his head up, hitting Horn, going toward the sideline. What a nice throw he made. Nice tight spiral. Got the ball there in a hurry.
24-10, Trent Green, bloodied and battered, and now he throws and throwing up high to Hakeem. It's a touchdown. 35 yards, 24-17. Later 3rd. That's Hakeem. You know, you get colds at this time of the year, and he takes the Saints punt, shucks, jives, spins all the way down to the 3. 1st and goal, nowhere. 2nd and goal, nowhere. 3rd and goal, loose. LeRon Glover knocks the ball loose. Darren Howard recovers. What a goal line stand for Jim Haslett's Saints. 2 plays later, Aaron Brooks. This ball's deflected, and it's London Fletcher having a pina colada at Trader Vic's. His 2nd pick of the game. The Rams are in business. Down 24-17, ensuing drive, 3rd and goal. Green to Ricky Prohl. Shampoos his way into the end zone. 24-all, 11 minutes left. Same score, 6.5 left. And Brooks, play action, gets a block. This is Blake-like out of the screen. And here's the pass interference on Todd Light.
You know, and we see far too much of this called in the NFL. I don't agree with the call, but this is the call you get in the NFL, and I think offense is dependent on it.
And Brooks gets in the end zone for another touchdown. The Saints lead at 31-24. Kurt Warner due back next week, but he can only watch and try to help as the Rams at 2:17 to go have Trent Green back to pass. And you want to see a great play? Chris Oldham, look at how he makes this pick, Tom. What fingers? This is not Lester Hayes autograph stick 'em, you know.
Stretch out, catch it with your hands.
31-24. You cannot put into words what the New Orleans Saints, seemingly without any bullets, 13.5-point underdogs, go into the St. Louis Rams, who had a 14-game home winning streak snapped earlier this year. Now, all of a sudden, the Rams have lost 3 in a row, and guess what? Rams and Saints are tied for 1st in the NFC West. They play at the end of the year in New Orleans. Afterwards, Saints marching in the NFC East. First place, 8-4 Philadelphia Eagles, looking to win their fourth straight, but they're playing in Washington. The team expected to run away with this division. Jeff George looked so good Monday night, looking good early to James Thrash, 36-yard touchdown early on. Here come the Skins, 7-0. Lamar Arrington collides with one-time skin and all-time great return man Brian Mitchell. It's Arrington that gets the worst of the hit. He wouldn't return. Donovan McNabb. I want you to watch him evade Bruce Smith and evade Marco Coleman, and then whoop, over Darrell Green. Donovan McNabb, a 26-yard scramble, sets up a field goal. 10-7 Philadelphia. Second quarter, the Eagles would not get knocked out. Jeff George, picked by Al Harris, and wait a minute, kind of like Catherine Harris, we're not sure who's counting this play, but Irving Fryer says, wait a minute, count this simple ballot. It's a but you know what? It was a no play. It was a free play. Offsides Eagles, so no interception. After a punt with 5 minutes to go from his own one, McNabb, figuring they won't expect me to throw it in the end zone, but Champ Bailey did with a big pick, and this could have crippled, really hurt a young team like Philly.
Corner route, Champ Bailey ran a much better route than the receiver.
And that leads to, off the interception, the Redskins, Jeff George to Steven Alexander. God, he just wings that ball. 19 yards, 14-10 Skins. So if the Eagles are going to collapse, they're going to do it here, especially since McNabb got picked also late in the first half, but they didn't surrender points. 14-10 Skins. McNabb, look at him evade Bruce Smith, Mark Carrier, and then carry Matt Stevens into the end zone. Tommy, a 21-yard touchdown run, amazing.
Well, great diving effort by Bruce Smith. Look at the move by Donovan McNabb on Mark Carrier, and then he shows his strength inside the 5-yard line. He has it all.
Both teams have kicked field goals, 20-17 Philly, fourth quarter. Jeff George looking for Irving Fryer, slicing through the defense. Double coverage, a flag is down. Flag on Brian Dawkins. The Eagles know they were flagged kind of questionably many times earlier this year in the fourth quarter against the Skins. Would it happen again? 3rd and goal. The Eagles have held twice. George rolling. But there's a flag again. Now, this one you can't argue.
We thought it was a horrible call until we looked up and saw this. We realized that maybe the ref knew what he was talking about.
Bobby Taylor grabbing Irving Fryer. So first down, no good. Second down, no good. So this is the 6th play inside the 5. They throw it away. The Eagles have forced the Redskins to bring on 44-year-old Eddie Eat, Drink, and B. Murray. The 4th field goal kicker this year for the Skins makes it field goal good. Tied at 20. 3rd and 10 with over 4 minutes to go. McNabb. Look at him go, evade Sean Barber. Rumbling, bubbling, swerving, moving, shaking, shucking, jiving. 54 yards down to the 7th. He ran for 125 yards. Nay Brown with a big block on the play, number 85. That sets up David Greenacres. Good. 30-yard field goal. Eagles lead 23-20. 2:41 to go. Skins. Free play. Corey Simon offside. George. Zing to James Thrash. 50 yards. Here comes Washington. Murray. 44-yard field goal attempt. It is up. It is no good. It's no good. The Philadelphia Eagles have gone into Washington in a game the Skins had to have and have beaten the Redskins 23-20. So another road team wins a big mano-a-mano division game. Philly wins it 23-20. They now lead the Skins by a game and a half. And even though Brian Mitchell pretty much, he had a big return early, pretty much held in check on special teams, it's Philadelphia and Andy Reid who are in first place. As we head to December, Andy Reid with Baltimore. He's in the Ring of Fame.
Thanks for the fumble.
Stop it. Stop it. Look at the Cleveland Browns, the new Cleveland Browns against the old Cleveland Browns. Doug Peterson to Kevin Johnson, 67 yards. And 2 plays later, could Cleveland pull an upset against Art Modell's Ravens? Travis Prentice, rookie, Miami of Ohio. Touchdown. I don't think the Ravens can come back from this. They're down 7-0. You know what? Maybe they can. Jamal Lewis. You think this #1 draft pick is starting to pull his weight? The rookie running back, 11 yards. 3rd and 9 at the Browns, 25. Suddenly potent Trent Dilfer and the Ravens offense, man, they are feeling it. To Brandon Stokely, 14 yards, first down. 3rd and goal from the 1. Lewis in. Touchdown, we're tied at 7. 14-7 Baltimore. Look at Ray. Doug Peterson cannot back up fast enough. Ray Lewis, almost on wheels, gets through and sacks Peterson. Dilfer, when the Ravens have the ball, to Patrick Johnson. 46 yards between defenders, 21-7 Ravens. More defense. Peter Booyah sacks Doug Peterson. 24-7 Ravens. And on this play, Jamal Lewis is a 1,000-yard man. Congratulations. 36 yards, 31-7 Ravens at the half. Now, you know what? I don't think Cleveland will come back from this. Spurgeon Wynn is now the Cleveland quarterback. Like a Spurgeon. Ray Lewis gets through, sacks him. Like a Spurgeon. At any rate, Baltimore wins it 44-7. They give up 7 points. They've now given up 135. The record in its 16-game season, 187 by the 1986 Chicago Bears. They're certainly on pace to set a new mark.
And Jamal Lewis, most impressive because he is getting stronger as the season goes on. Going to be great down the stretch for this team.
The Tennessee Titans last year won the AFC Championship game in Jacksonville. They've won 3 straight in Jacksonville. They beat Jacksonville 5 straight times. Steve McNair, bad thumb, but he's going to go. McNair to Eddie George in Jacksonville has seen a lot of this. Eddie George has crippled him last year. 21-yard pickup. George, handoff, escapes a tackle, escapes another tackle. It's one of the greatest 4-yard runs in the history of football. He's the 5th player in NFL history to have 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons to start his career. Pretty impressive list. Same drive. It's a touchdown at 7-3 Tennessee, and they just figured that, you know what, it's going to be another win in Jacksonville. We always beat the Jackie Wagon. Mark Brunell to a so far disappointing #1 pick, R.J. Soward. Nothing disappointing here, 45 yards. 3rd and 5. Brunell, Fred Taylor. These are the Jags we were expecting to see this year, Tom.
Yeah, great move by Fred Taylor because he had the safety and coverage. Makes a great move. Outside steps right back to the inside, and then you see the power. This is the healthy Fred Taylor. When he's healthy, he's one of the best in the league.
Ask the Steelers Sunday night. 13-10 Jags 3rd quarter. Brunell picked off by Samari Rolle. He shakes, he rattles, and he rolls. Very Big Joe Turner-like. And turnover set up a field goal, 13-13. Steve McNair, 4th quarter, under 6 minutes to go, tie game. Avoids a sack. Oh, boy, McNair is so strong. He dumps it off to Eddie George. And speaking of strong, 21 yards.
Yeah, Eddie George, great job of getting down the sideline, getting all the yards he could, set up the field goal.
Al Del Greco, oh, no, against Baltimore, missed extra point and a missed field goal. He missed a 28-yard field goal. Uh-oh. Here come the Jaguars. New life. Brunell. Keenan McCardell, 29 yards. Couple more first downs. Mike Hollis. They wind the clock all the way down. Smart move by Coughlin, Brunell, etc. Good. The hex is over. Jacksonville may not be going to the playoffs, but they get their own revenge. Knocking the Titans, well, they're only a half a game ahead of Baltimore, Tom, and they are no longer on track to get home field advantage to the playoffs pending the Raiders result.
And frankly, the way Tennessee plays with the running game and playing the game close to the vest, they cannot afford to have a field goal kicker who misses kicks at the end of games.
He's been so good for Sir Broncos. Excitement every minute here in Seattle in the driving rainstorm on the flubber at Husky Stadium. Brock Huard, concussion, been out for about a month, and sacked by John Mobley. It's a fumble. This time it's a rib injury. Huard, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket. Gus Frerotte, the Steve DeBerg of the modern era, keeping both teams in the game. Sacked by Anthony Simmons. Michael Sinclair picks it up. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. 63 yards. 7-0. Seabags. 3rd quarter at 17-14. Denver, though. Seattle is on the 7, and John Kitna picked off by Eric Brown in the end zone. Very next play. Mike Anderson. It's a fumble. And Chad Brown picks it up. Touchdown, Seattle. What a wild game, but it gets even wilder. 21-17 Seattle. 24-17 Seattle, 4th quarter. Ron Smith out of the backfield. Look at him running. 50 yards. Ron Smith, the running back, the veteran. Touchdown.
Yeah, Mike Shanahan, a way to get some speed in the backfield. Great job of cutting back by Rod Smith.
Tied at 24 for Rod. No, he's picked off by Willie Williams. Touchback. 5th takeaway of the game for the Seattle Seahawks. 2 plays later. John Kitna. Oh, no. Jimmy Spencer for hire. Touchdown. It gets better. Wait a minute. 31-24 Denver. Kitna. Screen to Ricky running water. In the rain. Look at him on the flubber. He runs faster. He jumps higher. He runs 59 yards down to the 8. Next play. 4 minutes to go. Kitna caboodles it to Sean Dawkins. 31 off. Wait a minute. It gets better. Next possession after the kickoff. Mike Anderson. Simple off-tackle play. Oh, yeah, it's simple. He could go all the way. The ex-Marine, 80 yards, 38-31 Denver. Monday night against the Richards. The big comeback against San Diego. This game against Seattle. When will it end? The Broncos are now 8-4, Tom, as they win by a touch.
Yeah, it's all about the mindset of this ball club. I tell you, they have to have their backs against the wall to play their best football. That's unfortunate because you can't always depend on that.
Be an interesting game with them at the Saints next week. They play Seattle later on in the year again. Meanwhile, the first place in the AFC West, Oakland Raiders, playing Atlanta. Atlanta scored early, then the Raiders kicked the field goal, make it 7-3. Rich Gannon. Is there anybody playing more consistent, more heads-up quarterback than Rich Gannon? 23-yard pickup. Rich Gannon from Delaware, scrambling again. All those years that he sat out, he looks like a 25-year-old back there. 3rd and goal, Tyrone Wheatley, ex-Giant, now really good. 10-7, they're 80.
You're going to see a new alignment here by the DBs. You see them get to the first down markers. There's 5 guys across the line right there. They just basically wait on the play, force you to throw the ball underneath as they do Chris Chandler right here, come up and make a tackle. Might see a lot more of that from the Raiders when they have 3rd down and long.
Second quarter, it's 10-7. This is Wheatley. Cream of Wheatley, 25 yards. Same drive. How many years is Tim Brown going to excel? Gannon, plenty of time. Tim Brown wide open. Brown passing one of our all-time favorites. Long striding Don Maynard for 11th on all-time receiving yards. Congratulations, Timmy. Gannon to Brown. 28 yards, touchdown, Raiders in command, 17-7. They lead 24-7. Here's the opening kickoff of the 3rd quarter. David Dunn going to take it on the run. Gone. I don't think so. He could go all the way. 88 yards, 31-7 Oakland. James Jett gets in the act. Earlier, he dropped a bomb. This time, he drops his own bomb on Atlanta. Does he have wheels? What? 84 yards. The vertical game.
Yes, a lot of speed from the James Jets of this football team.
The Oakland Raiders are 10-2 and steamrolling toward home field advantage in the playoffs. 41-14, they win it as Rich Gannon throws a pair of touchdowns, and you see what the Raiders can do. But they have blown teams out at home as the season's gone on.
Yeah, and Gannon not only making plays with his legs, but you see 15-22, great completion percentage, so he doesn't make many mistakes, and he keeps the chains moving.
6 sacks for the Raiders. They're clicking. 20 years senior of Ryan Leaf and Warren Moon starting for Kansas City. Would this be the day? Ryan Leaf, a great game in Denver. Could he make it 2 in a row? Here's 19 yards to Freddie Jones. Chargers at home. They're 0-11. Could they finally win? Play action, early second. Leaf, rolling to Jones. Oh, man. Oh, man. 2 touchdown passes to Jones at 14-6 Chargers at the half. But then, well, you've seen this before. This is the quarterback trifecta. The interception by Marcus Patton, who returns it for a touchdown, and Leaf is hurt. The pick, the TD, and you're hurt. A trifecta.
Well, Ryan Leaf has played pretty good now for a game and a half. Right there, he kind of doesn't know where he is. But here, he takes the ball, he pumps, tries to spot a second receiver, go through his read, gets knocked down.
Now, wait a minute, Tom. Now, let me see here. Let me ask you a question. What's going on?
Well, how many fingers do I have up? Do you know where you are? Do you know who the president is?
We can't get all those right. Warren Moon. He still throws at 44 years young. Such a pretty pass to Derek Alexander. It's 40 yards. Then, 3 plays later, Tony Richardson. He's going to go down at the 1. Now, watch what happens. Hey, I'm in at 1. I'm not in. Oh, there's a penalty. That would be crucial. So instead of at the 1 front line, they move it back unsportsmanlike, and they only get a field goal in that exchange. So it's 16-14 Chiefs. Come on, Chargers. Is this the day? Nate Jaquette. No Jaquette required. 35 yards. Return. 52-yard field goal attempt. John Connie. Sheila McCray. Good night, everybody. But wait a minute. The Chiefs have the ball. Can the Chargers defense hold? Yes. It's over. It's all over. The Chargers have gotten a win. They're 1-11. The Chiefs are stunned on yet another trip to the West Coast. 17-16 San Diego as Warren Moon's 324th game as a pro, perhaps his last one, ends in defeat. The Chargers start for Seattle. Damon Huard started for Miami. The first time ever in NFL history, two brothers started a quarterback on the same day. Play action early, Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison. Jim Mora feels we're at home. Let's roll. It's 7-0 Colts very early. Manning and the Colts looking for more early second. To Harrison. This would be a key play in the game. The Colts missed a chance to go up 14-0 on a team playing without its offensive weapons, but they could not. Now the Dolphins in the third quarter have had good success this year. Damon Huard to Oronde Gadsden. Give them credit. They've held the Colts to only those 7 points, Tom. Later in the drive, J.J. Johnson playing for Lamar Smith. Miami's leading at Indy 10-7.
Well, you know, this is a team that came in with a backup quarterback, backup running back. They knew they had to stay close defensively.
Manning to Terrence Wilkins, 32 yards, down to the 28 of Miami. Now early fourth. Manning, Edgerrin James. Here come the Colts. Next play, Manning. Play action. Harrison. Touchdown. 14-10 the Colts. So now you feel they're going to roll. 3 minutes to go. Colts driving with the 14-10 lead. But Brock Marion on a bad throw by Peyton. Brock Marion makes the pick. A penalty would bring back the return. But the Dolphins have it. On the next play, Damon Huard. Screen to Autry Denson. Not the singing cowboy, but Autry Denson. 20 yards to the 42-yard line. Huard to Oronde Gadsden. 17 yards. Touchdown. Chan Gailey, offensive coordinator, Miami. Hey, we got the lead. 17-14. Minute 10 to go. Can the Colts come back? Manning to Harrison. 25 yards down to the 45. 4th and 1, 29 seconds left. Got to get the first. They do. Edgerrin James. Mike Vanderjagt, one of the best kickers in football. Highest paid kicker in football. Give me a shot. 12 seconds to go on 3rd and 10. Manning. Jerome Pathon drops it. And that brings in Vanderjagt. 59 yards. We'll never know. Blocked. It's blocked. How about the job that Dave Wannstedt has done for the Miami Dolphins as the Dolphins win a big upset on the road without all their bullets. So the 3 big games won on the road by Miami and by the New Orleans Saints and by the Philadelphia Eagles. It's been that sort of season. And the Dolphins are the lone team at 9-3. They have a 2-game lead on the Colts. One-time Packer hero Desmond Howard playing at Lambeau for the first time as a visitor, where Detroit is 0 for their last 9 in Wisconsin at the Packers. Now, this is what Desmond Howard used to do for the Packers, except it's Allen Rossum, who's had such a big year. Opening kickoff, 60-yard return down to the Lions, 34, setting up a field goal. Charlie Batch had 3 touchdowns earlier in the year when the Lions beat the Pack, but he had trouble holding on to the ball.
Well, bad pass here down into the end zone, in the red zone. Todd McBride makes the interception, brings the ball back out, gets all the way back out to the 40-yard line.
The Lions on the ground. They want to run James Stewart. Number 55, Bernardo Harris with a big hit.
Yeah, Bernardo Harris going to go in, make the hit. Ball going to come out.
It's a fumble, and then Nail Diggs. Look at him go for a nice return. 3 Lions turnovers in the first half. The Lions, that's how they built that big record of theirs, by turnovers, but not today. Gary Moeller, 3-1 since he's taken over as head coach for Bobby Ross. Brett Favre, 3rd and goal. Oh, but that's what Detroit's done. They forced the turnovers. Darnell Walker with the pick, and so it's only a 6-0 Green Bay lead at the half. Now it's 12-3 in the 4th. Batch, a little bit of play action, but you're down by 9. You're not really fooling that much, but between double coverage, it's Jermaine Crowell with a 39-yard pickup, 1st and goal. Second and goal. Third and goal. Now fourth and goal. Gary Moeller says go for it. And James Stewart is in. It's a 12-10 game, and the Lions have gotten the Packers to 3rd and 8. But Favre, who's not one of his great statistical days, but how many times have you seen him do this at Lambeau, Tommy? To Billy Schrader down to the 4, and then on second and goal, a couple plays later, to Amon Green, 3 yards, 19-10 lead. Lions field goal, onside kick, recovered Pack. Long run late by Amon Green to make your final. 26-13, the Packers beat the Lions. Packers don't look like they're going postseason, but at 7-7, they can have a winning season. They host Tampa at the end of the year. And for Detroit, down to 8-6, they got to think about it.
Yeah, and Amon Green, the 27 carries, 118 yards, their leading rusher receiver this year. So done a great job filling in for Dorsey Levens.
By the way, did I mention that in games, home games, in Green Bay or in Milwaukee, in which the temperature is 34. Suddenly, resurgent Jacksonville. Dave McGinnis' job in the middle of the year. Will he have it at the end of the year? He just hopes that his team plays well. You talk about a silver lining on a dark cloud. Marte Jenkins, with this kickoff return early, set a new NFL mark for kickoff return yardage in a season. Old mark, 1791, held by Tyrone Hughes for the 96 Saints. He's going to have a 2,000-yard season returning kicks. What does it mean, Tom?
Well, it means you're returning a lot of kicks. It means that you're getting scored on quite a bit.
Can we explain that it means that your team stinks? Mark Brunell to Jimmy Smith. It sets up a 1-yard run by Fred Taylor, 10-0 Jags. Fred Taylor, 4-yard run, 24-0 Jacksonville. Oh, by the way, Taylor, 137 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns. What's the significance? Barry Sanders, Walter Payton, Marcus Allen, and Fred Taylor. The only guys in NFL history to rush for over 100 yards in 8 straight games. Congratulations to Fred Taylor and the Jags, who have won 4 straight, are now 7-7 as they crush, and can we say it, hapless Arizona, 44-10. The Chargers at the Ravens. Since they moved to Baltimore, they have never been in the playoffs. Who knows? Did they have a Raven? It's a different-looking Raven, but that was on the wire looking down. At Baltimore, off a bye. Ryan Leaf against the Baltimore defense. What could happen? Stripped by Cornell Brown. Baltimore recovers. Ensuing drive, 3rd and 2. Trent Dilfer looking for the missile. Qadry Ismail. Ismail out of bounds, but the Ravens go for a view, and you take a look, Tom.
Well, first of all, great pump by Trent Dilfer to hold the safety and then deliver the ball outside to the missile. You see the right foot in, the great drag of the left foot. They ruled that to be a catch eventually.
Kind of a drag by the Buckinghams. The Ravens lead it 10-0. Here come the Raven defense. Kim Herring will drill Terrell Fletcher. Ball loose. Ron Burnett. Hey, look at the big guys doing 2 feet in bounds. I didn't know they could do this.
Great step on the sideline there to make sure that he had possession.
So Ron Burnett with the big play after Herring makes the hit. So when the Ravens only have to drive 3 yards, they can do this. And it's Lewis that goes in. Jamal Lewis. He runs left, but he's short. But then we do this. It's kind of dangerous, isn't it? But it's a touchdown.
Yeah, Jamal Lewis has done a great job of really being the engine for this offense over the course of the last half of the season now.
91 yards for him, 17-3 Upper Ravens. But to watch Deron Jenkins, he was a former Raven. He's now a Charger. He gets pushed into his return man nature. When you're 1-12, should it be 1-13? This is what happens. It's a fumble. Your own guy kind of forces. You know, when things are going well for you, you can laugh about it. As Trent Dilfer to Brandon Stokely, who's fired up. A 22-yard touchdown. They introduced Art Modell before the game instead of the team to 40 years in football, and afterwards the shower for Brian Billick. The Ravens, they can now use the P word. They're going to the playoffs as they've won 24-3. They've won 5 straight games. And they held the Chargers to 9 first downs. And, oh, by the way, just 3 points. They're going to be a force if they can get some offense.
Well, and Jamal Lewis, the 29 carries for 91 yards, but 40 overall attempts. And give Brian Billick a lot of credit for making the change from the passing guy that he was as a coach with the Minnesota Vikings to being able to run the football the way he does now with the Ravens.
And giving Trent Dilfer some compares against the Patriots. Super Bowl 25 today. Not the same case. But, tell you what. The Shane Matthews band was Ants marching. This touchdown to James Allen in the 4th quarter gave the Bears a 24-10 lead, and Matthews completed 15 straight passes for a new Bears record. Clyde the Glide Simmons, at 62 years old, pressures Bledsoe. He gets the pass off to Curtis Jackson for the first down. Tick, 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 tick. 20 seconds later, 20 seconds left at 24-17. Bledsoe to Troy Brown. And
his band of renown.
10 seconds left, but there's a flag on the play. And what happened? Oh, you got to be organized on this, down by a touchdown late.
Well, you watch Curtis Jackson coming across the formation in motion, realize the tackle is the only guy on the end right now, and Jackson never does get set before the ball snaps.
So they run off 10 seconds, which was enough to end the game. It's kind of like a deduction from your checking account. And you know who had the record? This is amazing. 14 straight completions for the Bears before Matthews. It's Jim Luckman, Jim McMahon. Steve Walsh.
Yeah.
Shane Matthews is the record holder now. And Gary Croton is gone, so quarterback coach of the Bears, John Shoup, called the plays, and they win at 24-17. Philadelphia Eagles. The Schwab said they would surprise everyone and make the playoffs this year. Could they win at Cleveland and Chris Palmer's Browns, who have had 12 first downs in the last 3 weeks? Under a lot of fire. So what happened? Dennis Northcutt, he's a wide receiver, number 86, is at quarterback for a couple of sacks after Peterson starts. Doug Peterson to Northcutt as a receiver. All those tricky Browns. Next, here comes Peterson. No, he's out. Northcutt wide receiver, Kevin Johnson, succeeded Donovan McNabb at a quarterback for a while at Syracuse. He throws, almost picked off 3 quarterbacks in the first drive for Cleveland. Why not? Brown's second drive. Norm Peterson. That's Doug Peterson, but he's looking for cheers to Kevin Johnson, to the 16. Peterson, to David Patton. Oh, my God, they're an offensive juggernaut. We're tied at 7-all. Browns next possession, it's Northcutt in the shotgun. He's stuffed. Now, the Browns score in the next play. So down 14-7. This guy's been a quarterback all year. He's Donovan McNabb. Torrance Small, 24 yards, 14-all. The Eagles are going to play in an up-tempo game for a change. McNabb, late second. Only a minute to go. To Torrance Small, 8-yard touchdown. Philly 21-14 at the half.
Well, Small makes a great fingertip catch here. Ball thrown down, low and away. And I mean, he really scooped it up, so there was no doubt of whether he got the ball or not.
21-14 in the second. In the third, now McNabb to Charles Johnson, 11 yards. 28-14 Philly. McNabb to Johnson. Oh, that's pretty, 38 yards. Donovan McNabb, 390 yards passing, 4 touchdowns. The Eagles, the Philadelphia Eagles, have clinched a playoff berth. They beat the Browns 35-24 behind Donovan McNabb, who is spectacular. And after the game, McNabb, coach, and all of Philly, cheesesteaks all around. Panthers at Kansas City, Elvis Grbac, Tony Gonzalez talking. You know what? A pass over the middle at the end of the Monday night game. What are we doing? Second quarter, Grbac swings to Tony Richardson. And it's a Lester Towns falls on it, leads to a Panther touchdown. Chiefs 4 turnovers on their first 4 possessions, 7-0 Carolina. 12.5 minutes to go in the fourth. Grbac avoids Reggie White. Tipped by Derek Alexander into Gonzalez's hands. Oh, my goodness, it's a touchdown. 2-point conversion fails, so it's a 14-12 Carolina lead. Steve Berline, now his team down 15-14. To Donald Hayes. 2 minutes to go, 29-yard line. Gunther Cunningham looking on. Joe Nedney made 18 straight. No, but his 19th is no good. He Nedney's it. A 48-yarder, which is tough to win a game on it. Gunther Cunningham, beleaguered Gunther Cunningham. And the Chiefs get a win over Carolina, which ensures that neither team will have a winning record this year, 15-14.
Yeah, you still look at who's going to run the football, and I think some of these teams now starting to look to next year, and Gunther has to find someone to run consistently 20, 25 times a game.
Bengals at the Titans. Tennessee looking for some offense, knowing this. If they win, they're in the playoffs. Question mark for Steve McNair. He's a tough kid. Ankle, leg, he's playing anyway. McNair to Yancey's Thigpen. Some names that, you know, been kind of idle for Tennessee. Hurt, etc. 56 yards, 7-0 Titans. Next possession, McNair to Yancey's Thigpen. Watch this catch. That's pretty impressive. Ball to 28.
Yeah, we'll take a look at both ends of this play. You're going to see Steve McNair under some pressure as he delivers the ball. And Thigpen, a great adjustment at the end of this play to get his body in between the defender and the ball, make a nice catch with the hands first. Thigpen, Pickens, if these guys can show up at the end of the year, how great would it be for Tennessee?
What a surprise. Frank Wycheck involved in a play that's a lateral. The lateral to Wycheck, he throws it to Derek Mason. Those tricky Titans are down to the 5. Nothing tricky about Eddie George. 5 yards, 14-0 Tennessee. 43 second quarter, play action, McNair moving, lobbing Eddie George 7 yards, 21-3, Tom.
Yeah, take a look. Takeo Spike's going to be in man-to-man coverage on Eddie George, and Takeo Spike's going to be an outstanding linebacker in this league. He takes his angle inside, the little step inside, cost him as Eddie George gets outside and to the front corner of the end zone.
And now it's Scott Mitchell, sacked by Javon Curse. Had a lot of sacks this year. It's at the forward, forces a Bengal punt. Tennessee marches right down the field, and there's the third touchdown for George on the day. Pass for McNair, 28-3. Time to get Neil O'Donnell a little work. And O'Donnell, he play action, little toss to Lorenzo. I got it, Lorenzo Neal. He's got it. McNair, O'Donnell, happy, tight. Defending AFC champs, well, they slam the Bengals, and they're into the playoffs. 35-3. Tennessee wins it to up their mark to 11-3. And the pressure's on for them, the inside track for home field, but they got to stay one up on Baltimore, who, if Tennessee lost one and Baltimore won one, they would be tied, and Baltimore would win a tiebreak. Tennessee's got to win out.
Yeah, and Jeff Fisher talked today about getting the ball into the end zone, not settling for the field goals. They did that today. I think he walks away from this game totally satisfied.
Yeah, and they wanted offense. They got it today, admittedly, against the Bengals. Off up the New York Football Giants, looking to tame the bus, and that's thunder and lightning. The Giants looking to stay in first, as Philly is one. Kerry Collins. Ike Hilliard. No, is he in? He was out. He was in. The referee waves it off. And what happened here,
Well,
Tom?
they talk about sleight of hand. This is sleight of feet by Ike Hilliard. He's clearly out of bounds. Does never establish position inbound. Referee makes the correct call, incomplete.
Tell you what, the Giants welcome their big guy back. He caught 5 for 90. Meanwhile, Jerome Bettis, the Giants can play some defense. That's Michael Barrow. And they held Bettis to 39 yards on 17 carries. Meanwhile, Pete Mitchell in the act from Kerry Collins. Next play, running inside, tackle Tiki Barber cuts it back 13-0. G-Man to the chagrin of Bill Cowher. Dan Cordell Stewart is such a big game last week. Look at the Giants' pressure.
Well, you stop the run, you put a lot of pressure on. That was Keith Hamilton, Cedric Jones coming up with the pressure there, incomplete. And then the same drive, 4th down and 3, Stewart throwing again. And Dave Thomas, the cornerback, makes a good play on the football.
So the Giants ball, they lead 13-3. John Fox's defense came up so big in Washington last week. They have that feel again. Meanwhile, Kerry Collins to well-dressed Amani Toomer, 23 yards. Then on 3rd and 6 at the 9, Collins, Hilliard. Look at this play. Oh, man, the big guy can make plays like that happen. 20-3. We told you Hilliard caught 5, Barber caught 6, Toomer caught 9 today for the Giants. Then, watch this play to Hilliard. Makes some great moves. Whoop! And then whoop! And then whoop! Then gets a block from Greg Camella right there. But no! It's Ainsley Battles. Kind of makes the miracle tackle. Keeps him to a field goal, but it's 23-3. Cedric Jones playing maybe his best game of the year.
This was his best game of the year, and again, it all starts with stopping the run, creating down and distance situations that are manageable for you defensively.
Last gas, Pittsburgh, 9 minutes to go, and on 4th down, Reggie Stevens makes the interception, and the Steelers are going to be stymied on this day. Meanwhile, Collins, you know, he can look like this. The touch to Amani Toomer, 45 yards. 3rd and goal to 2 later in the drive. Collins buying time to Toomer. Touchdown. Now look at Amani here. Hey, ref. Hey, high five. Bill Cowher not thrilled. The Kerry Collins Giants, impressive. Now it's odd that the Eagles, who are a half game behind them in the standings and clinch a playoff berth, the Giants have not. That's because they have 2 games left and theoretically could lose it, but they are not going to lose if they play like that. 30-10. Kerry Collins had a 333-yard day passing. Jim Fossil. Miami's Jason Taylor and the Dolphins defense trying to out-defense Warren Sapp and the Bucs. Man, this was tough in the rain in Miami. 3-0 Dolphins second quarter. Jamie Duncan picks off Jay Fiedler, gets a block from a 1-2, and it's 31 yards. 7-3 Tampa Bay defense scoring. Later in the second, after Fiedler missed a couple of plays with a sore shoulder, he's back in, gritty, but tipped, and Sheldon Quarles picks it off. 10-3 Bucs at the half. That leads to a Gramatica field goal. Third quarter, you can see, tape it up and go back out. He's tough, so there's no question about it. But now the rain started really hard in the third quarter. 10-6 down as Miami Fiedler to Rondé Gadsden, 20 yards. 3 plays later, Lamar Smith sheds 1, 2. Hard running by Smith down to the 1. Next play, Smith is in, and Miami leads 13-10. He can do that.
Yeah, that was the best drive they had running the football against this team, but I think that defense of the Bucs knew they would have to settle in with the passing game at some point.
And the passing game included Warrick Dunn, who ran for 200 last week, 45 yards on a 2nd and 33 play, down 13-10 early fourth quarter down to the 1. But first down, second down, no good, and then Jason Taylor sacks King. So once that defense stiffens, field goal tied at 13. A hard ream was going to fall, babe. Big play of the game. Fiedler fumbles. Jamie Duncan recovers. 10 minutes to go. Tampa in business.
And this is why defenses love this weather. You can see the ball just flips through Jay Fiedler's hands, gets kicked off to the right. Recovery by the Bucs. What a huge play it was at this point in the game.
They didn't go anywhere, but they didn't have to. Martin Gramatica, correct. 46 yards, 16-13 Tampa Bay. So defense scores, and here are 3 field goals, and this is what Miami is battling. Driving in the rain. Fiedler to Gadsden. They're forced to punt. And after the punt on third down, it was an excellent punt down within the 2-yard line to play the game. Oh, man, it's almost picked. Oh, man, it's almost a safety. What a play by Warrick Dunn to avoid the 2 points.
Great play that won't show up in the stat sheet. Patrick Surtain with a big hit that would have been a safety had he brought Dunn down. Done a great job of giving the punter room to kick the football.
Not much room, but maybe as big a play is Mark Royal's 53-yard punt in the rain under his goalpost, and good coverage tackling Jeff Ogden right there. Excellent play, Tampa special teams. 3rd and 8. Fiedler, throw it, flag. Miami in business, at least perhaps for a tying field goal.
Brian Kelly with the coverage on Gadsden, and this is all judgment on the part of the official. He felt like Kelly held the coverage got a bit too long.
And so, 3 plays later on 1st and 10, they're well within field goal range. Uh-oh! And it's a good call inside the tackle box. Intentional grounding. So now 2nd and 21 at the 31. So it's like a 48, 49-yard field goal, which forces Miami to go longer, which forces the interception by Damian Robinson. Wildcats Dolphins, who have played so well, but lose the cross-state rival, the game to Tampa, 16-13 in a game played not for the meek. But if you're a defensive stalwart like John Lynch of the Bucs, you love it. 79, here's Ricky Williams working out before the game. But he's gone. Everyone knows that Blake is gone. And Aaron Brooks, he threw for over 400 last week in a loss. It hits Andrew Glover. 2-point conversion. Saints ties the game at 14, third quarter. The Niners have won 3 in a row. Garcia to Terrell Owens. 69 yards. Boy, can this big fella make big plays, Tom. Touchdown, 27-17, San Francisco. Here come the Saints. 6 minutes to go. Brooks scrambling. Evades the young Niner defense. Look at the arm. Between 2 defenders to Willie Jackson. 27-24, Saints within 3. 3 minutes left, 4th and 4. Haslett goes. In his own territory. 3 minutes to go. Others would have punted. Haslett says, why not? Look at the presence of my friend Aaron Brooks.
And that's the thing. You notice the poise, boom, the ability to know exactly where first down markers are, the ability to understand where the rush is coming from, how to get away from it.
Brooks to Keith Poole. Here come the Saints. Out of bounds at the 18-yard line. Handoff to Chad Martin. Play of the game, the call of the game. Oh, is it a fumble? Is it a touchdown? Is it a touchback? Steve Mariucci wants you to review. Well, it's not a challenge. It's an automatic. What happens? Replay? And they call stays on the field. No touchback. They say out of bounds at the half-yard line. Terrell Smith goes in. He fumbles. Well, wait a minute. You know they're fighting under there. So the Niners are, so wait a minute, we got the ball, but the Saints retain it, and then they score. Oh, man, the Saints, who've had a magical season, get a couple of calls that could have gone either way. But you cannot underestimate the win on the road by the Saints at a Niners team who hadn't lost since before Election Day, 31-27, and the Saints may indeed be playoff bound.
If they are, it's going to be because of Aaron Brooks. He only had 12 completions for over 200 yards, but the key is that he's not afraid to throw the ball downfield, and he had 11 carries for 108 yards rushing, so another one of these weapons at the quarterback position that can do more than throw the football.
Even though Garcia threw for 2 and ran for 2, it's the Saints in a win, but a game that many were looking at. Terry Robisky, coach for at least 3 games. Norv Turner out with the Redskins. But, oh, by the way, Dallas has beaten the Skins 6 straight times. And could this be their Super Bowl, beating the Redskins in a season that's gone away? Well, Troy Aikman went away, drilled by LeVar Arrington. He's out with his 9th concussion.
Yeah, you watch the replay right there. LeVar Arrington caused Aikman's head to hit the ground, and Aikman had to leave the football game.
But this is a fellow named Emmitt Smith that I think Washington and everybody in the NFL knows, over 1,000 yards, 10 straight seasons, tying Barry Sanders, but it would get better for Emmitt. Meanwhile, Jeff George, 1-2 as a starter. Champ Bailey playing wide out. All of a sudden, the Skins unfurling some new plays. First NFL reception for Bailey. Later in the drive, Dallas has controlled the action, but Davis scores. Steven does. Makes it 7-6 for Terry Robisky. Second quarter. So Anthony Wright is going to play quarterback. Right to McKnight. Good night on Deion Sanders. Flag for pass interference in his return to Dallas. Fake to Emmitt. Wayne McGettis. Oh, those running Irishmen. 22 yards. Cowboys missed the 2, but they're up 12-7. What happened, Tom?
You're going to see the great agility here of guard Larry Allen. He's going to pull out, watch him lead around for McGarity. Stays on his feet 10, 15, 16 yards down the field. Gets McGarity in the end zone.
Then Stephen Davis hits it for Mills. And Dexter Coakley has it for Dallas at the Washington 22. Fake end around. Emmitt takes it down to the 2. And then Emmitt continues. He passed 15,000 yards today. Walter Payton, Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith. That's a pretty exclusive club. And Dallas sticks it to their arch-rival Redskins in a game that they thought change would make it, with everything would change for them and maybe make a late playoff push. Forget about it. 32-13, Dallas crushes the Skins. 7 straight over them. And Deion on the losing side of this one for a change.
I feel so bad for Coach Robinski because we had a great week of practice. We was prepared.
Well, they're almost Here's your man, Barrel Man. Broncos down 3-0 to Seattle, but oh, John Kidna and Gus Frerotte. They're both latter-day Steve DeBergs. Al Wilson steps in front of Kidna's pass, had a bounce at the 7. And here's the good guy to Ed McCaffrey. 7-3 Denver. 2 weeks ago, Seattle scored 2 defensive touchdowns against Denver. Here comes Denver's defense. Second quarter. Kidna passes. Jimmy Spencer picks it off. He could go all the way. 79 yards. 14-3 Denver in the penultimate game at Mile High Stadium. Third quarter. He had the 251 yards last week. Mike Anderson. Is it a touchdown? They say yes. Seattle says no. Mike Holmgren says no way. Review it, please.
Well, now, as the rule stands, this is a touchdown. Mike Anderson is not down. He's literally laying on top of people. But could you do that for 100 yards? You know, it's an odd rule.
It's an odd rule. Ricky Waters, 11 yards. 6 straight seasons for Ricky, who's had a very good season and a disappointing Seattle year, over 1,000 yards. Second and goal, same drive, down by 14. Here come the Seahawks. Kidna to Darrell Jackson. The little screen, little hitch, 9 yards. Touchdown, 24-17. Anderson. He goes 6 yards. Touchdown. He had 131 on the day and 2 touchdowns. 29 carries for Anderson, 31-17. Kidna. Watch this one. Off of Al Wilson's helmet. In at Billy Jenkins' hands for the interception. 3 INTs. But Seattle scores late. And so the Broncos win it 31-24. And Tommy, Denver has won 6 in a row. Again, they're in the 30s on offense.
Yeah, and 29 carries for Mike Anderson. And I think the key is that without quarterback, without your running back in Terrell Davis, you are still effectively running the ball. We had a feature on the offensive line this morning. That's the key to this game.
Only 1 pick by Gus Frerotte, 8 catches for McCaffrey. And now the game we've been waiting for, the greatest show on earth, when it returns. with the Rams, 2-5 after a 6-0 start, and if the playoffs were to start going to the weekend, they would be out of there. They're playing Minnesota, the team that had the point record going into, well, at 556 points 2 years ago. Kurt Warner, second game back from injury, to Isaac Bruce, to Marshall Faulk, to Torrey Holt. You can see him going. Warner, Bruce, who's had big games against Minnesota down to the 2. Marshall, touchdown, 7-0, St. Louis. Can you believe it's their first touchdown on opening drive all year?
Yeah, unbelievable. They had 8 last year, first one this year.
Now receiving the punt. Zakeem! He gets away from the Vikings. He was horrible last week. He fumbled the punt against Carolina, but look at Oz on the turf. 35 yards with a tremendous return. 2 plays later, Kurt Warner, Jeff Robinson, 8-yard line. 2 plays later, Marshall, 14-0 St. Louis.
Yeah, Orlando Pace going to throw a great block here. James Hodgins going to throw a block as well. Faulk going to read it perfectly, get right on the hip of the guard, and just cut right into the end zone.
Kurt Warner was completing pass after pass after pass after pass without incompletion going into the second quarter. Dante Culpepper, though, here come the Vikes to Johnny McWilliams, 23 yards, 17-7. Scored 20-7 in the third, Culpepper. It's the draw, and it's a touchdown. Here comes Minnesota. Their best record in football, 20-14. But Marshall Faulk down to the 5. He's playing revved up. Kurt Warner certainly back. Faulk, Marshall. Touchdown, 5 yards. They go for 2, don't get it, 26-14. Warner, Holt. Look at him go. Moves against the Viking D. 36 yards on the play. He almost busted. First and goal. Marshall. His 4th touchdown. 33-14. Score 40-29 in the 4th. Pass to Isaac Bruce. To the hand of Tyrone. Caught by Bruce. When you're hot, you're hot.
Yeah, great concentration by Isaac Bruce. You see the ball go up, hit by the defender. Isaac Bruce maintains his concentration and makes a great grab for his quarterback.
So Mike Martz and the Rams back to what they do best. 40 points. They could, if they score 40 in each of their next 2 games, although at Tampa next Monday, a different story, they could still break the point record. But here's the big story. St. Louis, they saw New Orleans win. They won at 9-5. They have that love and feeling back again, as Andrew Kramer found out with Marshall Faulk.
Marshall Faulk. 2 picks on the evening. There's one of them. Ball goes right through Richie Anderson's hand. Eric Allen to the house. Allen, the only Raider to turn an interception to a touchdown in back-to-back games. Amazing stat. Still in the second quarter, Raiders ball inside the 10. Rich Gannon threw for 161 yards and 2 touchdowns. There's one to Andre Rison. It would get worse for the Jets. Vinny Testaverde would not play in the second half due to a pulled groin. In the 4th, Rich Gannon continues his work. This time, finding Tim Brown. Brown, the 122nd straight game, Brown has caught a pass. Rich Gannon loves it. So does John Gruden. And the Raiders, again, find a way to cause agony to the Jets in Oakland. Oakland outgained the Jets on the ground 180-10. The Raiders clinched their first postseason berth since 1993, which was 3 head coaches ago. Their 11 wins, the most since 1990.
Let's go to Denver for the Broncos and the Seahawks.
In overtime in the first meeting this year at Lambeau, and that miracle catch. So not so much a miracle, more of a drill, but Brett Favre, boy, was he on early, Tom. 25 yards to Antonio Freeman. Favre, zing to Freeman. Brett Favre is 1-7 going into this building, but guess what? 10-0. Crack. Late first, Dante Culpepper. Buying time. Shakes a tackle. About it. Fires to Randy Moss. 78 yards. He's wide open. Sharper's not going to get him. It's a touchdown. 10-7 Pack lead.
Great play on both ends of this play. First, Dante Culpepper avoiding the sack by Vonnie Holliday. And then watch the beginning of this play. You're going to see Randy Moss pull Darren Sharper through right there. A lot of savvy. That's an experienced wide receiver now. And then he takes off for the end zone.
Favre to Tyrone Davis. The big fella makes a move at the 30. 42-yard play down to the Viking 9. 3 plays later on 3rd and 5, Favre to Amon Green. He spins into the end zone 6 yards. Packers lead it 17-7. 2.5 to go in the second quarter. To 20-7 Packer lead, and Culpepper to Moss, and look at this. And whoop! To Chris Carter. Well, we won't tell anyone it was slightly forward, but, I mean, what difference? He's only picked up a couple extra yards, Tom.
Well, this is a great play by Randy Moss. You see he's going to throw the ball. He's behind the 50. When Chris Carter actually catches it, he catches it about the opposite 48. So, yeah, they gained a couple of yards, but it was a great play by the Vikings.
Culpepper to Chris Walsh down to the 2, and then 2 plays later, Culpepper rolling. Then look at the cut and the power. 4 yards. It's 20-14, Tom. Now we're late in the third quarter. It's a 23-21 Packer lead. The Vikings are knocking at the door, but it's Ahman Green. Green rolling for 34 of his 161 yards rushing. Under a minute to go in the third, and Favre to Bill Schrader, first down. Same drive early fourth. Favre buying more time on the roll, and he has Schrader. Touchdown. Packers lead is 9, 30-21. Favre passes Hall of Famer Dan Fouts, 8th on the all-time touchdown pass list. Culpepper trying to make something happen. Overthrows, picked up by Darren Sharper Image. His 9th of the year, tops in the league. And sets up a long-well field goal, 33-21 Pack. 4th and 9 with 4.5 to go. Culpepper. Ooh, the Vikings stay alive. First down to Randy Moss. Under 3 minutes to go. Second and goal, Culpepper. Chris Carter, all he does,
catch touchdown.
33-28, and with 2:40 to go, Dennis Green says, you know what? No onside kick. We're going to try and stop the Pack. And it's 3rd and 9. So he looks like he's right. But it's Ahman Green who's right. 28 yards. That's salty. The Green Bay Packers are the only team to beat Minnesota in this building all year. In fact, the Vikings have won 13 in a row at home dating back to last season, but not today. The Pack keep their playoff hopes alive, 33-28 as they win it.
I think our play today speaks for itself. We played a very good football team. We knew that coming in. We know it after this game. Have a tremendous amount of respect for them. We knew we had to play near perfect to win. And, you know, it was as close to perfect as we could play, and it still was a squeaker.
I think we were desperate for a victory today. You know, they just simply came here and just mashed us. You know, simple as that. I think Favre played a heck of a game. His receivers played a heck of a game. And, you know, all week, you know, it's just a lot of talking going on. And, you know, when it comes to a lot of talking and stuff, that shows me that you're really not ready for a game.
Let's start with the Packers, because we remember this Brett Favre, but just we never saw it in this building.
He ought to carry a business card with him.
They went in there with better teams and didn't win it. Green Bay, they host Tampa Bay next week when Brett is 26-0 below 34 degrees at home. Tampa's 0-18 below 40.
What could happen?
What could happen? Detroit needs to lose the game to Chicago. Tampa needs to lose Monday night, and then the Packers. So a longer shot, but the Pack's still alive, and boy, Ahman Green and Brett Favre look great.
Well, you've got the Green Bay Packers now really playing great, like the division champion. This is a ball club with great balance. Ahman Green, Brett Favre, Antonio Freeman catches almost 100 yards worth of passes, and big plays by Ahman Green. He's not fumbling the football. They knew he was capable of very big plays. The defense, at least scheme-wise, picking things up. Minnesota Vikings, we talked about teams going into the playoffs. You do not want to go in lacking defense. You know, I'm a big run defense guy. So now, big concern for this staff of the Minnesota Vikings. How do we play better defense? Because you look at the last couple of weeks, what's happened to this defense?
Rams and the Packers.
And then look at the Indianapolis Colts going into that game having to have it.
The Vikings are not home yet. They're in the playoffs. They haven't won the division yet, you know. And they could go from the 1 seed to the 5 seed. I mean, it's just bizarre. They've now lost 2 in a row after building 2 big, long... How do you measure greatness? Because there is no question that Jerry Rice is one of the greatest players ever to play in the National Football League. Well, partners through numbers, of course. Numbers including all sorts of records, obliterating almost everyone else on every stat page that you look at, putting his next to everyone else who was 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Some are championships, and Jerry has won 3 with the 49ers. Others are making the most of yourself and never being satisfied with what you've just done, knowing that you can always do better. And a young man from Mississippi Valley State who went out and was drafted in the 1st round of 1985 by Bill Walsh became the greatest receiver of all time. Today, very possibly his final game at Candlestick, Jerry Rice, a San Francisco treat. Last game as a 49er at home, and his 13-year-old daughter, Jackie, did a great job with the national anthem and hugs all around. So you know right away at home against the Bears that Jeff Garcia to Jerry Rice, and it's 25 yards. And the next play, the Pro Bowl quarterback Garcia, well, next they're going to go to Terrell Owens here, and that's going to be 6 yards. A couple plays later, although it's Rice's day, they added one to the number. See, 80 is Jerry and 81 is Terrell Owens, and here's a 20-yard pickup. Garcia to Rice, down to the 1, setting up a Niner touchdown. It's going to be a San Francisco day, 7-0 the Niners. But it was Garcia and Owens on this day that, well, they would go into the record books. 13 yards to Owens in the first, and then to Owens it's 5 yards. And I think, Tom, you're going to see a theme here. Garcia to Owens, who, well, we know Jerry Rice himself knows how great this guy can be and how much greater he can become. Continues, big target with speed and all the assets.
Well, and certainly part of these catches are still a tribute to Jerry Rice. I think that Terrell would admit he's learned an awful lot from Jerry Rice in terms of being a quality receiver in this league.
As we continue to roll in the third quarter, 11 catches now for Owens. Garcia to Owens, a watch on the side. Oh, man, 28 yards, and look at the replay, Tommy.
Yeah, great job of keeping his feet in, maintaining his balance. I mean, he may be the best athlete right now playing wide receiver in this league.
And this is the 13th hookup from Garcia to Owens. You think the Bears, now knowing that they were going to throw to Jerry Rice, when they double cover him and leave Owens open, maybe they should have made an adjustment. Garcia, Owens, 14 catches. Wait a minute now. With the score 17-0, Garcia to Owens, 28 yards. It's 15 catches. Garcia to Owens, 16 catches. So Jerry Rice, who owns 14 NFL records and countless playoff and Super Bowl records, is watching history in the making from his own teammates. 17 catches. Team record was 16 by JR. But they're not done. Garcia, Owens, 18. Tom Fears, Rams, L.A., 1950. That was the NFL record. Here's the new one, 19. 2 plays later, let's make it a number we all can remember. How about 20 for 283? My God! Then Rice back in late in the game. His last catch at home as a Niner. High five between the record holders.
I think it's time for me to go. But San Francisco, I always love you guys, okay? You guys are number one for me, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, Jerry Rice.
17-0. Oh, by the way, the Niners beat the Bears on a day that Terrell Owens sets a new mark for catches with 20. Jerry Rice curtained down San Francisco career, although he's left the door open if the fire is burning for him to play some more. It would be painful to watch him play somewhere else, but it's never painful to watch him play football, Tom.
Well, we have had some great moments ourselves watching Jerry Rice, whether it was the Super Bowl against the Bengals, but I think his day-to-day work ethic is what I will remember, going out there, watching him for the first time practice, catch a little slant for 10 yards, run it 80 yards down the field. Boy, when did you start telling him to do that, Coach? I never told him to do it. It's just part of who he is.
You know what I think when I think of Jerry Rice? I interviewed Don Hudson in 1988, and that was Jerry's, you know, he'd only been in the league since 85, and the occasion was Steve Largent was about to pass Hudson's longtime mark for career touchdown catches. He eventually would get 100, Hudson at 99, and he was eloquent about Steve Largent, how great he was. And this is in 88, Jerry, 85, his 4th year, he says, but I believe, Chris, there's a young man up there in the Bay Area that may have all the records by the time he's done. Don Hudson knew, Bill Walsh knew, now we all know. Jerry, congratulations, congratulations. Thank you for all the views of you on the football field. Now we move on. More on Jerry a little bit later, but Brian Billick and the Baltimore Ravens, they're in the playoffs, but they want to set a fewest points allowed record and maybe a shutout record. But wait a minute, Jake Plummer's going to hit Frank Sanders. You're not supposed to do this to the Baltimore Ravens. They email a touchdown, it's 7-3 Cards. Plummer, boy. This is the Ravens defense. Jamie Sharper brings it all the way down to the Arizona 5. They'd earlier made a defensive turnover inside the 5, but Trent Dilfer was picked in the end zone. This time, it sets up a Jamal Lewis 1-yard run. 3 minutes to go. Plummer hit by Peter Bouya. It's a fumble. Ravens recovered. The play would be reviewed. Let's take a look. Arm moving forward. He ruled an incomplete pass.
That's very close.
So Brian Phillips says, wait a minute, we want the ball. But guess what? Arizona has a chance to win the game. But Ray Lewis bats it away. And the Ravens hold on for a tougher than expected 13-7 win at Arizona. Baltimore has allowed 145 points. The record, 187 by the 1986 Chicago Bears. So unless the Jets have a scoring fest, the Ravens will be in the record book.
Defense, run the football. Jamal Lewis, 29 carries, 126 yards. That's what you have to deal with if you're the Jets next week trying to get into the playoffs.
Baltimore could still catch Tennessee against the rejuvenated Indianapolis Colts. Injured shoulder, but Jay Fiedler will play on the roof with an injured shoulder. Peyton Manning, play action. The Colts have gotten behind in so many of their losses so early. Not this time. 50 yards, Marcus Pollard, 7-0 Indy. Later on in the first quarter, Manning to Marvin Harrison. It's a fumble. Sam Madison picks it up and he dollies it. It's recovered by the Colts, Steve McKinney. What a wild play. Look at the replay. And Edgerrin James pushes Zach Thomas into Madison, forces the refumble. Early second quarter, Zach Thomas on Edgerrin James, Tommy.
Well, he's in man-to-man coverage. He goes out of the middle of the football field. It's well designed by the Colts. Once Zach Thomas leaves the middle, you've got room for the quarterback draw with Peyton Manning.
Drew and Mitchell and Kerback and Peyton. Meanwhile, it's Edgerrin James running up the middle 15 yards. The Colts trying to pad their lead. They do. It's a 20-3 game in the third. Late third on 4th and 1. Lamar Smith. Boy, I tell you what, he keeps churning. He doesn't look great doing it, but he keeps churning, and he gets an important touchdown to make it 20-10. Darrell Gardner trying to fire up the crowd. Early fourth. Tim Bowens stops James in the backfield. Colts punt. Fiedler. Tradition. 29 yards. 3rd and 16. Fiedler. Shotgun. Sacked by Mark Thomas. And that ends the Dolphin drive. Second straight time Thomas has done it. Manning. Play action. What play action? Jason Taylor has the action. I got your action right here. Here's another Colt punt. Next Dolphin possession. Down 10. Fiedler. Rondé Gadsden. These guys hooked up to win that game in Indy a few weeks ago. Sets up field goal 20-13. Darrell Gardner playing cheerleader. 3rd and 4 for the Colts, under 3 to go. Oh, Tim Bowens stops James in his tracks. Colts punt. 2.5 left. Fiedler. Colts corners have had subpar years, but not today. Jeff Burris is there for the pick. And all of a sudden, the very much alive Indianapolis Colts win for the second time in a 6-day span. They win at Miami 20-13. Miami can go from top seed in the AFC, although unlikely now, to out of the playoffs. Meanwhile, Indianapolis is alive. Pittsburgh is alive, all keeping their eye on the Jets in that final game. At home against Minnesota before the game, Dante Culpepper checking out the right ankle sprain. Culpepper did start. He threw it long to Randy Moss. 42 yards. He's always between two defenders. We're tying at 7. Minnesota knows Tampa's lost, and so they've won the NFC Central. Culpepper sandwich. Denny Green says, you know what, that's enough. That's enough. Bubby, your arm's rested. Bubby Brister, get in there. But for the Colts, they had to win it. Peyton Manning to Edgerrin James, looking to win 2 straight rushing titles. Only the 3rd in the NFL to do that if he does. But he takes the pass that goes 52 yards. 14-7. Vikings next possession. Brister's first play. Looked like the water boy on that play. One more look to Bubby.
Well, he just got a little too close to Robert Smith on the play fake. Robert Smith actually knocks the ball out, and Bubby actually did a pretty good job of getting right back on top of it.
We last saw Bubby play meaningful games. He did a great job for Denver. Meanwhile, Peyton Manning already over 4,000 yards again. That was Marvin Harrison. Manning to Harrison, the triplets in business today, Tom. 21-10 Colts at the half. Third quarter, more Manning to Harrison. This part of it's been a little quieter than the running of Edgerrin James, but not today. 4 TDs for Manning, 33 the year, 28-10 Colts.
Getting the passing game rolling at the right time. Kenny Wright going to be in coverage here. You see him right there. You see the receiver's going to split his coverage responsibility. And Marvin Harrison, a great job of curling right behind him at the back of the end zone.
100 catch of the season for Harrison. 3 TDs in the game, and the Colts win going away. And now they're in. The Colts, who a few weeks ago, it looked like they were long gone at 7-6, but they end up at 10-6, and they win and are in the playoffs behind almost 300 yards passing for Peyton Manning, 128 yards rushing for Edgerrin James, the 3 touchdowns and 109. Now, those are the numbers. The Raiders and John Gruden have to win, and they figure let's kind of convincingly win it today. Tyrone Cream of Wheatley. Good cream of wheat at this time of year anyway. It's cold, no, 9 yards. Next play, Wheatley. He's a big back the Raiders need, Tom.
Well, this is the biggest thing. We wondered, how would he perform in this game leading into the playoffs? This looks like the Tyrone we saw all year long for the Raiders.
His first 1,000-yard season in the NFL. Rich Gannon to Jeremy Brigham, 4-yard touchdown. Raiders lead Carolina 7-0. Scored 10-6 Oakland in the second. Gannon, Ricky Dudley. What a year Rich Gannon's had, huh? 1 yard, 17-6 Oakland. Inadvertent flags on the play. Wheatley sells it.
Well, this is a beautiful play fake as well by Gannon. You watch Wheatley run up into the line as if he has the ball, and then you watch the safeties bite on that. Dudley does a good job of going down and then getting to the back of the end zone. So that's a good play by the entire Raider offense.
Steve Berline picked off out of the hands of Muhammad, picked off by Eric Allen. Touchdown. The ageless one, Allen, and it's the alley-oop to Russell. Boy, they can play basketball too. 38-9. It is. Jeff Lewis, Brad Hoover. He's vacuumed up. It's a fumble. Last score, this was 4. No time left on the clock. And he could go all the way. And the Raiders win the AFC West. 52-9. Boy, and Denver and the Raiders come crashing through at the end with big wins. The Raiders, they earned a bye in the opening round, 52-9. Impressive.
Well, great balance by this football team. The 32 throws by Rich Gannon, but you see Tyrone Wheatley really setting the table with the running game.
Our congratulations to the head-to-head 3 times. Oh, do you think the game's in Oakland? Alcatraz open for the afternoon. As John Gruden's Raiders, their first home playoff game in Oakland since 1980. The Miami Dolphins have won their first game in the playoffs and got trumped in the second game the last 2 years. Could Jay Fiedler change things? Picked up 3 times in the first game in the first half, and look at this. It's Torrey James making a move, gets past Fiedler. Could go all the way. 3 minutes into the game, 90 yards, touchdown, in the 80s.
This pass was intended for Leslie Shepard. You had O.J. McDuffie running the route to flatten up. You're going to have Leslie Shepard on the curl. Torrey James just follows Fiedler's eyes, makes the easy pick. Got to beat the quarterback's tackle right there, and then he can kind of jog into the end zone.
So, last week, Lamar Smith had a record 40 carries for playoff second best ever, 209 yards. This is what the Raider defense, a question in the eyes of some, did to him today. With the score 10-0 Oakland in the second, a Rich Gannon MVP candidate passes to Terry Kirby. Now, he can catch the ball now. He's a late addition to this Raider arsenal and breaks a few tackles, 31 yards. He Durwoods it. Same drive, 3rd and 2. Gannon. See, these are not the big names. Terry Kirby, Jeremy Brigham makes ice cream, doesn't he? 17 yards. Leads it to a field goal, 13-0 Raiders. Later in the second, Lamar Smith. Now here he goes. But when he picks up some yards, he fumbles. And Charles Woodson picks it up. Another turn. Miami cannot do this, Tom.
The Raiders did a great job of swarming to the football. This is actually Lamar Smith's best run of the day. That was Darrell Russell's hand knocking the ball out. And Charles Woodson been a big play guy all year for this defense.
First half, 6 carries. Yow, 5 yards. And as Miami trails 13-0, here's Rich Gannon, 3rd and 5 from the 38. This is what he can do. 13th year in the NFL, making his first playoff start. He had played 3 other games at quarterback through the years in the postseason, but this is his team, and this is his time. Rich Loose Gannon from Delaware, scrambling for 10 yards for the first down. 3rd and 3 from the 6. Gannon to James Jett and the Blackhearts. Touchdown. 20-0. They're 80. And in the 3rd quarter, Dave Wannstedt said, oh, my God, we're turning it over. We're going to make something happen, but we got to stop him. Gannon taking off. He's got this baseball slide down, Tom.
And it's always for a first down. It's always moving the chains. We said that this is the thing he had to do. What a great job of thinking his way through this football game.
Zach Thomas limps off, half in injury, half in frustration. Dan, now this combination you know. Gannon, Tim Brown. Could this be the time the classic pro Tim Brown finally makes it to the Super Bowl? It's 1st and goal, the Raiders. Tyrone Cream of Wheatley. 27-0 Oakland. And then later in the 3rd, Miami just looking for an opening. Jay Fiedler from to Oronde Gadsden. He makes a great one-handed catch, Tom. Too bad it was his only one.
Yeah, you just take another look at this. This is a great job of getting your right hand up. Concentration by Oronde Gadsden, using his size advantage over Eric Allen. What a play he made right here.
But that'll be about the highlight film for Miami on this day. Now 1st and 10, Fiedler is going to be hit by Tony Bryant as he releases. It's a loose ball. Johnny on the spot is Torrey James, number 20. Don't tell me again that he dipsy. He doodles, and he could go all the way. It's another touchdown. But wait. Wait a minute, that flag is somewhere. Let me appeal. Everyone's we challenge, then we challenge, then we challenge, then we challenge. They said that it was a forward pass.
You know, and I'll be interested in the final ruling from the league office. You know, clearly you're going to see that Jay Fiedler's arm is going forward. The ball does not get tipped. His arm gets hit. The ball ends up about 3 yards behind him. John Gruden thought it was officially a lateral. It seemed like everybody did on the field, including the referee Luckett. So a call that I think certainly could certainly be changed by the time the league looks at it.
But it wouldn't change anything in this game, Tom, because Fiedler picked off by Torrey James. You know, some guys just make names for themselves all of a sudden by a big game in the playoffs. Torrey James, huge. And you betcha, Bad Moon Rising. They celebrate. Dolphins devastated. Another divisional round disaster. Meanwhile, the Oakland Raiders, hopeful that they have another home game. If Baltimore wins, they'll be at home. If Tennessee wins tomorrow, they'll be at Tennessee. But the Oakland Raiders moving to the championship game for the first time in 10 years. Well, the Raiders are. The Oakland Raiders haven't been to a championship game in 20 years. After the game, John Gruden, scowl slightly removed.
What a great tribute that is to our defensive football team. Chuck Bresnahan, the coaches did a great job putting a game plan together, and a lot of guys made plays, man. They were flying around today. They were ready to go. I am really happy for Torrey James. You know, he stepped up early in the year at the Indianapolis game. He stepped up here late in the year to put us in the AFC Championship game, and believe me, we gave him a game ball. Unfortunately, in this league, you know, success is only measured in one game. And next week we have an opportunity to have a chance to play in that game. But we're proud to be a part of a good season. We'd like to make it a great season.
You know what? It just can be a great season because, again, now score 2 for the offense. The Oakland Raiders scored, what, 479 this year? That's a lot of points. But, Tommy, we said it this morning. Of all of the units of the 8 teams left, meaning offense, defense, that makes 16 units, the one that was most intriguing to me was Oakland's defense. Are they good enough?
That's correct.
With a great offense, are they good enough like Denver's was a few years ago to get to the Super Bowl? Maybe.
Yeah, I think certainly they played well enough today to move on through the playoffs, and should they get that same kind of performance, regardless of where they play, whether it's at home or whether they have to play in Tennessee, I think they certainly have a chance to win the football game. And I thought, again, the key begins with the quarterback. We said this morning on Countdown, you had to control Rich Gannon. You saw in that highlight package a lot of first down conversions by him on 3rd down, running the football. I thought he did a great job of thinking. I said, you know, throwing the ball short, finding his receivers, picking out everybody, a couple of names that we really weren't aware of, aren't fan favorites. So they did a good job of doing what the Raiders do, Tyrone Wheatley running the football. And if Miami was going to be successful, it was going to be because they ran the ball well.
Wow.
You know, 8 carries for 4 yards for Lamar Smith versus the 209 he got last week is the difference in the football game.
So let's say it's 20 carries, you would pick up a first down.
You get a first down.
We should put it into perspective, Tommy. Raiders, you know, they played a lot of playoff games, 37.
Yes.
Their first ever shutout. Miami has played a lot of playoff games, 38 of them. This is the first time they've ever been shut out. And I know they got to scratch their heads because they have been embarrassed the last 3 times in the divisional round. In retrospect, when you look back at what Miami did this year, they won the division. They found a running game, but they're miles from the top still, aren't they?
I think that really a lot of it, again, has to do with the quarterback. You look at the last 3-4 football games that this team played, including the playoffs, Jay Fiedler just really failed them at the quarterback position in terms of the touchdowns versus the interceptions. He made too many mistakes for this team to dig out of the hole. We know that Dave Wannstedt wants to play good D, run the football, don't make mistakes, give us a chance to win at the end. That never happened today.
Oakland has become a very intriguing team, and Fiedler is kind of like a Rich Gannon in waiting.
Yes.
Gannon has the patent on the way you play quarterback of that type of style. As we go inside the numbers, oh, God, 127-10. Miami has been beaten in the last 3 years in this round. Today was the squeaker. Last year at Jacksonville, the year before at Denver. You know, they win the opening round. Maybe send, like, the Chargers or somebody to play the next game because this hasn't worked.
Just skip it. Win the wild card, go directly to the AFC Championship game.
Somehow I don't think they're going to allow that. But congratulations to Dave and the